24/7 Flat Earth Discord, the best place on earth to talk about Earth.
Be able to tell it's impossible, or are they like tricked because they learned the wrong thing?
Well, let me give you an example. Okay, there's a symposium in the 80s, and this is absolutely relevant. A symposium given by a doctor, a professor of astrophysics. Not really astrophysics. He's a professor of like a plasma physics, magnetophysics. Dr. Hannes Alfvén was his name. I think he comes from like Sweden or Switzerland or something like that. But he gave this conference called Double Layers in Astrophysics, and there's a PDF called Double Layers in Astrophysics that came out later that captures basically what they talked about. And it shows who, within this document, by the way, is a plasma model of Earth that's flat to simulate the plasmasphere, but that's another topic. He writes here and says this when he spoke to the audience. Dr. Azar, this is just some other guy, has studied how a number of the most used textbooks in astrophysics treat important concepts like double layers. This is the plasmasphere, right? Critical velocity, pinch effects, that has to do with magnetic field lines coming together, and circuits. He has found that students using these textbooks remain essentially ignorant of even the existence of these, in spite of the fact that some of these astrophysics students have all been well known, or all of these that all of these effects have been well known for half a century. Okay, so these astrophysics students come through schools, he says, and they don't understand the basics of like electrical and magnetophysics, magnetohydrodynamics. He writes further, the conclusion is that astrophysics as a field is too important to be left in the hands of the astrophysicists. The billion-dollar telescope data, which space telescope data, right, must be treated by scientists who are familiar with laboratory and magnetospheric physics and circuit theory, and of course with modern plasma theory. At least by volume, the universe consists of more than 99% of plasma, and electromagnetic forces are 10 to the 39th power times stronger than gravitation. He's addressing NASA people right now, telling them that your self-orbiting gravitational satellite bullshit is all a fraud.
Yeah, it is. Why do people fall for that at all? But smart ass people in schools, do the schools teach them to lie, to have the fake version in their heads? Or are people who graduate school really not that smart and just fucking fall for this shit and believe, what the mainstream is putting in their heads for reason of lying about the earth?
Yeah, it's idealistic. These are idealistic constructs, man. They're mathematical constructs. They don't have no coherence in the physical world. So like
Once
that's what Yoder is saying. He's like, basically, if this guy was actually talking to the folks that would realize that what they're looking into with gravity and that is not real, then they would apply I don't know, like, how does that even go about, Yoder, that he even proposed that to them and they denied the fact that it had any merit? Like, I don't get that. Like, why would they?
What I've seen is this. Like, you go through school, maybe you take like AP chemistry, AP physics in high school. If you're lucky and want it badly enough, maybe you get into physics in college and take first, like freshman or sophomore courses. What you begin to find out is things start to get really weird and confusing. If you are smart and paying attention, you're going to be bothered by the fact that there are multiple definitions of mass that aren't very clear, that conflict with each other. There are multiple definitions of gravity that conflict with each other and aren't very clear. You move from wanting to learn and critically examine what you're thinking into a mindset of trying to memorize formulas and pass freaking tests to get through it. And you accept potentially with humility on your part that you don't really understand this stuff. You feel maybe inadequate next to your peers who pretend to. And if you're lucky, you come out of these programs on the back end with a degree. Potentially you move into engineering where things are more practical and more hands-on, and you don't have to revisit these concepts in such a way ever again. That you move more into the applied part of it, and everything starts to make sense a bit better again. But some people stay within that abstraction of physics and maybe become like astronomers and shit.
Willful.
Yeah, that doesn't sound efficient at all, man.
But a lot of people get frustrated and they quit. They wipe out. They're like, maybe I'm just too dumb to understand what the hell mass is.
Yeah.
How come I read in some formulas, it looks like gas molecules are affected by gravity, and in other formulas, it appears that they aren't. Why does it seem that gravity can violate entropy in some cases, but in other cases it doesn't? And so people have these questions. Students debate with each other. And some people just get mad frustrated, say, you know what, fuck this, I'll go into computer science or something.
Mm-hmm.
So how many good potential physicists and engineers have been turned away by what this has become?
Yeah, they are almost like people who say, oh, I'll never commit any sins. I'll be a good son or daughter, mother or father, because, sorry to be creepy or weird, but, people who just fucking follow the Bible, or not follow the Bible, but they're just gonna lie and say whatever it takes to appease whoever might, take away their privilege to go out that night, or graduate, or get dinner or food. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you mean. Let me read to you two passages, and then I gotta go. I'm already a bit late. Two passages from National Security Council Memo 5814. This was in 1958. It was one of the founding documents for NASA. The scope of this policy. This policy is concerned with U.S. interests in scientific, civil, military, and political activities related to outer space. It deals with sounding rockets, Earth satellites, and other space vehicles, their relationship to the exploration and use of outer space, and their political and psychological significance. Next paragraph goes on. Outer space presents a new and imposing challenge. Although the full potentialities and significance of outer space remain largely to be explored, it is already clear that there are important scientific, civil, military, and political implications for national security, including the psychological impact of outer space activities, which is of broad significance and national prestige. You think it stops there? There's another section that I want to pull up. Further down, there's actually a paragraph titled Psychological Exploitation. The last sentence of this reads, In the near future, while the USSR has superior capability in space technology, judiciously select projects for implementation which, while having scientific or military value, are designed to achieve a favorable worldwide psychological impact. Next, on reconnaissance satellites, further down. In anticipation of the availability of reconnaissance satellites, which had been invented yet, seek urgently a political framework which will place the use of U.S. reconnaissance satellites in a political and psychological context most favorable to the United States.
This is NASA documents.
Yeah, NSC 5814.
Well, it's National Security Council, not NASA, but yeah, close enough.
No, this is before NASA was founded. Includes, I got a suite of other documents where, the first panel that met together was headed by freaking CIA staff officers. This was organized under the President's Psychological Operations Board that was formed after World War II. That's what NASA flowed out of. It's all about projecting power, technology, and capabilities that put the U.S. in the most favorable light. Do whatever it takes. And you can read between the lines. I got to step out, so I'll talk to you later.
Use that word to step back from saying we'll do it for real. If it's psychological, then it just has to be what they believe, not something we really did.
Counterintelligence. Stay blessed, Yoder. We'll see you around, man.
Later, Yoder.
Yeah, just to go back to what you were saying earlier, Shine, about why don't some highly educated people, or the vast majority of so-called highly educated people, know about this? It's because they quite often get their degrees from learning textbooks, right? Repeating, memorizing, regurgitating information that they were taught at university by their professors and from their textbooks. Not necessarily questioning the core fundamentals of their textbooks, right? So they already thought the Earth was a globe, reinforced from a young age, all the way through university. And now all of a sudden they're studying some hyper-specific topic related to a specific subject. They're just going to go deep into that. They're not going to go to their professor and say, oh, how do we really know that the Earth's a globe in the first place? Who actually went and measured that? Right? That's not something that's going to come up. That's probably nothing that they're even going to think about. And when they come in here occasionally, or when we do encounter them, they don't really know these questions any better than most people. They're not that good at answering the specific questions that are related to this topic for the most part. Sometimes they'll be more honest in admitting what they do and they don't know as well, and what scientists do and don't know. Whereas someone that's less educated might think that certain things that haven't been scientifically proven actually have been, right? And they'll argue that to the death, even though a mainstream scientist will actually say, well, this is the best we can come up with. We don't actually know for sure, but this is where we're at, right? This is our current understanding of this.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think is the significance of all that? Do you think that, what do we have to trust? If we can't really trust our schools to be making people smarter and stuff, who do we go to? What do we do? I mean,
No, that's too broad, though. I don't think anybody's saying that. That's a bit much. We're saying that the information concerning the Earth being a globe. So when you say that was a bit too broad for it to be a general statement, why, trusting school, reading, writing, and arithmetic, that's important information that you need to learn while you're going through school. Language skills, that sort of stuff.
Or whatever, because I liked, elementary school subjects that felt useful and they contributed to my knowledge, and stuff beyond that mostly just felt it's a very specific fact that only some people know. oh, it helps you in this, but not in that. And it just felt kind of like, man, these things are a waste to teach people in school because it's not even that helpful. Everything I learned earlier on, I've used my whole life long. Stuff in college and stuff, it's, yeah, interesting knowledge. Some of it's specific and helpful, but it's not like stuff I use every day, unlike stuff I learned very early in my life. Math, history, language. Stuff in college was more like philosophy, history, technical style, and just nobody seems to care about it unless they studied the exact same stuff that you studied in college. Most people don't even care. It's like the most useless knowledge in the world. Anyway.
Well, yeah, it gives a person a more broad understanding of the world around them, doesn't it? So it's not just specifically those things that I mentioned earlier, but like the ones you mentioned. That's helpful in creating a person's character. Because you know a little bit of history, you know who you are, like in this country that you live in, or supposedly, right? Because everything that we hear about, we at least have to know things about our world. So that's what it's doing. It's helping us understand who we are, building our character. So education is not a bad thing. It's certain things about it that are bad, right? So that's what we would say. So in and of itself, in a general case, I mean, obviously you want somebody to be more learned than not, right? That's, everybody should advocate for that. Anyway, I don't like the whole, don't send your kids to school because the school is the devil, and that whole thing. It doesn't jive with me well.
Where do you live? Is where you live somewhere where the government might have conceivably rigged all schools to discriminate against truthers or something like that? Because I live in California. It feels like, yeah, Democrats run the whole state. They probably also rig your experience in college and stuff, and the teachers are part of it, and the administration.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. I know what you're saying, but
politics graduate.
I mean, but that's why people that are capable can disagree with that, right? If you
are you from somewhere else?
This world that we live in the U.S.
University, if it wasn't just California's universities.
Yeah, one thing we shall say though is that there should be a robust environment to have a disagreement with somebody and not just all be one-sided one way or the other, right? That's not what we want.
Yeah, I also agree. But I don't think college let me do that. I feel like college was super unfair. Did you go to college somewhere where it was super fair?
No, I never went, but I know people who have, and their experience is kind of like what you're saying too. I think it's more like the general case that everybody feels like, well, what are you studying for, right? But other subjects, that they study for, it's I don't know, it's not. It's really just one-sided, one way to think, and evolution and the cosmos and all that's being taught to you just kind of like a standard model. You don't get to freely think about it for yourself. It's a curriculum.
I don't know if you care to learn what I learned in college, because a lot of it, especially in science, was BS stuff, in my opinion. It wasn't shown through any experiments, was taught through packets and textbooks and stuff, and the students didn't get to ask a lot of questions. When it came to other classes, there was more questions and stuff, but no, not a lot of questions in history and science. I guess you just have to take what they say for it. It was very disappointing, and I thought it was less informative than high school.
You got to treat the education system like the welfare system, okay? It's just because they're giving it to you doesn't mean it's right, doesn't mean it's good for you. You have to, life's not fair. You have to get out there and do it yourself and take care of yourself. And if you just assume that the welfare system is going to teach you the right things and give you the food whenever you need it, then it's not going to work out well for you.
Yeah, I mean, we had to learn about, red shifts, blue shifts, planetary history, elements in space. This was all in a required course. It wasn't one I didn't pass or anything. No, I didn't pass, other courses, but science labs, I could do it, especially when it was in my first few years of college. But I just felt like the information was kind of BS. It was just all in the packet. We did a couple of experiments to prove a couple things, but it's not like we were about to prove the redshifting of stars or, gravitational pathways of planets in the class. So it's not like it proved astronomy to me or anything. Just a couple of scientific facts, and then a couple of scientific, made up facts, and then they pack it into a course and say everybody has to take this and stuff. And of course, you probably learned the fake scientific facts even earlier in other schools and stuff. I don't know, no one was questioning the system. No one was saying, how could that be true? They all just said, yeah, this is what we're learning. Sounds true enough. Okay, we'll go with it. But in specific classes on specific subjects, people did sort of question the information and say, is this really right? Is this the best way? What if my own interpretation is better? It just didn't happen a lot in science labs or classes about, macro topics like the whole universe or all of history or anything. I don't know. It was disappointing, and for many, many reasons. But one of those was, yeah, I've always had stuff to say about everything. And people in high school and elementary school cared. In college, everyone said, shut up, you're ruining it by talking. It was like, we can't do anything we want anymore. We can't take this where we want. I thought this was supposed to be like the land of intellectual freedom or in a university to discuss higher ideals. But it was like worse than high school. It's like, oh, you really got to shut up about this or that. Oh, you can get in real trouble instead of just high school trouble and stuff. It's like they were just threatening us with ruining our lives and trying to ruin our lives. Maybe it's different if you don't go to college in America or California or anything like that. I don't know what college is like for other people, but for me, it felt like a big trap for people who thought they might have important things to contribute to the world. A way to find them early and stop them from becoming all that special or anything. And it takes kids away from their parents and stuff. It's got to be one of the worst things. If kicking out your kid at 18 was good, some parents do this. Their kids, do drugs or drink. They're like, we're not providing for you anymore. Well, college just isn't that different. It's like, yeah, you're still our kid, but have fun doing everything on your own for 5 years when you're just out of high school. It wasn't that fun. It was hard. Anyway, what are you guys all thinking about?
I was going to say, I have a different perspective.
Once I left college. Do you think it's unfair because they want people to lie about space and stuff? Do you think it's unfair because they don't accept questions? I mean, look, YouTube and stuff doesn't accept questions. I've been trying to get them to tell the truth about space and stuff, but the way the videos are, it's never telling the truth.
Yeah, that word truth. Yeah, you're going to find out that it means something very different to a lot of people. So to you, it might mean, why don't they just come out and tell people how it is? To them, it's like they want to tell you about the narrative, and that's truth to them. So, that word, it for everybody that's using it has a different connotation. It shouldn't have a different connotation, but it does. But what were you going to say, Josh? You were going to tell us about your experience in college?
No, I'm just saying I really enjoyed school, and I found that it was there were definitely tons of opportunities to ask questions and debate with the professors. But I'm also pretty biased. I did 8 years of college, so.
You like school? I mean,
what was younger school like? Was it the same? Because for me, it was a down from high school to college.
But I also went to the second best aerospace engineering college in the country. So Sorry, what?
Was your elementary school and high school better or worse than your college? You sound like you
Worse.
had a good time in college. You see, I think I had the opposite. I think where I was, college was the thing that was mostly rigged and stuff, and elementary school is where, and high school where you got to speak your real mind. And then after that, it was like, the whole culture is just trying to identify individuals who might be hostile to liberalization politics here.
Yeah, I was gonna say like, I took like tech policy courses where it was all Socratic seminar, like it wasn't even a lecture. It was just, hey, you need to be prepared on this topic, and we're going to just discuss and debate opinions on like the role of the federal government in basic research and development funding, and why is the budget of NASA the way it is? How do we quantify the economic and societal benefits?
You guys talk about that?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Well, can you enlighten me on that topic? Like, what was the discussion that you remember? Anything about it?
Specifically NASA or the role of federal government?
Yeah, well, NASA and their funding, their useful their money. Like, what were you guys thinking of?
I mean, on one hand, it's a jobs program. On the other hand, sorry, I'm like trying to wolf down my breakfast. On the other hand, it's a lot of basic R&D and patents and inventions come out of NASA. So it's it's an economic multiplier, like Velcro, memory foam. There's a ton of material science benefits that come out of NASA funding. So it's the combination between those two make up the vast majority of the economic.
Yeah, was that done by engineers like in space flight?
Stuff that Yoder was talking about.
You lagged there for a bit, so I jumped in by accident.
No, you're good.
Most of their funding, was it done to fund like those products that were made by, you said, engineers, right?
Yeah. So it's like NASA.
All that stuff.
This is like the Science Mission Directorate. There's the Space Technology Mission Directorate. Like the way it's organized is they have like their own missions. They do a bunch of ground testing and like figure out if the payload works, and then they work with like the astrophysicists to figure out what type of science they want to do, what questions they want to go answer.
Hey, Josh. No, I mean like the products that were made, like the ones that you just discussed, like foam and all that stuff. Like, was that useful? Was that useful? Right. Was that made because they went to space, or has anything to do with that, or
correct?
Was it just something that they?
Yeah.
Really? Go ahead.
So there's an office within NASA called the Technology Transfer Program, so basically it's anything that's federally funded. If they come up with something that could be useful in industry or like commercially, there's like a whole program where you're able to like transfer the IP over to the public or to like the inventor who was a civil servant at the time. They like let you keep your patents, etc. But yeah, no, Velcro was made to like stick stuff to the walls of the space station without it floating away. Like it was invented for the ISS.
Really? Who was the inventor of it?
I have absolutely no clue. But the patent is held by I think it's public domain at this point. But the original patent was held by a NASA employee.
I mean, you could use Velcro like on a hunting backpack whenever you're hiking up a mountain to hold your water flask to your backpack. Why is it only designed for the ISS? Like it doesn't
originally designed. Like it didn't exist before that, right? Like Velcro didn't exist prior to it being invented. Like the concept of having a bunch of little plastic hooks on one side and like fibers on the other. Like it was, I can dig into it later today if you'd like, but it didn't exist prior to it being invented at NASA.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, no, college was great. I dove in head first and really got into the nuts and bolts.
Could have been a professor.
Nah, fuck that. I don't get paid enough for that shit.
Yeah, but you're not doing it for the pay, dude. You're doing it for, the satisfaction of teaching younger generations.
I was gonna say, like, if money was no object, people ask me, if you won the lottery, what would you do? I would definitely be like a high school physics teacher. That would be my jam. But no, you have to get a doctorate to get to be a professor at most places, or unless more than an adjunct. But so I have the ability to adjunct at Georgetown and GW here in DC. So I'll go in and guest lecture once or twice a semester for different classes. But no, if I was going to teach a full class, it would either be, I don't know, when I'm empty nesting, the kids are out of the house. At some point, yes. I just don't have the patience to go get a doctorate. Like I just got master like a bunch of different master's degrees. I didn't stick around for a PhD.
So you have a bunch of master's degrees. How many do you have exactly?
Teach the flat Earth in a class, anyways. It would be against the rules.
No, that's not true. We talk about reference frames and projections, and we talk a lot about it. We took there's a class in undergrad at Georgia Tech called Spaceflight Operations, where we covered a lot of that type of stuff about how you get from the model to what you observe on the ground.
They wouldn't let you say flat Earth or talk about flat Earth at all if you had a class.
No, I disagree with that. We fundamentally have those conversations.
How does it end whenever you're trying to find the curvature, by measuring the ocean? Like, how do those arguments end?
From a human perspective, it's flat. I concede that point. But it's 3 degrees to answer your question.
Okay, nice. But how could it be from a human perspective? Like, is there another perspective that eventually becomes a ball?
We're too small.
From the astronaut perspective.
You gotta take a step back from the painting.
Oh, so you just have to go higher. So you can't see the curve from sea level, but you can see it whenever you go up in a weather balloon.
No, further than that. Y'all keep asking for the exact height. I really should actually do that research, but it's.
Yeah, you should. Elon Musk, or not Elon Musk.
Hey, so
go ahead, Dan.
I mean, he said he was an aerospace engineer. I mean, I thought that they would know that, like, right off the top of their head. Like, boom, 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 here it is.
Whoopsie.
No, because focusing on the curvature of the Earth is, step 2, right? And we spend most of our time working on, like, step 8.
We can pass their class, but they can't.
Oh, Josh. Go on now, you.
But
no, I'm just saying, I haven't done the research.
You gotta be a special person to get the job.
Oh, we talked about that in nepotism in here, and like who et cetera. Like, I told AV I never applied for a job in my life.
Look, if I was in job, I would feel the same way, because he spent so much time and money on his education, which is fine, and he probably is going to have a great job and all that. But for somebody to try to crush his all of his investment into this by saying, where is it curving? I mean, I would probably be doing the same thing. I mean, that's why these professors flip out and have like a spasm or a heart attack whenever these kids are like, where's the curve? Because their whole life they've put into this education, into their job and their tenure. I mean, that's the whole thing. That's why the world works the way it is they compartmentalize us. It's all a part of the system.
You can't say it any better than that, Dib. Yep.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I mean, the man's making bread, right? We know that. Josh is making bread, but outside of that, he's got to live with the fact that even if he does know that the Earth is flat, and whatever we present here can't be proven that the Earth is a globe, he still has to go to work in the job that he's doing, no matter what. Like, because he's committed, right? He's given a lot of time and effort into this, that he's no turning back now, right? He can't turn this ship around, bro. He's on a one-way direction. That's it. There's no turning back. So he's going to have to do his hardest to keep the same, facade going for as long as he can.
I mean, if I really wanted to do self-preservation, I wouldn't be having this conversation with y'all.
Yeah, well, dude, that's all mental, Josh. That's all mental, bro. Like, yeah, you would. You're doing it right now because you know that if there was some reason that you couldn't be able to do it, like you couldn't live with yourself, bro, because you've invested so much. You're doing everything you can right now to show yourself that there's a reason to believe the Earth is a globe.
Do you find it weird that I don't crash out nearly as much, or
well,
like the other
when you first came in here, you did. I guarantee it, bro.
I gotta establish some boundaries.
Dude,
I
you're
gotta
a
feel
weird
y'all
one.
out. Make sure you know what you're doing.
Yeah, and all that jazz. But like, for as long as I've known you, like because you've been here a while, I think you would relish the fact that if somebody would come in here and give us the what's for sure. If some PhD or some other academic came in here and stood like side by side with you, I mean, you would be like eating popcorn, dude, because like you don't have that right now. You're the guy essentially. Like, and we're asking the group is like, is there any other satellite engineers in the room except for Phil Bellum? Because that guy's he don't know what he's saying. But
well,
yeah,
I mean, I've seen like NASA's chief scientists get into these rooms. Like I've conceded the point that there is nobody. I don't think there's anybody on planet Earth that could satiate y'all's y'all's questions. So I don't think there is like a person that could pop in here and like, oh man, they're gonna dunk on these people. Like no, I don't think that exists.
Thank you.
Well, that's what I'm waiting for. I'm hoping somebody comes in here and does that one day. Because I want to hear some. I know all the evidence, and we know all the same shit they say every time. But I want to hear some new shit. Where's the new shit at?
Corrupt everybody and make them argue the opposite.
The new shit is you can measure the height of the building by dropping a barometer off of it.
Oh yeah, that was like last week though, bro. What's new this week?
How about this guy saying that he's this teacher and scientist and that it's all fine if the Earth is, a globe, and I don't know, he shouldn't even be in this discussion room. He's against the flat Earth. He doesn't believe it.
I'm against the flat Earth. I'm not against flat earthers.
Shove it in.
Yeah, he's fine. He could stay in here. I think the reason why we like to have him in here is people need to see what people like him talk about. And he doesn't bother me unless he bothers you.
And we don't push people
really
out because they don't believe in flat Earth. That's not what we do.
Yeah.
So, Josh, you don't think if someone came in here...
You got to be able to know it's true.
What's up, India?
So, Josh, you don't think that if someone came in here with actual, measurements of curvature that we'd be satisfied with that? Think we would just go, nah.
Yeah,
You said you don't think we'd be satisfied by anybody, but what if they,
I don't think so.
Really? Why not?
Yeah. Well, I think the goalposts are on ice skates.
Well, the question is, why has nobody? I mean, I remember 6-7 years ago, a guy came in here.
Nobody gives a shit.
He's got to do a simple ass laser test. So we actually had a guy. We had a guy, a go over there. He's like, one of my professors and one of his associate professors are going to go out and they were going to do it in somewhere in Oregon or Washington State. And they were going to go do the laser test. And the weekend they did it, well, they've never come back with anything. So we've come over this time and time again where someone says they're going to go do it, and they either did it and didn't get the result they want and disappear and vanish, or they just don't do it. So, talk is cheap, as they say. You can say nothing would satisfy us, and no one's done anything. All they ever do is point to a screen and look, trust the screen. That's it. That's all we ever get.
I mean, they took a whole crew to Antarctica, and y'all are hyper fixated on a vape. So
No, who's you?
The royal you. Apologies.
You
Okay.
freaking y'all. What the hell?
First of all, this dude Duffy was told well before he ever did anything that this type of test is not dispositive of anything. Well
Yeah,
before.
remember, everybody, it's the ground that we're looking at, not the.
Yeah, I mean,
The
you look
lights
at
in
my
the sky.
ex dialogue with him. I said, how would this prove a glow? What? How would this falsify flat Earth? You know what he said? He said because the Earth has to be symmetrical. What? It doesn't even make sense, dude. Why would it have to be
Yeah,
symmetrical?
like I said, I'd be hard pressed. Like I would like if you wanted to be satiated, I would love a very hard definition of exactly what you want, and then like I need this to be assumed
How
away.
do you
I
not
need
know
this
after all
specific
this
data.
time?
No, I
How do you not
understand.
know?
It's just it's
How do you not know after all this time you've been in here?
it's
We
gotta be
say it
written
all the
down at
time.
some point, right? And
Measurements
then you're
of
able to
drop.
double talk.
Measurements of drop over distance. Really simple. It's really simple, Josh. It's not
Yeah,
complicated.
but drop over distance assumes Cartesian space, right?
Mickey, what does that mean?
That
Linear,
X, Y as opposed to R, rho, and phi,
John,
or theta,
hey,
phi.
it's just your human.
Your
It's just your
beef is
human
we're not
perspective.
using polar coordinates. Are you crazy? Like, can you off
Oh,
your
it's not my
marbles?
thesis. It's just that drop over distance assumes that quote unquote drop is relative to the local flat plane that you're standing on, right? Whereas, on a globe, it would be an arc length, not a x over y down.
No,
type of
we're
deal.
talking drop from the tangent, dude. The freaking curve that curves down,
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
like a ruler on a bowling ball. Right, the bottom of that ruler and the surface of the ball get further apart. That's what we're talking about. That would prove 100% one way or another.
But it's not possible to have a straight ruler while you're standing on the ball.
Why not?
Is that because
Y'all claim you measure
whatever-
1,000th of a proton radius. Why can't you do that?
I'm just saying there's because it's wait repeat, was that CERN? Were you talking about
LIGO.
like a particle
LIGO.
accelerator? LIGO.
LIGO
Okay.
claims they measure 1,000th of a proton radius.
Yeah, that's in a vacuum tube, right? So a laser test, long distance observation, all that is light traveling through a medium, so you can't get it perfectly straight. So that's why I say the only way you can measure is by taking a step back and going up.
Well, so check this out. I mean, there's going to be a distance where the curvature of the beam, even if there is some, is going to be so different from what the surface of the ball would be, is that you don't need to be that precise. Unless you're positing that you can have a beam whose ray just goes completely in a circle back around.
No, because then you'd have to understand the conditions of the medium on every step along the length of the beam, right? So I don't. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're trying to make it impossible, unfalsifiable nonsense.
Oh, I'm just saying I don't think it's measurable from the surface.
The globe is copium.
Now,
Indio.
Hear
Before
really
you
close to
joined,
what he just said. It's not measurable.
No, he said this before you joined. He said it's the human perspective is where you can't see the curve.
Like a
You have to
floor,
go into outer space.
giant flat rectangle. All the Earth is flat, like it's a giant flat circle, but that makes sense under your feet and stuff. As you go up, you see in a circle, not a rectangle. The whole Earth is flat.
Josh, you sound like the Pope. Only the Pope knows the true word of God. Only the Pope can interpret the Bible.
Whoa! That's assuming the Catholics are right. Jesus Christ! You're just assuming I'm Catholic.
No,
I
I'm
take
just
offense
saying.
to that, Indio. Come on.
It's an analogous argument where we can't do it. We have to trust some other authority to do it.
I think you're atheist, isn't it?
No. I'm 100% agnostic. I think atheists are dumb.
He's 100% certain that he's uncertain.
100%.
100%.
I'm not uncertain. I'm certain in my uncertainty.
Yeah, we really.
This is
how does that circle jerk work?
absolutely
I mean,
certain.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm 100% certain that nobody has the right answer.
Really? How are you
Yeah.
certain of that?
I haven't had any firsthand evidence of anything greater than humans. Therefore,
Greater-
all religions must have been creations of humans, and therefore they're infallible because no humans know know the context of their.
Yeah, where did the first thought? Yeah, let's put it this way. Where did the first thought come from?
A human?
Apply that to NASA.
Yeah.
Same
Were they
thought.
the originate? Were they the originators of the thought?
Yeah, it's infallible.
Yeah.
But I'm saying
Prove
from my
it. No,
inside
prove
of
it.
my
No, wait a
own-
minute. Wait.
No.
Prove that the first thought was from a human, like that they came from them.
I have
Prove
no
it.
idea. I don't know
How
that.
could you? Yeah,
Hence my
exactly.
uncertainty.
That's
Hence
the.
my uncertainty.
Yeah,
It could have
your
been from a human.
uncertainty, dude. Your uncertainty goes all the way back to the place where you think you were certain on something. You're going to be uncertain. There's no way you can derive certainty from the uncertainty that you're telling us that you believe in.
I disagree.
It's a huge. Well, you can disagree all you like, but it's just true. So if you're saying
Like,
that you're certain that everything,
you know
if you're,
the first thought
because
came from a human or didn't come from a human.
so here's the thing, though. You
Like, are
think
you
that
certain?
things that are thoughts, you can actually say that you're uncertain. You're 100% sure about your uncertainty. You can't be 100% sure in a realm of being uncertain. It's just like a snake eating its own tail. So there's no
that's
way
the
you can.
definition of faith, isn't it? Right, deriving certainty from the uncertain.
Yeah, but how can you be sure, being uncertain, that you're certain?
You just said you can't have a flat ruler on a curved Earth. How do you know the Earth's curved? I mean, it's a circle jerk.
It's a big
just-
circle jerk.
You okay?
Well, hold on.
But
I
I'm
wanna
trying to
point
get him.
something out, is that Josh
I'll be
said
quiet,
he's
sorry.
seen no evidence, right? Do you accept anything other than material world things as evidence?
I don't believe in the metaphysical. No.
So there you go. You will never accept anything that is not material as evidence when we're talking about things that are immaterial. So even if you had something immaterial as evidence, you wouldn't accept it.
I was
So
gonna
you
say,
basically
I
set
don't
up
believe in
something
the
impossible to do.
If
Well,
there is
you
a
set
God,
up something
he's-
impossible.
If there is a God, they are material.
Well, says who?
That's just my perspective.
Yeah, your perspective, and how do you know you're right?
I don't know I'm right.
So,
So,
then
Josh,
you're uncertain. You can never be
are there-
certain about your uncertainty, ever.
Okay.
Are there things that
But I don't know
exist,
if anybody's
Josh,
right.
which are not material? Or the only things that exist in
You
the
could be
world are
right.
material?
I mean, that could be true. But I'm just
No,
like,
that's a
okay,
question.
cool. I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen any proof of any claim that makes me think, okay, yeah, that's right.
There's things that exist which are not material, which are absolutely true, and this is easy to prove. All abstract ideas, such as math, logic, truth, things like that, those things, those exist, but they're not in the material world. I can prove they exist. I can prove the law of identity exists. It's simple.
Yeah, because
But they don't exist in the material world, though. So you just like jettison logic, reason, mathematics.
Socially acceptable immaterial things, like I can vibe with that, but I understand the social context of their creation, right?
You think the law of identity is a social construct?
Because you're communicating it to other monkey brains that I observe the same laws of logic that you do.
They're independent of human beings. They still exist independent of a human mind.
Have you ever
Vibing's not a
demonstrated to
material
someone
thing.
who doesn't have a human mind? Like, I don't like.
What do you
How do you know that's true?
You don't know any of that.
Josh, I didn't say brain, I said mind. And the very fact you're referencing a mind.
Just believe in the higher concept, the spirit, the thing that occupies that idea of belief. But those things aren't proven on any sort of physical level.
Hey, you gotta believe.
No, but they don't exist either. Why would you believe in them if there's literally no like physical proof?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just here not.
Because not everything.
Don't be a dick. Don't be a dick. Like, lift others up around you, and then you're good. You don't need anything else.
It's physical
Yes,
stuff.
that's the question.
It's physical stuff.
Oh, you just asked the question, how do you know if it exists? It's not in the material world. We can know things through purely through reason.
the rules every time. So, and you don't see it not
Hey, man, you're completely talking over Indio, like social
but
cues.
not reality.
Well, I mean, let's just put the handbrake on this because fuck the metaphysics, right? So.
Oh yeah, no, it's all good.
Back to curvature. I mean, so your claim is that it's immeasurable. That's impossible to measure.
Lord.
No, let's get back to that, dude, because you said that we wouldn't accept anything, and you're claiming that it's not that we wouldn't accept it for some other reasons, simply because it's immeasurable. Or you're saying even if it was measurable, we wouldn't even accept a measurement. Which one?
I mean, you can go look at the Porchard train, like power. Power lines over and down in Louisiana. Exactly right. Like
okay. No, hold on.
Goalposts, right?
What was measured?
The fact that they're all the same height moving over water and they look like they curve outside of just straight vanishing point perspective.
And Josh, have you looked closely at those images? So at the end of the power line one, it's an inferior mirage. You can clearly see it's an inferior mirage because it splits in half and there's a mirror image of the tallest tower that's at the end. Okay, and then if you go and look up Lake Pontchartrain data on what the water temperature versus air temperature is, they have 2 temperature inversions a day. So they got buoys in Lake Pontchartrain that measure the wet water and wet air temperature every 6 minutes. So on that day where he took that photo, there is a temperature inversion. You know why I know that? Because I have the data. I have the historical data for that day because I know the exact date he took the image.
And now we can have this discussion because it's putting through a medium. The light's going through a medium. Therefore, I think
that's why we're measuring. We're not just looking at it. That's why we're measuring. We're not just simply looking at it and making it a subjective opinion about it.
Why is this guy just talking? Dude.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. It's just the photograph you chose to use to describe your example is an easily provable fake.
Dude, that's great. That's great, but don't interrupt. Just
water mirage bends the light into nothing.
It's a real photograph. Okay, it's not a fake. Okay, it's a real photograph.
Curve that much in like 1 mile.
Shine. Can you put yourself on mute, please?
Okay.
Thank you. So Lake Pontchartrain has 2 temperature inversions a day. The water and air temperature are very close to each other, and they flip back and forth. Because Lake Pontchartrain is very shallow. It's something like 11 feet deep. So people have taken plenty of video and photos of it not looking like this. So why don't you think about it for a second? 30,000 cars go over that bridge every single day. If you could see Earth curve there, right, at that location, they would have set up a tourist shop right at the end of the bridge. Come to Lake Pontchartrain and see Earth curve. No one's ever done that because this is a rare temperature.
I don't think people give a shit about y'all. Like they think that even admitting that there's
people give a shit about money. People give a shit about money. And if you could see the curvature of the Earth at Lake Pontchartrain, there'd be a tourist shop right at the end of the bridge, so you could go there and see the curve of the Earth.
I mean, that's assuming that there's enough, like the social benefit or the economic benefit would be worth the social ostracization of catering to flat earthers.
No, they would have done this years ago, bro. It had nothing to do with flat Earth. People just do it just because it's a novelty. Okay, that's why they would do it. But the fact of the matter is, Lake Pontchartrain has been thoroughly studied. In fact, on one side of Lake Pontchartrain versus the other side, they have actually different climates. The USGS studied this area. It is literally the worst place in the world to do an observation. The worst. You literally could not pick a worse place.
Okay.
Which is why, like the one of the bridge, that it looks like the hump that's in the middle, that they're coming straight down at like a 80-degree angle. Like they're falling off a cliff. The bridge don't look like that. I don't want to know why you would pick that place. I really don't.
Well, yeah, it's just from a globe perspective, that's an easy win, and obviously there's more nuance there.
It's called grasping at straws.
Do you want me to post all the data because I got graphs of all the data of Lake Pontchartrain?
No, I get it. No, I understand.
Graphed out for 45 days. I got a graph for that day, right? I got a graph specifically for that day showing the temperature inversion, and I have computer simulations of atmospheric refraction from the 80s that show that exact same phenomenon. That a flat surface that they used, and they simulated a temperature inversion, and it makes that flat surface look curved. And I have someone doing it for real with sugar water in a fish tank with a camera at one end and a background on the other end of the fish tank. This is on Action Labs, of it making the exact same visual effect. So this is an Earth curve, okay? Period.
Yeah, exactly. It's traveling through a medium. Like that's what,
you know what's weird?
Like from a human perspective, I don't think there's anything conclusive that could be used to prove. Like I think there's too many variables to have it discussed unless there's.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did you say that it looks flat? Didn't you say it looks flat earlier? You said that earlier. You say it looks. Well, why are you showing Indio this picture where it looks like it's curving? That goes against what you said earlier.
You thought we forgot.
I'm saying that it's traveling through a medium.
We didn't forget.
No, I'm saying,
does it look flat or does it look curved? Does it look flat or does it look curved, Josh? You need to pick a lane, bro.
I'm saying it looks curved, but obviously there's more nuances there because the light's traveling through a medium.
Okay, so your earlier statement that it looks flat was not true then.
No, I'm saying for the vast majority of things, like the human perspective, the Earth is flat. I still stand by that.
So then why are you standing by this?
I'm saying it's saying from a glober perspective, from someone who says that.
What are you trying to do? What is the difference between a glober and a human?
What I'm saying it's low.
You said from the human. You said from the human. You said from the human perspective, it looks flat, but from a glober perspective, it's curved. What the fuck is that?
The human's just out there looking around with no preconceived notions of what they're looking for. A glober is looking.
Oh, so that's the difference. That's the difference.
Yeah. That's what you asked me for.
So you would put that Lake Pontchartrain image in front of a human, and a human would be like, "Oh, I'm not looking for a curve, but there it is."
Does this dude just say that globers aren't humans?
I don't know. He said this. I'm just following his logic right now.
Yeah,
no,
okay. I digress.
I apologize. I'm saying from the royal you, the human race, like you walk around, looking around, it looks flat.
But you said earlier. Yeah, there you go. See, he said it again. So it looks flat, but then when you look at the Lake Pontchartrain image, you're like, oh, it looks curved. Right?
It does. And that's due to the
Okay, so are you going to pick a lane?
Indio just pointed towards.
Are you going to pick a lane, whether it looks flat or curved?
One is my own personal opinion, and one is not. Like, I
God, bro!
There's nuance here, and
so okay, when you're telling us from the picture that you're looking at, is it from your perspective or someone else's?
From my perspective, it looks curved because I know the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so it looks curved. So now you're choosing curved.
Personal perspective. From my personal perspective, I'm saying from a human
no such thing, brother.
So when it looks flat, when does that happen? From your perspective, when does that happen? When does that occur?
I mean, almost everywhere else.
Okay,
bro. There's only males and females, and it's either curved or flat. Okay? Come on.
I'm gonna hand this back to you, bro. I just wanted to get him on that point because he was double speaking. He's double speaking, as you can clearly hear.
Yeah, I am double speaking. One is me and one's not me.
Oh shit, dude. What are you having an out of body experience? What the fuck, bro?
No, you're allowed to talk about a reference population that's not your own opinion. Like,
no, dude,
we got mixed up there.
So no, we're not mixed up. You're double speaking in the sense of saying, I look at the Lake Pontchartrain. I'm glad that you identified that. Like that clears up a lot.
You're getting caught up in an aha moment, Josh, and you just don't want to. You don't want to look like you don't know what you're talking about.
I'm double speaking. I didn't explain clear enough that I was talking about me in one stance.
No, bro. You didn't have to explain, bro. You didn't have to explain clearly. We understood you when you said it looks flat. We know that that's what you're saying when you look at the Earth. But when you look at the picture of Lake Pontchartrain, your brain wants to make it look like it's a globe from the ground level.
Yes, agreed.
There you go.
That's exactly what we're saying. Okay, that's what we were talking past each other. I apologize.
No, we're not talking past, brother. We're not talking past each other. I hear you very clearly.
Okay.
So does the
you
audience.
regurgitated back to me what I intended to say, so we're good.
All right, carry on.
That's all good.
Well, just quickly, because I just wanted to address what Josh said before, like the Lake Pontchartrain's an easy W for the globe, but you kind of like doubles, like you're contradicting yourself when you're saying, well, now you know it's just a miraging effect or an atmospheric effect that's taking place. So how would that make it a W for the globe? Like you said
From y'all's perspective, right? Like if a Glober walks in here off the street and says, "Go look at Lake Pontchartrain," like that's it looks curved. Therefore, it's they don't give a shit about quote unquote superior miraging and temperature.
How would that be an easy W?
You're strawmanning my position and what I said. I said measure. I didn't say go look at it and see what it looks like.
Oh,
I never said that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking.
Well, there's a difference, right, between just looking at it and making a subjective evaluation and taking out a fucking tape measure. I think there's a difference between those two activities.
I think that a Glober coming in off the street wouldn't understand that. Yes.
Well, none of you guys seem to understand it. You guys think calculations are measurements, think looking at shit is measurements. You think everything is measurement but measurement.
What's a Glober coming off the street? There's Globers coming off the
they come
universities
all the time.
they come out of
you're one of them.
Where do you come from?
Your level of understanding of the claims when it comes to the bending of light and refraction and whatnot are just as bad as the Glober that comes off the street that you're trying to put shit on right now.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree with that. Like,
okay, so Josh,
that's why I don't usually talk about long distance observations, because I don't know jack shit about that.
Okay. So Josh,
aren't you like an aerospace school?
Yeah, space. The whole reason I did space is because I didn't want to deal with the medium, right? Like I took thermodynamics and I had to start dealing with like humidity and gas fractions, and I'm just like, fuck that. I want to deal with vacuum.
Why are you saying fuck that? Because it didn't make sense? I mean,
no, it's more complicated, and I didn't really enjoy chemistry. I'm much more of a mechanics guy.
It's probably complicated because it doesn't make sense in the real world.
I mean, it's just I didn't enjoy it, so I didn't want to do it.
So you enjoy learning about space, which nobody knows anything about, and nobody ever will unless you are Elon Musk.
No, he don't know anything either, and neither does Josh. You're relying on other people.
I still don't get how Pontchartrain is a win for the Globers if we apparently see an apparent curve that's way too pronounced to be Earth curve, and they claim it's Earth curve. That seems to be a big L.
Yeah, holy smoke is Drace,
dude. Win
What's up,
for
bro?
the Globers off the streets. We're off the streets, son.
Buckle up.
Oh, geez, come on. Y'all see
Drace is here, buckle up.
Walking in, and they say, y'all are stupid.
Drace is here. We're going to have to let him talk to Josh for a little bit, see if he can...
break me, man.
Yeah,
no, I asked you, tell me, how is it a win?
Oh, it's like easily digestible information, right? It's a meme.
You mean it's wrong information being parroted incorrectly, and how is that a win?
Yeah, just saying, it's very similar to the memes and things that y'all post in the side chat.
No, it's not. So do not try to jump away from the actual thing here. You're trying to justify your position, not trying to strawman it with something else. You might have seen a meme that's not indicative of our position as a whole, because we're not a collective like you. We don't have a position like you that is dependent on belief in a greater system. We just have the mechanics of how things actually work, like light refraction.
Okay, I apologize.
So Josh, what it sounds like to me is that you're like, well, we have a meme of Lake Pontchartrain. It looks like Earth curve, so it's a W, because even though that's not actually Earth curve, people continue to believe it's Earth curve, and all we want is for people to keep believing the Earth is a goal. Is that your goal? Believe it no matter what, even if it's based. Do you want people to believe it even if that belief is based upon bullshit.
I mean, you can invert that for many of the memes that are posited by, flat Earth.
Don't say what about you, dude.
No,
I'm talking about you.
Yeah, you're also misframing. Like when we post, for instance, a meme, I posted, for instance, a picture of Lake Pontchartrain with no refraction, so the pylons are completely straight and you can see the shore on the other side. So that is an image that contradicts the other image. So now you have to start to think about your claim, which is that in your first image, that curve you see is Earth's curve. That's all it's meant to do. The difference between the images, or what you call memes, is that the claims that are being presented with them. Do you see the difference?
Even the straight picture still has refraction. The light is still moving through a medium, and it's refracting.
Yeah, bro, that's not how. Bro,
as a function of altitude and distance.
Bro. There's always going to be some slight variations, but refraction is not. If there's no optical density difference in the medium between the targets, or if it's normalized, there's virtually zero refraction.
Yeah, that's not possible. That's not possible.
Yeah, it can be normalized. Yes, it can be.
I disagree.
Yeah, you can, but that doesn't change anything.
Bro, where did you get that idea?
Fluid dynamics, man. Every single molecule in a volume, like there's no such thing as a uniform temperature and pressure in a fluid.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's uniform. It's the atmosphere is anisotropic and inhomogeneous. The problem is when you have the light traveling from one point to another point, and those differences balance out, the light is not going to be refracting up or down by much at all. So it's going to reach the other end.
All is not zero.
Yeah, well, that refraction up and down,
you said zero
the refraction up and down, then balances out. That creates a pretty straight standard.
Pretty straight standard. You're using weasel words here, man. Zero refraction is not possible.
Yeah, you're saying minuscule differences that are undetectable are something that's gonna change anything.
How can you prove that they're undetectable? Do you have a sensor?
Because you cannot detect them.
Square inch. Do you have a sensor at every single square inch?
You should listen to Drace explain these things to you, right? Because he has a very good understanding of how this works. And if you just would actually listen to him, you'll actually learn something off him about how this works.
I understand.
You don't understand. You don't understand. You should be listening. You're the student right now. He knows a lot about this.
I just want to make it clear to everybody that zero refraction is not possible.
It is easily.
We're trying to listen to him too.
Let me give you an example. For instance, a very simple example with two mediums like a fish tank. If you look normal to the surface, this is basic Snell's law. You don't have an angle of refraction, so there's zero refraction.
Yeah, but it's not basic Snell's law.
Yeah, but weasel words.
I'm saying you need to deal with differential Snell's law here, not basic Snell's law.
No, it's very much principle, actually. And the thing is, when you try to assume modern ways of dealing with refraction in the air is mostly modeling and assuming those models are consistent. And so you keep switching your models until what you see matches the model. But that does not infer that the paths are like that, but that one model appears to match that vision or view. So the problem here is we've been looking into this very deeply, and so for the globe to be true, you need the light to be refracting down around the globe to allow you to see further. So we have thousands of instances where we can see way too far for the globe, and so in those instances the only excuse the globe has is that light must be bending around the globe to allow us to see further. Okay, so we go and test that. Now, in infrared cameras work on infrared, and infrared refracts less than visible light. And so we should always see the horizon closer in images when we see too far in infrared. So if we see too far in visible light, and we should also see too far in infrared, but just less far because it refracts less, if the conditions of the globe are true and light is refracting. However, when we look in infrared versus visible light, we see further in infrared. So, and when we look at the conditions of the day and we measure, for instance, the temperature, humidity, and pressure on both sides and or over a frozen lake, we find pretty normalized conditions at times. And at those times, we can see straight across. When there's more refraction, we see less. So that is contrary to what is required for the globe to be true.
Do you have any documentation I can go read? I appreciate, and I'm following, so I do appreciate the information. But you had to have gone from a layman to knowing what you know now. Is there any good material you could send my way?
There's a ton of material. First of all, where to start? There's of course.
It doesn't have to be now. I'm just saying, like, if you come across something, like.
Okay, let's start here. You are aware that refraction is wavelength dependent, right? It has a wavelength dependency.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
That's why you get the prism, right?
Yeah.
For,
yeah. So it has a wavelength dependency. And that is directly related to the absorption. You might not know that. That's kind of a nuanced thing. And it's well known that infrared, that's why we use it for, tracking, planes, missiles, people, etc., because it's absorbed less. So the refractive index, the how much infrared light will be refracted as you go toward that end of the wavelength, right? So it's lesser like ultraviolet and blue, and then it's more for ultraviolet and blue, that end of the spectrum, and less at the redder end of the spectrum. There's an optical window in infrared. In fact, the point is that it's easy to just go, hey, if there's less refraction. So what they claim is the more refraction there is, the more something is lifted up, right? The more the ray curves around the surface of the Earth. So in infrared, right, if it's curving less than the horizon, that was a brilliant argument, Trace. I've never heard that before. The horizon should actually appear closer than what it would be in a more refracted day, when it's actually the opposite. And there's one I actually know about, the San Jacinto infrared, where the horizon is 5 miles too far, at least 5 miles, probably more. And it's easy to know where it is because of where it was taken, the features that the picture was taken of, where the camera was. You just simply know that it's supposed to be the horizon's more than 20 miles, and the horizon, according to the globe map, is supposed to be 5 miles. Well, he also has the same in visible light, and you can't even see the shoreline because of the horizon. Well, the horizon should be farther if it's being refracted more in the visible light than it is in the infrared light. And what Trey said, it's the opposite.
Yeah, the same would also be true with.
It's like how basic do you want it? You know what I mean? Like, that's up to you. Like,
the same would also be true with, like, you look at anything at a distance, and if it's too far to be seen, and you can still see colors, all of those colors should be shifting based on the refractive difference between those wavelengths. And so we don't see any evidence of the light being actually refracted when we see too far. We only see evidence of, like, when the conditions are such that we have a lot of refraction, it lowers how far we see, because when you think about it, if the light is coming from the other side of the lake and the bottom rays are dropping down and hitting the water, of course you're not seeing the bottom rays. Of course the bottom of the boat starts to disappear as a consequence.
That makes sense.
and then there's the other thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say anything in text would love to read.
And then there's dispersion, right? You mentioned it with the prism, right? The rainbow. You should have dispersion in a camera. They would call it chromatic aberration, right? You should have dispersion if you had a high refractive condition out there in the environment. But no one's ever observed this where you see a blue mountain peak and at the bottom of the mountain it's reddish, right? This difference in color because the light rays get spread out. We do observe this astronomically, though. We do observe this with planets. They actually make chromatic correctors, right? Astronomical chromatic correctors that have a mirror in it that you merge the red and blue image together. So we do see this. It's not like it's not there. It's just not there in any terrestrial sense. Ever. Like never. None of the 200 plus mile ones.
And as for documentation, just read about refraction. There's ton of official documentation where you can read about all this. It's not very complicated. And if you want to see people inadvertently testing this, most of the world record long distance photographs are taken in infrared because they see further. And the best part is they generally take a picture in visible light before, so you generally have that differential. So it's just, it doesn't match the physics.
Sorry, I'm reading through the side chat.
You like pictures of the moon I took with my smartphone?
The good question is, what is the evidence for refraction, the way the globe says? And their evidence is that the Earth looks flat, which is fucking crazy. Hey, what's your evidence that light curves around the ball? Oh, the Earth looks flat. You know how cuckoo that is, dude?
Yeah, that's also how they determine how much refraction was that day, is by how flat it looked.
Yeah, the flatter it looks, the more refraction. But Josh, this has to be your position. Well, I mean, your position is, trust me, bro, but I mean, everybody else's position that why these long distance observations and measurements don't mean anything. You guys have to try and take a big dump on them and try to convince everybody that they don't mean anything.
The worst.
Well, the military would like to have a word with you, okay?
Yeah, in their worldview, the worse seeing of the conditions, the better the observation.
Yep. The worst part is the military uses.
Like that's what people take away.
Sorry. What I wanted to say was that the worst part is the military, like was slightly mentioned earlier, uses tri-beam different wavelength targeting systems to exclude any possibility of the target being displaced or be able to calculate how much it is displaced by the dispersion of the lasers or through the targeting system. And so we can use the same principles here on Earth, just use the different wavelengths to see how much the dispersion is, if there's any. And so far we have not seen any evidence that the Earth is curved and light is somehow trying to hide it by violating its own basic functionality.
You solve the whole paradox by simply saying it's an optical effect, not a physical effect. The whole thing's solved. That easy.
I appreciate all the content in the side chat.
Here's a little point. Like, I love arguing with ChatGPT all the time, and there's some misconceptions that a lot of people use. Like, ChatGPT there's a lot. For instance, they claim like downward bending is the norm, but that's relative to like if you're like looking at the Earth from outside the Earth in an orthographic view. not relative to you on the surface, though, because under normal conditions, the ray would still continue to rise up into the air. That's just the physics of it. So they're quite literally screwed.
Yeah, like I said, I appreciate all the content. Feel free to send me stuff to read. More than happy to. Like I said, I'm very dumb on this topic.
So I sent Jay Tolan Media. So if you scroll up, I sent the infrared and I just sent the visible light. Now, if you look at the infrared and you zoom in on this, you can see what the hell is it? The name of it? Can't remember the name. It's something marina, right? And that marina comes up to the ocean, but it has a jetty, a barrier, and you can see all the way into the marina. And the marina is at 20 miles, and you can see into it where they park their boats, right? So we know that that's at 20 miles. Well, the globe curve calculation is the horizon's supposed to be 15 miles away. But you can see the water surface 20 miles away. Now you can say, hey, that's refraction or whatever. But then when, like Trey said, like I said, I can't say it enough, man, that was a brilliant deduction, is that the horizon is way closer. Way closer. Right? Some of the buildings are cut off. You can't see them. This is the exact opposite of what it should be. If the globe, the globe mechanism for refraction actually existed, we're seeing the opposite of what it would predict.
Yeah, I was gonna say I need to look into the. I haven't thought of doing long range with either infrared or other wavelengths.
Well, the other thing about infrared is like it penetrates through haze and water vapor, right? Particulates in the air. It isn't affected really by infrared as much. And what I've come to find out, because I've borrowed a multispectral camera and I got an infrared filter, is that consumer cameras, their infrared filter doesn't really have a high activation. So the actual optimal window is something like 1200 nanometer or 1500 nanometer. But your consumer cameras aren't sensitive. Well, it's not that they're not sensitive enough. It's that the material they make the sensor out of has like an upper threshold to like, because the radiation has to activate the electrons on the sensor, and in this particular, the elements they use for consumer sensors, there isn't enough. It's not powerful enough. The sources aren't bright enough. But you can do like 930 nanometer with a long exposure, or you just buy one specifically made for that purpose. But they also have what they call shortwave infrared. But those cameras are like thousands of dollars, like tens of thousands of dollars. They use a different type of sensor. They're like 1500 nanometer.
I was gonna say I got my phone and that's about it.
Yeah, well, I made a 30-mile observation with an iPhone 4S, which is a piece of garbage. "30 miles from 15 feet above sea level, I watched a ship sail from 6 miles away, tracked with marinetraffic.com, which tracks, well, at this particular location, they use a radar station out of Gloucester, Massachusetts. And I watched the boat for 3.5 hours sail out to sea. Never disappearing, never any of that. I mean, it got smaller and smaller, it was tiny. And then to verify, I was seeing what I seen. I went on top of a parking garage, which is like 100 feet above the sea level, and could obviously see it more clearly. But even from that 100-foot elevation, I should not have seen it. No, I mean, we could sit here and just believe that the light rays are, curving around the surface of the Earth in such a way as to make the Earth just look flat. How that would work in any conceivable way, I do not know. Like I can't even visualize it geometrically how you would make a curved surface look flat.
Just imagine how uniform the air would need to be for a vista. When you look out, and you can see 30 miles when you should be at most be able to see 10 miles, let's say. And you look over that vista, if the horizon is refracting, then the horizon you're seeing shouldn't be the true horizon, and the difference in refraction between you and each point of that horizon should be different, unless you're saying the whole air is uniform to create this uniform refraction. Like it's not uniform. It's like uniformly in that. I don't know how to say that in English.
I know what you mean, Grace. Like the structure of the air is such that every path of light has to follow a different arcing path.
Exactly. It somehow would have to match magically to create a perfectly flat line. What should be happening in those cases, if that was happening, is that the whole horizon should fluctuate like a wavy line depending on the conditions between you and that point.
I think that's what we do see, though, right? Like at very, very long distances, like even on days.
No, we don't see. We don't see a massive difference in the horizon. It's not like an S-like curve. When you put a ruler to the horizon is straight.
But if you zoom way in, you see kind of like these miraging effects. It waves up and down, and as a function of time, right? Because
you can see waves in the ocean. Yeah.
Yeah, and smearing of distant objects.
It's a medium.
Yeah, there's shimmering effects
in the right geometry.
Yeah, shimmering effects are also a consequence of turbulence.
Oh, and turbulence is exactly what we're talking about here at this point.
Yeah, but that's slight variations in the straightforward, and the propagation is still going to be relatively straightforward. It's not deviations that could allow you to see extra 10 miles. And those extra 10 miles would be variant due to the differences. So you would be able to see 10 miles over there, 5 over there, 3 over there, depending on the conditions. But when we look, we see 10 miles too far there, 10 miles over there, all around us.
Well, no, I think it does change, but it's and this is once again me shooting from the hip, but my gut's telling me that it's 9.98 miles in that direction, 10.02 miles in that direction. Like it does change as a function of azimuth and time, but it's not,
Well, how can the horizon look flat?
Right, the molecular composition of air must be conformal to the curvature of the Earth, such that it flattens it out.
The horizon can't be more than one distance away, because then it wouldn't look like a straight line. Horizon means bounding circle. So a bounding circle is equidistant from the observer, right? So that, because you're
that doesn't take into account the medium, though.
But we're talking about what it would look like, right? So, and what it would look like if the horizon is equidistant, it would look like a line around you. But if it's not equidistant, it would not look like a line. One part of the horizon would be lower or higher than some other part.
A lot lower or higher? Away. No, it would just be a tiny little bit, and it might be imperceptible to the eye. Is what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't know.
We just went over. You're seeing over 10 miles of what you shouldn't be seeing. So that should be extra 10 miles of extra stuff added on top of the horizon, being bent above the actual horizon to create an illusion. That's what the Globers believe. They believe they're seeing illusions. Okay, and so depending on the conditions between them and the illusion. And so that illusion would shift.
Yeah, shift, but like the magnitude of the shift. Like I'm just saying the dynamic portion of this might be.
Yeah, the magnitude of the shift will be dependent on the conditions. And problem is the Globers do not have the conditions to even create the bending down in the first place.
I can agree with that.
So there's no way to even model this. So this is the funny part, Josh. You know how they actually do model this? They just change the size of the globe.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like computational fluid dynamics, like
No, I'm talking about when they model
molecules.
No, that's not even remotely how they model it. What they do is they'll say there's X amount of refraction, right? That means, like, what they'll do is they'll take the curvature of the radius of a right, because they're assuming a spherically symmetrical atmosphere. The standard is like 7.6R. So they multiply 7.6 times the radius, and they make the globe bigger. And then they do all the straight ray calculations. They don't calculate curved rays. There's no way. Like, think about this, Josh. I have a vertical sensor. It's a flat plane inside the camera. That's what I'm trying to project the image onto. Now I have this curved surface, and there's a horizon which I can't see past. And as that curve gets further and further away, it follows an exponential function. Now I need to map all the rays to my vertical sensor, right, off this surface in such a way as to make that curved surface look like a flat surface on the sensor, right? So each point of distance further, it's more and more and more and more curvature that I have to curve the ray. Like, nobody could even, there's no computation that could even do this. You might be able to do it by trial and error or something.
It depends on how granular you want to get, right? Like CFD simulations could do that.
To unfurl the ball. You know how you like unroll a scroll? You know, it's like a scroll. You unroll a rolled up piece of paper. That's kind of what you're doing when you unroll you have to unroll the globe so that it looks flat. How could you do this? Optically. Now we've seen Glovers try to say, yes, it's possible for things to lift up things from beyond the horizon. And what they'll do is they'll take butane or CO2 or something crazy, right, that's super cold. When I say super cold, in the negative digits, right, they do it in regular room temperature air. And they go, look, this thing behind the thing got picked up. Want to know what never happens? You never see the surface. You never see the horizon move. Ever. You might see some stretched object that was partially behind it, right? Stretched out, but it's easy to see that something's happening. Now, the elephant in the room on this sticker point is the fact that they're using stuff that is, the refractive index is 1.4 or 1.3, and they're using the super crazy temperature gradient. So that alone demonstrates the fact that they're using unphysical, what we call unnatural conditions, and unnatural not in the sense supernatural, unnatural in the sense that outside in nature, the weather's never, doesn't have 70-degree temperature gradients in 1 foot. It also doesn't have giant fucking CO2 loads or butane floating around, right? So the very fact it takes an extreme special case condition to even demonstrate the possibility should show you that it's not possible, because the refractive index in theirs varies in the 5th decimal place. It isn't in the 1st decimal place. It's in the 5th decimal place. It's in the millionths. So temperature, the 70-degree versus 69-degree temperature difference varies in the refractive index 0.0000024 versus 0.0000237. So it's a slight variation because you have a single medium. Right? So even if you have a 10-degree temperature difference You could have 100-degree temperature difference in a foot, and it still isn't going to change as much as what the difference would be in CO2 in air or butane in air. Right? They're just not the same. The point is to even demonstrate that it's even possible. They have to use these extreme experiments when we can go out and demonstrate that, hey, you can make the horizon appear way shorter than it has to be. We don't need to do any extreme conditions. We can just go out in nature and show that a little RC boat or whatever will appear to disappear over the horizon on something we know has to be a flat surface because it's well shorter than where the horizon should even be. And you have a horizon that's appearing 700 feet away instead of appearing 2,600 feet away. Right? We're observing this in nature. We're not observing it in a lab under some weird conditions that don't exist in nature. So this is really the position of both sides. One side says, yes, X is happening. Well, can you demonstrate that in the lab? Oh, sure, I can demonstrate in the lab. Give me some butane and some CO2. We'll make the butane negative 40 degrees Celsius, and we'll make the CO2 negative 60 degrees Celsius, right? Something that don't exist in nature. Negative 60 degrees Celsius next to 70 degree air don't exist in nature. I'm sorry. But we can just go out and go, hey, there's a nice freaking smooth lake. There's no ripples on it. Let's just take a camera, set it real low, and sail this RC boat away. And we can observe our contention. We don't need to do anything special.
Yeah, we just test what we're told. Like, we're told to believe all this stuff, and then we go test it. Like, we have hundreds of laser tests over frozen lakes at all conditions of the day. The globe just isn't there, and it's just not enough to just hand wave away all of the data that comes from the world itself and just go with the preconceived notions, because that's what we were all taught. That's the easy way out. It's kind of like when we saw New York City skyline across that water, and people will be like, "Oh, that's an illusion. That's a hologram. That's a mirage." But then Rob Skipa just went on a boat, took his camera out, saw it at one start of the water, and just kept the camera on it the entire time and sailed to the other side. It didn't warp. It didn't change. It wasn't a mirage. We were just told to believe that. No one tested it. I don't really care what shape the Earth is in the end. I just care about the truth. Worst part is I really wanted it to be a globe. And like, this whole thing just it's kind of a litmus test. Like, are you a person who just follows blindly what other people believe, or do you actually go and look into it? And I wanted to have some foundation in my belief in the globe. That's the only reason I'm looking into this. And the more you look into this, the less solid it is, because that's what it is. It's not solid at all. It's in the mind mostly. The little bit that's not is like misconceptions. Like, you measure the ground flat and then you wrap it into a ball afterwards because of the belief. That's not reasonable. You did one thing right, and that was measuring it flat. And that's one of the things what I love about this community, is we go back and look at all of the so-called evidence from the globe side, and we just keep consistently finding that, wait, they did measure it flat. But oh yeah, see, here they divorced reality, are comparing what they're seeing in perspective to this orthographic view to reify into existence the globe, and now they're claiming it's a globe. But in the beginning, they just measured it flat. So that's what we're looking at, the actual data, the foundations that they're building it on, and then looking at why are you adding this? And when there's no reasonable reason for adding it, we can reasonably conclude that this is coming from some preconceived idea that it must be a globe.
Yeah, the thing you ask is, what is the justification? And when we look into what the justification is for adding this refraction thing, there isn't any other than the Earth looks flat. That's their justification. Which to me, it's crazy. I don't know. Call me, like, is that crazy, or is it just me that thinks it's crazy? That, yeah, we know there's globe refraction because of how flat it looks. And the flatter it looks, the more globe refraction there is. That's
I got a question.
insane, dude.
Somebody earlier said that, you have to see it, then they tell you what kind of refraction is it's that day, but all I hear is Globey saying they can make all the predictions. How come we can't predict what the refraction is going to be before we see what we see? How come it has to be a post-diction, not a prediction?
Yeah, that's a good question. And then they'll say it's too complex. Well, if it's too complex, how do you know your post-diction's correct if you can't make the prediction? How are you matching these up?
And the funny thing about it is it always comes up to where, we have a stance to say the Earth is flat. It's a little bit lower, a little bit higher. No, it's right where a flat earther would say it's at. So, yeah, it's a very troublesome thing here, this predicting refraction thing.
So what's up, Brian? You doing X tonight?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to probably get in there in about an hour. Kind of just tooling right now, getting some stuff down. I was listening to the conversation.
I don't know. Josh left. Josh is our resident satellite.
Yeah, I'm here.
I think he bailed. Oh, he's here. Josh Ingersoll.
Did you hear my question on predicting the refraction for tomorrow?
Yeah, he's disavowed that. You say that he's not an expert, so.
It's a good question, though, right?
How is globe refraction? And I call it globe refraction because it has to be a globe for it to refract that way. Can't be anything else, right? You have to have a curved atmosphere that curves light.
Yeah, and a globe dropping away from the beam, so that's the problem here is the beam is traveling along the Earth in the same optical density, roughly, because of the temperature gradient, humidity gradient, and the pressure gradient. However, in the globe view, they claim atmospheric refraction exists because the Earth is dropping away from the beam. So the beam is going up into less dense medium, and so it will bend away from the normal. But problem is, that doesn't actually cause the beam to go back down. It just straightens the beam out a little bit, so it doesn't actually go straight into space in that model. It would just not go as straight. It would just curve a little bit. But it wouldn't go back down, because otherwise at that point you're actually turning the light around. You're not now it's going from less dense medium into a more dense medium, and you have a different based on the angle of incidence, relative to the pseudo boundaries of the different optical densities, you have a different refraction. So they have a real problem getting that beam back to the ground, and so generally what they do is they say, well, it must be super refraction, which has no actual basis for it other than just well, it is must be bending this much because the Earth is a ball and we can see the beam.
And the sad thing is the refraction gets less as the higher you go up, man. I posted in the chat there the world record photo. We got 275 miles looking at Picus Bard there from 9,200 feet. That whole mountain range should be under 3 miles of physical curvature. But yeah, you can see the whole mountain range. Pretty devastating for the globe Earth there.
So I just posted one taken from 27,000 feet in an airplane. Those mountains are 500 miles. They're between 450 and 500 miles from the camera. Okay, so they should be 9 miles under the curve of the Earth, under the horizon.
Can you post videos in there?
Yeah.
In the chat?
Yeah.
I think I got one. It's a pilot, an SR-71, talking about how he's in around Tucson, Arizona, and he can see all the way the Rocky Mountains all the way up to Canada. You can see the coastline to LA, which just completely destroys. And this guy's the SR-71. Their max height is like 82,000 feet, 85,000 feet, something like that. I don't know if he was up that high, but he was up pretty high. Let's see if I can find it.
Does anybody have a picture of the weather balloon camera that is showing the sun and how it's making like a hot spot of light on the ocean, and then you can see like the moon far off to the left in the same picture?
Man, I had one. I might still have it. It was a sunset that actually disappeared before the horizon.
Oh yeah, I've seen those. Kind of like turns into like a puddle blob and then poof, disappears right before.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing.
Do you believe the Earth is flat?
Oh, we know it's flat, my friend.
Oh,
I
crazy.
can ask the same thing for you. Do you believe it's a ball?
I don't know, man.
Now you're thinking about it. That's a good start.
Well, you live in Earth. Why do you care if it's flat or a globe?
Why do I care?
Yeah.
Well, you're in here also. Why do you care? Obviously, you must do.
No, I don't really care.
So why are you here then?
You mean in Earth?
In here, this channel.
Oh,
If you don't
I was
care,
bored. I was
so
bored.
you're bored.
Yeah.
So you don't care, but yet you're bored enough to go somewhere that you don't care about.
Yes.
That's interesting.
Exactly.
Very interesting.
Look, man, I am in a college dorm and I have nothing to do. It's morning, so I got on Discord. I saw the room with too many people. I was like, what are they doing? So I joined.
There you go. So you think you live on a ball. Why do you think that? Why do you think it's a sphere? What makes it a sphere for you?
I was on a flight, and I think the Earth is a globe.
So,
Maybe.
I've been on flights before, and that doesn't give you any reason to think it's a globe. You just fly from point A to point B.
I was once in a taxi. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
I thought you were going to go somewhere else with that.
Well, I have another argument. Well, I live in a city with a beach, and when you look out the beach, you don't see a mountain, but on the left, or on maybe how do I explain this? Look, there is a city on the east, and it has a big mountain in it. From my city, I cannot see the mountain until I get close.
So why are you expecting to see the mountain?
if the Earth was flat, I would be able to see the mountain.
How far do you think you can see normally, just on any given day?
In kilometers, I can see a city that is far off, like 150 kilometers.
You can see a city that's 150 kilometers away.
Yes. If it's if it's high enough.
Well, that was my next question. From what elevation?
I didn't really ask about this, but I think it's just higher than my current city.
Just higher than your current city.
Yeah, it's 150 kilometers away. On a good day, I can see it.
150 kilometers away. So you're not sure about how high your city is?
No, I am not. It's sea level because, well, it has a beach.
So let's go 100 meters. Interesting. If you can see a city that's 150 kilometers away,
yeah,
that means that the city would have to be 1,025 meters tall. So it'd have to be 1 kilometer up. In order to see around the curvature.
Wow, dude. Wow. Interesting, dude.
So that's based off 100 meters high. So I don't know what elevation you're looking from. So you're looking across the water and you see another city?
Yeah, it's called Tipaza, I think. I live in Algeria. I can see it.
So just to give you an idea, if we lower your viewing height down to 10 meters, okay, all of a sudden now the horizon should be at 11 kilometers and the city needs to be 1,509 meters tall in order for you to see it. So it has to be taller than that.
Brother, I may have given incorrect information because I didn't really research about this.
That's all right. It's easy to do. But just you know, to make it nice and easy for you, if you jump onto Google and type in Earth Curve Calculator, there's a whole heap of Earth Curve calculators there. And what you can do is when you're out and about in the real world, you can go, oh, look, I can see, for example, your city. I can see this city, and I know how far away that is. And you can put that information into the Earth Curve calculator. So, for example, if you're only 6 foot tall, you can say, I'm standing at the beach, I am 6 foot tall, so you can put in 6 foot tall, and I can see the city that's 10 kilometers away or 20 kilometers away, whatever the distance is. And it will tell you how tall that has to be. So you can work out for yourself how far or how high the city would have to be to see it.
Actually, I will see how far the city I see, because I don't think it is actually 150 kilometers away. Maybe I am just wrong.
Maybe a bit less.
Let me see.
I'm going to say 25. Just a wild guess.
Measure distance. It is 13 miles away.
Imperial miles 30. So 48 kilometers. So nearly 50 kilometers.
48 kilometers, man. I thought it's more than 120 at least.
Well, just so you know, at 48 kilometers, let's say that you're still 10 meters up in the air, your city has to be 107 meters high in order for
Yeah,
you
it's
to
on a
see.
mountain.
So it's up on a mountain? That's fair enough.
Yeah.
So that mountain is over 107 meters high?
I think it is. I don't know.
Well, that's the cool part. We can look this stuff up and check it out.
Actually, I
Sometimes
will.
they are right.
Shriya mountain height.
Sometimes you
It
can just Google
is.
city directly and it'll give you the
No way,
elevation of
man.
that city.
It's 1,540 meters.
High.
Yeah. The city is not on top, by the way. It's not on top. It's on the side.
So the city is more than high enough for you to see it.
Yeah, I can
It has
see
to-
it because
it
I
has
am
to be
on
over
sea level.
107.
Yeah.
So what we've done here is we haven't proved anything. Haven't proved flat, haven't proved curve. Okay.
Do you know the Earth is flat?
Yes, it's measured as
How-
flat.
How
There's no
can
measured
you?
curvature.
How can you prove it?
Well, how about we start off with the physical properties of water?
Wait. I have another question. Please. Sorry. Why do you think people believe the Earth is the Earth is a globe?
Why do they believe it? It's because that's what we were all taught at school.
Why do they teach us in school that the Earth is a globe?
That's a good question. Without understanding the motives and who is organized this or who has organized this, we will never know. The reasons for it, no one will ever know. Whether it was a practical joke, whether someone had some ill intention towards people, I do not know. Maybe it was just
Do you have any
misinformation.
idea?
Maybe
So
just
we're told
misinformation
that-
getting passed on. Don't know.
Yeah, because Copernicus just interpreted his observations in a certain way, right? And they caught on, right? And then it was further developed by Kepler, and then others after him, right? Until we have the standard solar system model that we have today. But nobody sees that. Nobody's observed that ever. Like that's just a way to think about what you actually do see, right? You can imagine that if the Earth was a ball and it was going around the sun, and if you were really far away, and then they just show you cartoon pictures of that. Like there is no photos of the solar system, right? Absolutely none. There's no photos or video footage of the Earth orbiting the sun, right? And then you got some Greeks, like a couple of thousand years ago, there's some Greeks supposed that they might be on a ball, right? To explain certain things they observed, right? But that didn't really catch on. Like, wasn't like for the last 2,000 years, everybody thought we were on a ball. That idea in the Western world's really and the Eastern world is really relatively new. Like it's developed over the last 500 years or so, right? Become popular.
I saw a video of someone hooking up a camera to a balloon and sending it in the air, and when it got far enough, you can see the Earth's curvature.
I bet you can see it from the ground. I bet you if you go back to the beginning of the video and watch it, you see the same amount of curve just before they release it, or just not far from above the ground, as you do when it's at its peak.
So the Earth is curved, not flat.
No. Why would it be the same amount of curve from ground level as it is at its peak? Like I'm just guessing that if you watch the video footage, you'll see the same amount of curve from ground level before they release the balloon as you do when it gets to its peak. And if you watch it, right, if the field of view, right, the camera sort of pans down and then up, right, and the horizon goes above and below the center of the frame, you'll see convex, concave, flat, convex, concave, flat, right, because of the type of camera lens that they've used, like a GoPro.
Actually, you are very correct, my friend. I am watching the video now, and it is curved from the second the camera goes up, and it's going flat and curved every second, fluctuating because of the camera FOV. Yes.
Yeah, that's what happens with fisheye lenses or wide-angle lenses like GoPros, and that they distort horizontal lines, so that when it wanders below or above the center of the frame, it distorts it, gives it a curve.
Do you have any idea what would be out there in the edges of this world if the Earth is in fact flat?
It's a great question. Beats me. I have no idea.
Do you have any thoughts, any theories, any?
Probably, if there's no source of like a nearby source of light, like the sun, then it's going to be cold and probably pretty dark. I don't know what conditions exist beyond what I'm told, right, about the Earth. Like I just don't know.
What if there is a sun? How do I call it? If the sun rises and then dips below the horizon, that means there is a source of heat in the edges, right?
Oh, that's an apparent effect due to perspective, right?
I know that though.
Sorry, Matrix, you can come back in, man, because I'm kind of busy anyway. So I just really only just wanted to jump in real quick about that, you can.
Right, yeah. So what did you want to know, Hermano?
So I started thinking about the edges of the Earth.
The edges of it.
Yeah, if it is in fact flat, what is out there in the edges?
I don't know. I've never had the privilege of bumping into an edge or falling off an edge or being stopped because I've hit some limitation.
Okay. Another question. Quick question. If the Earth is flat and someone goes from the United States of America to Japan in a flight, do they have to go from the route like directly or fly on top of Africa?
I dare say they could fly in a straight line. I don't, unless there's some other reason that they're flying in a different manner, whether there's flight corridors or for safety reasons.
Well, if someone takes a flight from Japan to the United States of America, it wouldn't be more than 2 hours. But if you take a flight from, let's say France to South Africa, it would take more, which seems to be a more distance. You get what I mean?
Well, if you've got a longer distance, I would assume that would take a longer amount of time. To me, that's pretty normal.
So if the Earth is flat, shouldn't be there a more distance from the United States of America to Japan?
Well, just because now that you see the ground as a different shape or a different description, if you've got point A to point B is longer than point A to point C, then point A to B will take more time to fly there. This has got nothing to do with what you witness on a map. Maps aren't the reality.
Oh.
So just because you change the map doesn't mean the ground has changed magically. So if point A to point B normally takes 2 hours to fly there, and point A to point C normally takes 1 hour, nothing's going to change just because someone's handed you a different shaped map.
If the Earth is a globe, you can take a flight from America to Japan directly. But if it is...
So hold on. So if the Earth is flat, you can take a flight from America to Japan directly.
No. There are vice versa. If
why
it is
not?
a globe,
Why not? If flat, why not?
Look.
So why not?
If it's a
what
globe,
magically changes? What magically changes if all of a sudden, if it's flat, what changes?
If it's a globe, you can take from America to Japan directly. If it's flat, you will have to
if it's
fly...
no. So what changes? That's what I'm trying to say. You're saying globe, you do one thing. Flat, you do something else. I want to know what changes.
I will explain. The language is not my best. Look, if it's a globe, you can take a flight from Japan to America directly on top of the sea without having to go through any other country. You know, on top of the North Pacific Sea, ocean.
If flat, the same.
No, if it's flat, then you can't, because
why not?
Because there is no route.
Why not?
You won't go to the edge of the Earth.
What edge? Are you thinking that the map that they used to show you at school was the edge?
Whoa. Okay, I have just seen your profile picture. I get what you mean now.
Bro, my profile picture doesn't mean anything.
Okay. Nice argument, actually.
Do you know about Torturia? No?
I didn't
all I
hear
heard
you.
was, do you know?
Torturia.
Oh?
I still don't
That's
know
why you
what he
have this
said.
ideology of flat Earth, you know?
No. We have this understanding of the Earth being flat because it's measured as flat. There's no measured curvature. That's why we say it's flat.
Never mind, man. Take care.
Cheers, mate. So, yeah, it made me laugh, that one. I think he was another philosophy student. Easy win, yeah.
So, do you personally think that the Earth is flat and the moon is a globe?
Well, the Earth is measured as flat. So yes, I personally understand the Earth is flat. The moon, however, I don't know what the moon is. It's a light in the sky.
You can use a telescope.
I could use a ball of string too. It's still a light in the sky.
How about other planets are the same?
Yep, they just look a little bit smaller. There's still lights in the sky. What they are, don't know. I don't know how anyone would confirm what they are. But the planets, as you call them, from the olden day term planetus, meaning wandering star. So they're just stars that have their own particular patterns.
Well, if you zoom into the moon using a telescope today, you would see a side and then you can wait another month and zoom in again. You will see another side of it. Doesn't that mean that the moon is in fact a globe and it is spinning?
Not really. Doesn't really prove anything to me.
With the
I'm not,
the
I'm not
side
really
you are
that
seeing
worried what
has
the moon.
changed.
For some reason, a lot of people seem to be of the idea that because the moon is doing something or behaving in a particular way or looks like something, therefore the Earth is that also. No, the moon is not the Earth. It's up in the sky. I can look at that, and it is definitely not the ground. So it's up in the sky. What it is, I do not know. So me making claims of what the moon is would just be ridiculous because I could never go to it to verify what it is.
So you definitely think that footage from the space is in fact fake?
Yeah.
So actually, yeah, me too. I think it's fake.
You'd be surprised. A lot of people do. A lot of Globers actually will come in and say yes, they think the moon footage is fake. So we're not the only ones that do that. Some of us for different reasons, but yeah.
How about satellites?
Okay, what about satellites?
They are launched in the air and you can see them at night in the space. Doesn't that mean that humans have the technology to launch a rocket into space?
And okay, so let's go through this step by step. I've got my rocket, I've shot him up into space, and what does that do? The ground is still measured as flat. So
yeah,
now I've got flat ground with a rocket in space.
You can put a human into the rocket and send them to the space to see that the globe, to see the Earth, and verify if it's flat or a globe.
Well, why would I want to go away from the thing that I want to verify? You know, if you're looking at your house and you say, my house is made of bricks, you don't confirm it's made of bricks by going to the opposite end of town. You go to that house and you check that out. Like measuring
You can
the ground.
see your whole house just going outside of it. So going outside of the Earth, you can see the
you're
whole
telling
of it.
me, you're telling me you're going to confirm your house is made of bricks by going further away from it rather than going closer to have a look.
It's not how, but the material it is made of, but like the shape of it. You can't see the shape of your house if you're inside. But if you go outside,
you're talking about going. You're not talking about going from inside house to outside house. You're talking about going from the outside of the house to the opposite end of the city.
Still, if you launch someone in a rocket outside the
So
Earth,
what we've got, this is the problem. The ground is measured as flat. There is no curvature. So you're telling me by putting someone in a rocket and flying them away from the ground, all of a sudden, it's going to have curvature.
No, you can verify if it has a curvature. The globe will not change if you launch someone to space.
Why can't we measure it at the ground level? Which has already been done.
Well,
why do we have to? Why go to space when we can do on ground?
Well, the ground has mountains, has elevation changes, so can you really?
Yep, over a large lake, large bodies of water. 20 miles across. Should be 270 feet of drop over distance, none measured.
Do you have any theories, just thoughts on why do they advertise the idea of Earth being a globe?
Why the lie? People lie for many reasons. Maybe it's not even a lie. Maybe it's just misinformation being passed on. Without knowing the original story behind it or where it came from, we will never ever know. Unless somebody comes in tomorrow and says, I'm a time traveler, I'm the one that caused this is the reason why I did it, we will never know.
Damn, I didn't expect to wake up in the morning and believe the Earth is a flat. You actually convinced me, brother.
Well, I'm not here to convince you that the Earth is flat. I'm here to get people to think for themselves.
You actually did. I maybe it's because I didn't care if it's a globe or a flat thing. Like now I do. And the thing that motivates me is why do they push the idea of it being a globe? Not even like it's flat. I don't care if it's flat. Why do they push the idea of it being a globe?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
That's what I want to know.
Why people do that. People lie for all sorts of reasons. Whether it's for money, for power, maybe they're just sick and twisted in the head and they get off on it. I don't know. Everyone, they all... You tell me, what's a reason why people lie? Why do people tell lies?
Ego, money, power.
Exactly.
So, if NASA itself pushes a discovery that the Earth is flat, wouldn't they make more money because of the advertisement and stuff?
Well, the issue is there comes other problems. If they turn around tomorrow and said, that's it, Earth's flat, there'd be a lot of other issues. So you think about it. What are all the problems that would happen in the next month if the NASA and the television came out tomorrow night and they said, game over, no more lies, the Earth's flat, and that's that? What do you think would happen? The education system would start to fail. So you think of all the possible things. You're at university, yeah? Or at school?
Yeah, I study cybersecurity.
So people's faith in the education system would run down. So they would not trust the education system anymore. NASA would just close tomorrow.
Actually, yes. Yeah.
No one would trust NASA because they've been lying for the last 40, 50 years.
Yeah.
People with all and anything that uses satellites, people would lose trust in. So Google Maps and all that, people would stop using them because all of a sudden, now they understand that it's all a lie. There's a whole heap of problems that would slowly come along because of this. So I'll ask you now, if you found out that, now that you know the Earth's flat, they came out on television and said it's flat, NASA said it's flat, would you catch a plane and fly somewhere?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't believe anything anymore.
Exactly. So there's a lot of industries that would get shut down very quickly just because of the truth being told. But the good part about it is eventually this system would right itself. It would correct itself. People would realize, and a few pilots would stand up and say, don't worry, the maps haven't changed. We still fly the same way. We take a compass bearing and then we fly in that direction. We will still fly along flight corridors. So nothing for pilots would change. From our perspective, Yes. From their perspective, no. They'd still get in, they'd still throttle up, they'd still put their planes in the air, and they'd still go to wherever they go.
NASA runs a live stream of Earth from space 24/7 on YouTube. I just saw it. So do you think? Okay, of course you think the live is fake, and I could agree with you if it's fake. If the Earth is flat, then I would agree with you. The live is fake. So do you think if like 100 people get together at night in an isolated area and shine a light to the sky, do you think you can see it from this live?
No. Just because it says live doesn't mean it is.
Yeah,
You know,
I agree with you.
A lot of people have trouble with that. They just see the word live, therefore it is being broadcast live and direct right now. But a lot of people don't realise that live means it's just being presented now. It could have been recorded last week or the week before, or who knows. It could have been made in a studio, and it is actually being presented now. It is live in the respect of, yes, we've just uploaded the footage now, but you don't know how old it is or where it came from.
It was actually just a theory, because I live in Algeria. It has a pretty huge desert, and there was a theory about NASA filming footage from Mars in here.
I see that.
yeah. And actually, I went to the desert once, and it looked similar.
Yeah, it's amazing how that works.
A nice gift this guy sent. Can you see it in the chat?
With the big screen?
Yeah, the Ball Earth Studio, man.
Yeah.
Okay, theory confirmed. Algeria is Mars.
Yeah, there's some very interesting things out and about.
Any other things you think people lie about other than the Earth is being a globe?
Well, it's the questions that get led on from understanding of where we live or what we live on. See, what have we been told? It's a globe. This is what we've been taught at school. It's a globe. How did it come about? Through the Big Bang. Now that you know that it's flat, how did it come about?
I don't know, man.
See? Now we've got more questions than we have answers. And that's all we want people to do. I'm hoping that you will actually go out to try to test for this curvature and check and see. So, not only, it's one thing for me to say, hey, it's flat, that's all well and good. But it'd be nice if you actually went out to validate this for yourself and check and see. Maybe
I
I'm telling
will,
lies.
dude. I am intrigued now. I will.
So is there a large lake anywhere near you? I'm not expecting there to be, but
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
Is there a large lake or a large body of water near you?
The sea.
Just the ocean, yeah. Because what you can do is what's called a mirror flash test. So you go to a large body of water, you put yourself on one side, your friends on the other side, and when I say large, I'm talking 16 kilometers, 20 kilometers, that kind of distance. So what happens is you stand on one side, you get a big mirror, and you reflect the sunlight over to the other side. And at 10 miles, there should be 66 foot of drop. So that means that they should not be able to see the reflection of the sunlight.
Yes.
So that's an easy, very cheap way. Nice, easy way to take your friends, some on one side of the lake, some on the other side, and maybe drink some beers, have fun, and do mirror flash and see how it goes.
Hey, I don't have a boat. Did this experiment ever happened? And do you know the results?
Oh yeah, there's other guys that use lasers. They don't worry about using mirrors to reflect sunlight. They use lasers and shoot them over large bodies of water. Actually, I'll get one for you and post it up, the video.
I like how this video only has 300 views.
Yeah, it just shows how well hidden it is on the internet. See, back in, what was it, 2014, 2015, 2016, there was a meeting with Congress about how they're going to control the conspiracy theorists, especially those flat earthers, and what are we going to do about it? And so they started limiting and controlling the information on YouTube.
Yeah.
And so
Hey,
a lot of
you can
YouTube
actually
channels
see
got
the.
deleted. Yeah, a lot of YouTube channels got deleted. A lot of information blocked. A lot of channels ghosted. It was to the point where unless you typed in the exact name of the full video, you wouldn't even get to see it. Whereas now, at least if you type in flat earth, you actually start getting some videos back.
Okay, think of this. Where are you from?
Australia.
Okay, Australia. You have freedom in Australia. You can go ahead now, get your own company, and get enough money to buy your own private jet, and you can go to the edge of the planet, of the Earth. What would happen?
Don't know. Because it's some hypothetical I've never, without actually having done this, I don't know what the result's going to be.
Has anybody ever done this?
No.
They
To
did
the best of my
in
knowledge.
they did in the final experiment, but it was probably faked.
If the Earth is flat, if you go to New Zealand, for example, if you go to New Zealand and get a telescope, and then look to the west, can you see South America?
That's a long way. It might be easier for you to grab your mobile phone and have a look at the weather conditions for the day and see what it says, how far you can see on your weather app. If it says you can see 20 kilometers and you're trying to see a couple of thousand kilometers, then I don't like your chances.
Which weather app provides this information exactly?
Most weather apps on your phone, or if you're on your computer.
Yeah, believe it or not, air is not purely transparent. Like after enough of it, looking through enough of it, it begins to absorb, reflect, and scatter light.
Just out of curiosity, how long can you see before the air makes it impossible to see?
I don't understand like everything about it, but there's something called the Rayleigh atmospheric extinction coefficient.
Coefficient of extinction, yeah, something like extinction coefficient.
Yeah, which apparently that says it's around about 300 kilometers.
Just under 300 kilometers. Yep, 180 miles.
Yeah. Right.
186 miles, something like that. Yep.
I guess it could also vary on how humid the air is and other factors.
Yep, on perfect conditions, if everything is absolutely flawless, just under 300 kilometers at sea level. So you've got factors, humidity, dust, and all sorts of other nasty things, smog, fog, that can get in your way and make it harder to see. But yeah, if you've got absolutely flawless conditions, just under 300 kilometers.
Okay, forget about the telescope. If you get a boat from New Zealand and go west, will you arrive in South America or Alaska or United States?
Apparently, yes.
Australia.
Well, yeah. Because I read this story about these convicts that stole a ship from Tasmania. I can't remember if they went east or west. No, they would have had to have gone west. Yeah, they went west. Yeah, they took off west and they landed in South America. Yeah, so apparently that's true. Like, I don't know if you can believe, stories, but apparently that's what happens. Yeah. I don't even know, like these convicts, right? So they hijacked this ship. I don't even know if they had any, like, sailing, experience, like, maritime experience. Oh, I guess they had maritime experience, but I don't know how good they were at navigating and reading maps and using compasses or sextants or anything like that. Like, this is like in the 1800s, I think, early 1800s. Yeah, this one convict that he was the ringleader, and he like gained all this confidence in his overseers, right? So they actually kind of made him like head convict, right? So he's like, yeah, beauty. He organized this crew and everything, but I don't know how well they were, whether they just winged it, like they were just like winging it and just went, we'll just go west, right? And hope for the best. Like, I don't know. Crazy story though. Like these guys ended up they somewhere in South America, this community that they basically gave them refuge, right? And the mayor of this town said, yeah, while ever I'm in charge, right, like you guys are safe. And then he retired or died or something, and then the next guy took over and just handed them straight over to authorities, and they got sent back. Or something like that, anyway. Yeah.
Crazy. My questions have have run out.
There's a lot of unknowns, man.
Huh?
I was just saying there's a lot of unknowns, like, we're not going to be able to answer every question, like basically we're just focused on, we can demonstrate that, over large bodies of water, like even small bodies of water, yeah, they look and measure flat. And then you get bigger and bigger, larger and larger bodies of water, and they still look and measure to be flat, right? We're just pointing out that if the surface of liquid is flat, then Earth can't be a ball the way they tell us, right? So, because they claim that the Earth's surface is covered in 71% water, and then they try and show us these cartoon pictures of a ball Earth with curving oceans, right? So we know that that's not true. It can't be true because we observe and measure the surface of water to be flat, and that's really our main focus. Like how it looks from far away, where all the land masses are in relation to each other, and all that stuff. It's not really our focus, and it's kind of a big unknown. Like how far can you go, and what's there, and like you were asking earlier about like what's out then, like what's out there, like what's at the edges. Like we just a lot of stuff we don't know because obviously people don't have those capabilities of answering those questions. We don't know.
I don't even think that NASA knows the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, that's a huge possibility. I mean, like these people, there's certain people and authorities saying we know things, right? And then they present things like what they say they know to the world, right? But do they really know that, right? Like, so often people have this impression that they're deliberately trying to tell us the Earth is a globe because they know it's flat, but they don't want us to think that. I'm not sure about that. I couldn't prove that for the love of me, right? That idea, right? It is conceivable that they don't know, but they just tell you they know, right? It may even be that these people believe what they're saying, even though they're aware that they're pretending to be able to do things that they can't, right? Like go to space. It doesn't, just because they're pretending to go to space doesn't mean that they actually know what the Earth is, its overall shape or anything, right?
Do you think the President of the United States knows or not?
No, they're puppets, bro. They're puppets on strings working for someone else. I mean, like they're not really even focused on that, right? Their drive, their motivation isn't about geology or earth science or anything like that. It's all political and economical, and they're focused on the people and that sort of thing. That making money and all that. They're not interested in that. They just go along with whatever else that they're told, like whatever everybody else is saying, right?
In my opinion, I don't know much, but in my opinion, I think that the president does know because they decide who's the director of NASA, and they would have to pick somebody who's good at lying and keeping secrets.
Believe it or not, but NASA have actually in the past had a hard time with Congress. Like there has been times when with the I don't know if it's Congress or the Senate or whatever, like they've had to sit down in front of panels of politicians and convince them to give them money, right? Like to justify a budget that they're requesting, right? We need this much money for this and that, right? Like, and there's you can watch videos where these politicians are like coming back at them saying, really, like you really need that much out of our budget because like what have you done so far, right? You haven't even got us back to the moon yet. I mean, like they're like giving it to NASA, like saying, why do you deserve all this money, NASA? Like really, why? What benefit, what is it to my constituents? Is these politicians will say, like, how's it going to benefit? You're asking taxpayers to pay all this money out to you for what? Give us a good reason.
Yeah, and now they want to go back to the moon, and I think before the end of Trump's presidency, but I guarantee it won't happen. And if it does happen, it will be fake. Also, I think Elon Musk is a big liar because he is sending up rockets, and what are they even doing? They put satellites in the sky, but we already have lots of satellites. We already have enough satellites. Why do you need?
I think he's just a face, man. He's just a face. He's not. I don't think he's really anything special. You know.
Yeah, I think the system just picked him to be the richest man in the world because he was good at lying.
Yeah, often it's Sorry, go on, Ray's Go for it, man. Go.
To add on the Elon thing, there was the book written in, I'm going to get the date wrong, I want to say 1974, in which there was a man called Elon who would take everybody to Mars. And I do think Elon is quite literally a plant. I don't think the guy who openly talks about wanting to put literal chips inside of your head is the savior some people believe him to be. He's just a character.
He might even be fooled into thinking he's that smart, really. You know, it might be that good of a setup where he actually believes some of this stuff. But yeah, it ain't really coming from him, seems like. But I feel like that about Zuckerberg and Bill Gates, a lot of these guys.
Where do you think the rockets go when they shoot up into the sky? Do they stay up there or do they come back down? Where do they go?
They go up, then they lean over, and then they fly out of your visual range.
Yeah, it looks like they fly out all over the ocean, all the same direction, really. Unless they're doing it from California, but they're always just out of the ocean, so they probably just land out in sea, it seems like. Or some of them are probably not even CGI.
Let's have a look at this. Where's all the rocket bases, rocket launch pads at? So you've got...
They're just Florida and California. I think they did one out of Texas last time I looked.
So, Florida, do any of the rockets go up and go to the west, or do they all go up and east?
They all go just out in the ocean. Last map I looked at.
None of them ever go back towards the land. That's interesting.
Yeah, I told that to my friend, but he just created a lie saying that they dropped the boosters in the ocean.
There's ways to spin that particular point for sure, because they could say, well, we're not going to do it over land, because then if there's a failure, it could land on people.
Well, what I'm looking at, Race, I'm not worried about the land thing. I'm going to go with the alleged Earth rotation. Now, if they're launching them from the east coast of the United States and they're flying in a particular direction due to Earth rotation, that means the ones on the west coast getting launched should also be going in the same direction. So one of them has to be flying over land.
Are there any proofs that the SpaceX stuff is fake that I could show my friend I'm trying to convince that the Earth is flat?
I would say there's not a specific video you could show him that would say, haha, there it is. But what you could show him is some of the hours and hours and hours of footage that exists of where they've got it wrong. So I'm talking about things like green screens. I'm talking about things like harnesses. I'm talking about videos of people being in space, but then a big giant man's head appears because they fucked up the tech that they're using to fake these things. And it's what started me off, to be honest, because if you catch them faking it once, it opens up a whole world of debate. Because if they've got however many 100 people floating around in space at any one time, they don't need to ever fake it. But there's hours and hours and hours of footage proving that at least some of the time, it doesn't prove they're always faking it. That's the discussion. But it proves that at least some of the time, they are faking it. And then you have to ask why, which leads you down a whole rabbit hole,
To be
basically.
fair, I've seen a few videos showing that it's fake, but it looks like it could be real, but it looks a bit fake. But to be fair, when we saw like the Jeffrey Epstein videos of the prison, we could tell it was edited pretty easily, which makes me wonder if the government is even good at faking videos, because they're not very good at it at all.
I don't think it's that they're not good at it, because what you have to imagine is that if you've got literally unlimited money, because fiat currency is just digits on a screen, right? You can pay anybody infinite amounts of money to do any kind of shady thing you want. The technology they will have access to will be far beyond what's available to the plebs, right? So if something is edited shoddily, don't get me wrong, there will occasionally be mistakes because human error. But for it to be as shoddy as it is on the scale that it is, that ties back in, just for me personally, right, my personal opinion, there's an element of they have to do this. They seems to be this pattern of they hide things in plain sight, almost tell you. They kind of put it out in the open, in your face. Granted, it's a bit subtle sometimes, with the idea being that it's part of their religion that they have to tell you. So like with the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, for example, they made it look so obvious, but that wasn't because they're bad at it. Quite the opposite. Like if they wanted to, they could pay, best in class to do these types of things for them. It was bad on purpose. It's part of their modus operandi. Like it's how they do things.
How do you think that they keep other countries and governments from telling? Do you think they're all working together? Like, do you think they're actually secretly friends, or do you think they're actually enemies and just uniting on this one factor?
I don't necessarily think they're uniting on this one factor per se. I do think behind the scenes, this whole idea of, Trump doesn't like Hillary and Russia doesn't like China and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, there's cultural differences between different countries, but it is ultimately theatre in the main part. That's my opinion anyway. And that the actual presidential figureheads you see in these countries might rattle off on the news, but really behind the scenes, they're A, not in charge, and B, that there is a kind of unified approach to certain things. I wouldn't then say that means all the different presidents all get together to chuckle about space. They think the Earth's the ball. Like somebody mentioned earlier, that these presidential figureheads, they are just that, the figureheads. They talk economics, they talk policy, but they're not actually involved in this kind of thing. Somewhere down the line, there has to be an intentional an intentional lie being told by somebody, but that doesn't. I don't think that then equates to this shady operation of 4,000 or 5,000 government officials or so who all know the secret. I think it's more people they bought it, they believe it, and so they will passionately defend it, because that's what people do, right? You try and talk to the average person to say, look, maybe what you've been told about space and the shape of the Earth isn't correct. Even if they don't work in academia, they will not just rebut you, like it's vicious in some instances. And the whole Agent Smith metaphor works quite well, to be honest, in this, because in the Matrix, right, everyone's an agent, aren't they? As soon as the system's threatened, each and every person is an agent. And so if you look at academia, you look at teachers, like they don't know, even going up to NASA, it's not that they know, they just believe what they've been told, and they will passionately argue with anybody who suggests otherwise, not because they're in on it, but because, like 99.9% of the population, they were told a story and they believed it.
Whenever I learn anything, I always just take it as false until I can verify it. Like, I heard this conspiracy the other day that Finland doesn't exist, and so now I'm thinking about going to Finland for a vacation to see if it's real or not. You know?
Oh, I've heard that. That's crazy. Yeah. What was it about that? I can't remember why they say that. Oh, there was. I did see a video about it.
Because it's less than 0.5% of all the population in Europe lives there, and some people think it's just a fishing spot for the rich and wealthy to go fishing.
I mean, fair play to them if that's what they've managed to, you know.
But there are some conspiracy theories that I think that they just try to say to make us look dumb, like how birds are robots and they sit on power lines to charge. I think they just say that to make conspiracy theories.
It's what they call poison the well. But the thing is even within some of the most ridiculous conspiracy theory, there tends to be kind of sprinklings of truth. Even take this topic, right? Mainly what people here are trying to put forward is not to present a model of the universe, a shape of the universe. Ultimately, all anybody here is going to say with any real conviction is that the heliocentric model you were taught in school is a lie. And they can be, you know, pretty confident when they say that. But then sprawling out of that, oh, well, what about the ice wall? What about the end of space? What about the flat pizza disc that flies upwards at 9.7 miles an hour? And they throw out all of these just ridiculous notions surrounding the topic, so that when the average person looks into it for the first time, they're not met with, well, get yourself a P900, here's an Earth curve calculator, find a body of water. They're not met with that. What they're met with is the Flat Earth Society. What they're met with is ice walls and dragons, Game of Thrones, bro. And it's classic poison the well 101. And that happens with every, I think with every topic. What's that saying? You receive the most flack when you're over the target.
My friend said that he will become a flat earther if we have a better model than they do. He said that he would rather believe in something than nothing. What should I tell to him about that?
The
so
irony.
He just believes in a model. He doesn't believe in reality. That's cool. Let him go.
Well,
Yeah,
he
that's
says
crazy.
that the model should line up with reality, and
I bet you he couldn't even show you the model if you asked him.
Ask him.
Like you say, what model?
I asked someone in the DC and they told me to say that, and I said, "Can you show me a model?" And then he pulled up a star tracker, and then he pulled up Google Earth, and he pulled up a bunch of different resources.
So Google Earth is not a model.
How many models is that? I thought he was just going to show you the one, the model.
He said
he's got a bunch of different ones.
I should show you. He asked me to show him what model that he should provide to me. So I had to tell him that he doesn't have a model, so he can't show me anything.
How about elevation profiles? Why do they use flat Earth models if it's a globe? You should ask him that.
Could it be that if we're trying to measure elevation, if we curved the elevation on an elevation scale, then it would mess it up?
Yeah, not necessarily. I mean, like, you should ask him, like, okay, so why does NASA use flat Earth models? Why do biologists use flat Earth models? Like, people studying like bird migration or other animal migration. Why do surveyors use flat Earth models? Why do all these people, these occupations, people in these occupations use flat Earth models?
Wait, does not NASA use flat Earth?
Yeah. Like for aircraft design and testing.
Isn't it in the manuals that they should treat the Earth as stationary as non-rotating?
Yeah, like if we were really on a floating ball, the Earth is spinning so fast, you would have to go a lot faster one way than the other way. And it doesn't make any sense to do that because you'd constantly have to tip your plane down so that you fit with the Earth's curve, and you would have to fly faster to keep up with the Earth moving. I got to go for a bit. I might be back in a bit though, so I'll see you later.
Peace. It's a blessed day today, boys. I've got my coffee. I've got my chicken in the oven. It's a good day to be me.
Nice. I was just looking for that list of all the links to the PDF files of NASA where they mention using flat Earth models, flat and stationary Earth models, flat non-rotating Earth models. But anyway, it's on the home server somewhere. I thought I had it saved on my phone somewhere, but I don't.
People can take any one of those things and they can say, yeah, but they treat it like that, but that doesn't mean. And in isolation, you'd be like, well, yeah, okay, that's fair. But then how many of these do there need to be? How many of these? So then it becomes, well, surveyors. Okay, so when people are building the Suez Canal, 120 miles long, they didn't account for even so much as a millimeter of curvature. Yeah, but it's like, yeah, that's just this one thing. So it's like, how many of these one things, how many of these different industries that would by design have to consider a ball, would have to consider rotation? How many of these separate industries have to say, we don't know any of that before people go,
right?
All right, fair enough. Like how many just ones does there need to be before now you've got 27? And can you say it's just 27?
Right, but it's not even like necessarily like saying, well, like here's flat Earth model, so it's so the Earth must be flat. They demand a model from us. You can turn around and say, well, okay, here's some that your own side uses. I mean, like, what do they say to that? I mean, they're saying how great this globe model, this supposed globe model is. Where's your flat Earth model? And say, well, here's one that your own side uses. Why are they using the flat Earth model? If your globe model's so great, why are they using flat Earth ones? Yeah, sure. Yeah, post them in the side chat, man. Yeah, feel free.
I mean, when they say model, what they mean is here's a cartoon of the planets and the sun. And it is a cartoon by definition. It's not a model. It's just here's.
I can't. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, yeah, just here's a cartoon, basically. There's my model. Have a good day.
I can't post them in the side chat for some reason. I can send. I can do like a DM or whatever. I don't think I have that ability. But
Yeah,
I can send it
DM
to you
to
through
yeah DM
or
to me
whatever.
if you like. Yeah, yeah. Thanks, man. Yeah, cheers.
Sorry if you can hear it in the background. My dog's just going absolutely nuts on his little squeaky duck.
All right, I'm not sure if they're the ones you're looking for, but I sent you the ones that I have right here.
Yeah, cheers, mate. I'll just a bit busy in the kitchen at the moment, but I'll check it out in a sec.
Yeah, no worries.
I do find stuff like that interesting. Even when I was still fairly confident this whole thing was just ridiculous and nobody of sound mind should be entertaining it. Some of the railway things stuck in my head. So, like working out, for example, trains from Manchester to London, London to Manchester, a journey I've made many times, and you work out how much curvature would they need to account for? What kind of elevation difference would there need to be between Birmingham and Manchester, Birmingham and London, kind of central point between the two? And then just think to yourself, well, how on earth, considering when these railway lines were laid as well, so how on earth did they account for this so-called curvature? Because if they did, there will be something in there talking about it, right? There will be talking about the process of how they did it. It would be well documented, and how they account for these things as they're laying down, hundreds of miles of railway tracks. And then there's just nothing. And not only is there's nothing, there's quotes from prominent surveyors in surveying publications saying, yeah, we don't account for the curvature of the Earth. We just don't. And you think, well, what do you mean you just don't, when you consider how much curvature there would have to be between these two distances? You can't just not. It would be like trying to build a house on top of the surface of the ocean. And when people say, well, how do you account for the fact that you're trying to put bricks on top of water when you're building this house? Oh, we just don't. Like, it's not something you could just not do.
Explain that for me.
So when you take the curvature calculator, let's just have a look. So we go Manchester to London in miles. So Manchester to London in miles is 200 miles. And we do the curvature calculator, right? So we go 200 miles. Let me get my calculator right rather than trying to do it on the... So it's 8 inches per mile squared, isn't it? Like how much curvature there would need to be. Now that does eventually become a parabola, but for the first 1,000 or so miles, it's accurate, and you're good to go with that. So you go 200 times 200 times 8, and that gives you inches. So if we want feet, we divide it by 12. So what you're left with then is, between these two distances, let me just make sure I've got this right actually, because that number seems absolutely ridiculous and even worse than I originally would have thought it to be. So we square the mile, 200 times 200. Then we do 8 inches times the square of the mile, which gives us 320,000 inches. We'll divide it by 13 to turn that into feet. Yeah, so it's 24,615 feet of curvature there would need to be, or drop, because obviously if you're on taking the ball Earth model, where you are is always the top of the ball, isn't it? It goes down away from you because you're always the top in how this model works.
Right.
So if you're in Manchester looking towards London and you're on this train, right? You're getting on this train, you have to be navigating a drop over 200 miles of 24,615 feet, which means as they laid this railway track between Manchester and London, they had to account, we'll just call it 24,000 for easy maths, and we'll round up 25,000. That's primary school, should have known that. 25,000 feet of curvature would have had to have been accounted for as they're laying this 200-mile railway. So if that was a process they went through as they're laying this railway, it would be extensively documented. The processes, how they go through it, how did they account for this, 25,000 feet worth of drop as they're laying this railway? But not only
somebody at some stage would have said, well, we joined all these pieces of line together for a few miles, and then we realised we need to support these because they're going up into the air.
Yeah, exactly. or at least
something interesting. After spending a few years working on the rail as an aluminothermic welder, railway track actually behaves like dirty, great big licorice bands. They are actually quite flexible, surprisingly flexible.
You took the words out of my mouth, so that was the next thing we were going to say. What you would imagine there would be is, at least you would say, these railway tracks are slightly malleable, and so as we're laying them down, they're able to just gradually bend with the curvature of the Earth. How easy would it be to just write a little sentence in Engineering Weekly or in the, slightly malleable metal? It just ever so slightly bends, and so it's effectively wrapping round the Earth as we're laying this railway. But they didn't, and I find it interesting that they didn't, because it's just literally a sentence you could put in that puts the whole thing to bed, or at least offers an explanation. And people would buy it, right? Because like you say, it's somewhat flexible, because they're not putting it on perfectly flat ground, are they? The railway tracks aren't going on.
Actually, it does go on flat ground.
Oh, well, you know what I mean?
Couple of options. Number one, you're going along a flat ground. Number two, you're going up a grade. Number three, you're going down a grade. Everything else is just turning left and right. Or there's a turn out, so you can order a switch track. That's it.
So there's actually a clause in some old parliamentary documentation from Great Britain, excuse me, stating that that it's basically a law that for large railway projects, a horizontal datum must be used that remains the same throughout the entire project, or it's not fit. It's not, if you don't use that, then you're basically, breaking the law, or they could tell you that your project's no good. You can't use it.
Please, guys, I have a question, please. Hello?
We're waiting.
Yes, hello.
Jesus Christ, is that you?
Is that your question?
What do you think about Hail Mary?
That's for another room. In this room, we talk about the shape of the Earth.
What is the shape of the Earth in your opinion?
That's my opinion based on what I measured. It's flat.
It's flat? You think it's flat?
Is it flat?
Yes. I think it's
Are you
flat.
a Muslim? Are you a Muslim?
No.
Yeah, everybody's a Muslim.
All of us.
Who says? Who says?
Do you like Muslim people?
No,
Why not?
because they think they know everything, and they're smug, and their ego is too big.
You're right, bro.
Unfortunately, we are Muslim though.
All right, so do you want to be booted to another channel, or are you gonna stick on topic?
No, I want to switch my religion. Can I?
Go ahead. Here, I'll switch your religion for you.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm gonna boot you.
Well, that's a good start. The red flag religion.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Please feel free to practice it in your own time.
Dr. Railroad tracks.
So you know when you're hot mic at T-Dub, you know
Oh shit!
Ray,
Sorry,
when
mate.
you're it just sounds like you've got your phone in your pocket rustling around.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't. I meant to. Didn't realise I didn't.
Have you ever seen the rail plans or drawings? They're very similar to elevation profile drawings. Normally, if you go to a site shed where they've got a major shutdown happening, they'll have that section of rail mapped out, and they normally have, most of the time, it's a pretty long image that's multiple pieces of paper all stuck together, and you're talking sometimes up to 20 meters long, showing upgrade, downgrade, horizontal, upgrade, downgrade, horizontal, or it doesn't show bends left, right, it just shows them as horizontal. But yeah, it shows all the grades, all based off of a horizontal baseline.
I found
should
the
float
thing I was
around.
looking for. It was a quote by, it was in an Earth review, and it's talking about this exact topic. Basically, W. Winkler says, as an engineer of many years standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in school books. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal, and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus, a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance of curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle.
Ouch.
I'm guessing he didn't get invited back.
You said that was from the Flat Earth Review, right?
No, Earth Review, an engineering publication.
What year?
I'll find it.
Because in the early 1900s, late 1800s, there was a writing called Flat Earth Review, and I can't remember if it was like a magazine or a pamphlet, or if it was a news article that always popped up on a specific newspaper.
I think I've read vaguely what you're talking about. It had a bit of a resurgence at one point, before kind of getting buried again, and then had another resurgence. In answer to your earlier question, though, it was October 1893.
1893. Hot dog.
which is interesting because it ties into something I find interesting as an idea, which is that there are many people who believe that this whole idea of, oh, we've known the Earth is a ball for hundreds and hundreds of years is actually a lie, and that up until much more recently than we've been led to believe, people understood the Earth to be flat, and that the heliocentric model has only been inserted much, much more recently than they tell us, basically.
Yeah, because there was a newspaper in I don't remember. I think it was Minnesota newspaper writing about how there was a gentleman in the UK who was in the school system talking about how the Earth was a sphere, and trying to get the school system to push that through, and they ended up giving him jail time for
Blasphemy.
it.
It always amazes me how people would, don't you know, and in 1920s, in 1432 or whatever thing, near enough 1,000 years ago, but they'll say it with such conviction and such confidence, like this couldn't possibly be a story they were told in school, and they say with such conviction, like this thing they learned about in school that happened in 1327 or whatever else it is. It's just some complete and total undeniable truth. And then they say it with a conviction, like they were there to see it themselves, and it couldn't possibly be challenged. I think more people need to be open to the idea that what they were told when they were children might not be, quite 100% accurate. Crazy thought, I appreciate.
And there you go. There's that. Because I'd read something too, like in an old newspaper, an article or something going way back in the day, saying that in fact it's so like not necessary that they made it a law that you're not allowed to, right? And so I went looking for it. Like I was like searching through some old like I don't know, those like those archive places, and I found that's the closest thing I could find to a law having been made where you must treat the Earth as flat, right? It says, and the sections must show the surface of the ground, the intended level of the railway, the height and depth of all embankments and cuttings, and a datum horizontal line which must be the same throughout the whole length of the railway, and be referred to a fixed point near some portion thereof. So it's not allowed to deviate. Like your datum line for the entire length of your railway track has to be the same. It's not allowed to deviate. It's not allowed to curve. It's not right. They're telling you right there, like, and this is like special act and incorporated clauses from for railways in Great Britain. The bill that was passed, right?
And we have NASA papers stating that they treat the Earth as stationary, non-rotating, and a plane. Oh my.
Hey, Killian, yeah. Thank you for reminding me. Whisper Jack sent me something. So
No worries. I'm gonna. I mean, I've been digging up my own white papers as well. I'll throw it in the side chat to back you up on that. From NASA. Shout out to Rob Skiba.
Here we go. You sent me 4.
Just see if that works. Does it?
When you're done, I'll post up mine.
No, that's not going to work. Hang on a sec. Work. Because they're in downloadable PDF file form. I can't just do one at a time. Oh, damn, I can't. I have to download them.
You always can do the screenshot and paste the screenshot. Control C, Control V will work for you if you do that.
No, Jack sent me the PDF files. I don't know how to like repost them. Sorry, Whisperjack. I don't know how to do that.
Maybe
You know what I'm saying?
you
Is if you,
can go to the file in your files of your device and then share it. And then Discord app into the room.
I mean, it's all good. I'll try and figure it out later. I'm busy at the moment.
I'm throwing the white papers from NASA in the chat. That's what it came from. There's the date, and there's the excerpt.
I remember being in lobby at the home server, and someone was like, "I want a peer-reviewed paper." So I just started posting those documents, and they're like, "That's not peer-reviewed." And then I took a screenshot of the signature section, and I was like, "Are these not all affirming that the document is good?" That would make it peer-reviewed, because these people are supposed to be saying, "Yeah, I read this. I agree."
Nicely done.
I feel like the vast majority of people who bring up peer review as a rebuttal don't actually understand the peer review process, and more importantly, understand the inherent flaws within said process that would make it all but impossible for somebody to challenge an existing paradigm, not just with regards to the shape of the Earth, but with anything, whether it's medicine, whether it's health, whether it's geological. Like if you've got a theory or an idea that goes against, like the idea is supposed to be, you put it up there, everybody piles in, tries to tear it to pieces, and then if they can't, they're like, oh, maybe there's something here, but they just don't go near it, because when your funding relies on you not going near said thing, lo and behold, people don't go near it. So when people say like these people aren't allowed to study it, the first thing people's minds go to is, oh, well, so there's some nefarious, shadowy figure stood over them saying you're not allowed to. So no, it's much more simple than that. It's just funding. Funding keeps everybody in line.
A question for you guys. Have you looked into the distances that microwave frequencies can broadcast to?
I want to say the last time I looked at this, it was greater than 100 miles.
Oh, it's 160 miles. That's the world record. It's like over 200 kilometers. And the thing about microwave frequencies is that they require line of sight. So with that, that's one thing that literally disproves a curvy Earth. Oh my. Thanks for responding, brother. Appreciate that. Hope all is well tactical.
It's going good. They took me off night shift, put me on day shift, so I'm struggling.
Snap.
Aren't there similar observations with submarines using sonar to detect things just inconceivable distances away, when there should be a hump of, a hump of the earth bed in between them and what it is they're seeing? I'd have to refresh my memory of the exact distances these submarines are supposed to be able to detect things using sonar, but it's a similar kind of idea.
Yeah, isn't it crazy? Like, just even though there's a plaque dedicated to the first wireless, message received from England to Australia in 1918, a distance of 10,000 miles, apparently. That there's amongst scholars, there's doubt about the legitimacy of that claim of and because back in his day they said just even attempting something over 1,000, 2,000 miles is ridiculous because the curvature of the earth will get in the way, it block the signal. And he was successful, right? They had to something's obviously, they couldn't be that the earth is flat. No, right? So they eventually made up the excuse of the ionosphere, right? It's just, I think that they still doubt to this day that that such a broadcast over such a long distance using his technology is not possible because the Earth is curved. That's what they think, right? 10,000 miles, no way. I think that they doubt that even that bouncing signals off the ionosphere would help achieve that sort of broadcast.
Yeah, the reflecting waves would just get crazy. I don't know why they don't just say, yeah, the signals are just traveling horizontally because gravity is keeping them on the same parallel to the surface course all the way around the Earth from England to Australia, rather than saying, "Oh yeah, that don't make sense. That it probably wasn't true. Probably didn't happen," and just destroy the greatest real event in human history. LOL.
Well, even entertaining the idea that Marconi achieved that, right, is kind of like, well, then why do we need satellites? Right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Even if it was like a really weak signal, but they, he got the message, right? And they confirmed later on with each other, yes, this is the message I sent you. This is the message I received. Yep. Definitely we connected, right? You could do that's warrants development of that technology, right? You could improve upon it, right? And utilize it. It could be really useful.
Yep.
Paradigm shifting technology like that, though, never really gets to do its thing, though, does it? And I know it's slightly off topic, but I always remember the guy who he claimed to have invented a motorbike engine that could run on water. And his last words as he lay dying in a restaurant were, "They poisoned me. They poisoned me." True story, by the way.
Yeah, somebody posted a meme about that earlier. Yeah.
There we go. I wasn't actually here for that, but that's just fortuitous. Now,
Yeah,
whether or not he had an engine that could run on water remains to be seen. But it's well documented that he was poisoned. I'm sure it's just a coincidence.
Well, I would say that if you really wanted to do that, all you'd have to do is run a few volts on water, have electrolysis happen, and then burn the gases that's being released.
Just don't go to Nando's anytime soon, yeah?
There's the meme. Yeah, Stan Meyer. And you know what? Like the $1 billion that, like, let's say that that's true, right? They offered him $1 billion. If he turned it down, it probably wasn't because of any moral, right? Like incentive or anything like that. Like he probably was. They probably said to him, "Here's $1 billion, and you keep your mouth shut forever." Right? And he was like, "No way. Like, I want the credit for this. Like, that, here's your $1 billion. That gives us all rights. You get no recognition whatsoever." Right? Like, and he was probably like, "Bullshit." It was probably a pride thing. It was probably like, "Bullshit. I don't care about your $1 billion." Like, this is if it's true that they did that happened, that they offered him $1 billion offer, right? They offered him $1 billion for his ideas or his
The deal
invention.
would have been slightly more specific. It would have been, "Here's $1 billion, we own it." But it wouldn't have been, "Here's $1 billion, we own it, and then we're going to usher in this new age of the end of dependency on so-called dinosaur use, fossil fuels." It was, "Here's $1 billion, we're going to bury this, and you never speak of it ever again."
Right. Exactly.
Like,
and you'll make no more. You won't. Yeah. You tinker in your garage all you like, right? But not outside of it.
Like, imagine the fallout if that actually happened. Like the worldwide crash out domino effect that would happen if it turned out oil was now as valuable as tap water. Like, entire countries would collapse. Like, entire economies.
They would just shift.
I think within a month of that happening, it'd make Mad Max look like the Teletubbies.
Yeah.
Whether or not he actually invented that technology remains to be seen. But in my mind, it stands to reason that if somebody did genuinely invent something like that, it's not just probable that they'd be silenced one way or the other. It's a given.
I think I read years ago that the inspiration came from him watching a hydraulic drill shut down. That even after there was nothing else, like nothing fueling it. It just kept going for a little while after everything, after its fuel source had been cut off, and that sort of like he was like, "Oh, how's that work?" Like, and it inspired him to look into it more and exploit that, whatever was going on, right, with the drill after it had been powered down.
I feel like if you pursue this research further, you need to get a T-shirt that says "I will accept the bribe."
Yeah, don't shoot.
Yeah, like just
let's talk.
I'm good. I'm good with the billion and my guaranteed silence. Like, just it's all good.
I have an idea that's worth the money.
It does link back to something I talk about quite a lot, though, because a lot of people would say, "I wouldn't take the billion if I thought I could free the world from the clutches of oil dependency. There's no way I would take the bribe." Or if people get to positions of power, for arguments, "I'm above corruption. I wouldn't betray my countrymen for 2 pieces of silver." But it's really easy to say that when you're not the one in the room with the briefcase in front of you. Very easy to say that your principles aren't for sale when no one's offering to buy them. Like if somebody said, "I will pay you, $1 billion," but what you have to be now is like a McToon or a Duffy or whatever it is, right? So we'll pay you $1 billion. Financial security for you and the next 300 generations of your family tree, right? And all you have to do is make a YouTube video every other week talking about how dumb and how stupid flat earthers are. Everyone, no, not me. And I would say that now, right? And I would mean it and I would believe it. But then I imagine it's very, very different when the guy's in front of you, right? With the metaphorical briefcase, because obviously no one carries around briefcases of money anymore. Otherwise, it's a James Bond film. But yeah, in front of you, $1 billion, $300 million, I mean, whatever it is, right? Life-changing sums of money. I think most people would take the money. Not everyone, but
If
I
I was
think
going
most.
to turn in, if I was going to turn in some mechanism, I would have made a good product and then changed it to not so good, and then sold them the not so good version, and then issued the good version for myself.
It's like you want to get poisoned in a McDonald's. I'm only saying McDonald's. I don't actually imagine you eat at McDonald's, but it reminds me of something I've been trying to look into a bit recently as well. That if oil, so-called fossil fuels aren't, effectively dino juice, then could it be that, how trees secrete sap? There's not a finite supply of sap, is there? It's just a byproduct of trees existing. Like, it's just a natural secretion of trees, that the earth secretes oil much in the same way that a tree secretes sap. And then the so-called, oil's going to run out, there's only so many dinosaur bones left. It's just a way of creating a fake shortage as a way to obviously falsely boost the value of this stuff that just literally secretes within the secreted from within the earth naturally and will be forever. But then if you think of everything that justifies the control it allows, when you're the sole custodian of this finite resource, inverted commas, that the whole world relies on, which then ushers in all the climate bullshit and all the things that will be done to justify slowing down climate change, all the carbon calculators and everything else. The carbon calculators that'll be tied to your ID. Sorry, Mr. Goats. You can't get a train this week because you bought too many eggs on Tuesday.
You have too many goats.
Yeah.
Travel.
And none of that's possible if oil is actually just a natural byproduct of the earth, much in the same way that sap is a natural byproduct of trees. The whole narrative falls apart and is held together by oil effectively being this finite substance because there's only so many there's only so much dinosaur juice left. Just an idea I've been kicking around in my head anyway. If they lie about literally everything else, then I don't think it's such a crazy idea that maybe they lied about that too. And it kind of rings true for me as well. Because if you don't believe in dinosaurs, how can you believe in oil as a finite existence? That's basically dinosaur juice. There's no dinosaur juice without dinosaurs.
I thought you meant like the vibe of the room. Sorry.
No, what he meant was stop talking about politics and the actual surface of the Earth, and just talk about the sky and the stars.
No, I'm saying when you go into flat Earth, stop saying that the Earth is flat and be like, dude, how does a fucking Coke can work? And they go, oh, it's two pressure differentials. And I go, oh, there's a barrier between it. Yeah. So what happens if there's no barrier between a system and you've got two pressure differentials? One's like at fucking negatives, one's at 700 torr and the other's at like 1 atmosphere. What's going to happen? What do we get here, fellas?
Well, do you
We
know
get
how
a
they adjust
distribution
that?
of the pressure over the system. So why isn't it sucking like a motherfucking vacuum?
Well, I'll tell you,
Because of the
I'll
size
be
of the
double
globe
that.
and the gravity and the liquid and the pressure differentials. It's like, nah, man, that's the freaky thing. You guys should be talking about that more, not the fucking.
No. But that's the
Earth is
problem, though,
flat.
brother.
Because
Brother,
when
check
you
this out.
say
Hold on.
that puts
Yeah, hold
people
on,
off
brother.
so much, man. I'm telling you,
No,
that puts
hold on,
people
dude.
off so
You're
much,
on
man.
one. You're on one, bro. Just relax.
Give him fucking something. Get him something.
Yeah, so listen, man. Like, if you're gonna propose that, then you'd have to at least come from a premise that you know what's up there, because you're giving them a pressure differential. And I'm gonna ask you, where did you come up with the information that you solidified that that's actually true? That the pressure
There's
differential
a
that you
pressure
just mentioned,
differential.
that you just mentioned, in the place where they think things are, like satellites. How do you know that's true? I want you to establish the premise, or at least give information that we can all look at, that makes the information absolutely true. A method by which people can know that some device is taking a measurement to give the pressure differential that you require. Yeah, to make the argument. You want to make the argument solid.
It's a big assumption. It is a big assumption. Like, obviously, they've never been up there. Yeah. So we'll work with that now.
Yeah, so we can't do that then. It's a bad argument, wouldn't you say? To make an assumption based on an argument?
Yeah, you're giving them a freebie, bro.
Right.
Dude. Yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, and he's not just whistling Dixie. He talked to a meteorologist, and they actually can't measure the pressure above a certain level
because the highest you can go with a balloon is so high, right? And after that, it's like a rocket. But the rocket's in transit; it can't actually measure the pressure differential because it's in motion. So they don't actually
They
have
have
a
to
measurement
pressurize
of
the
all the
space station, don't they?
Well, but it's in motion. How would they measure the pressure? They would have to be still.
Yep, stationary. All right, so we have a problem, right? So that hasn't been addressed by the argument that people say that there's a pressure differential. That just bolsters the fact that people can prove something here on the surface, not up there. So what's in contention is what's up there versus what's down here. So if we have the two compared, we have to find out the pressure down here, which we know, and the one up there. Do we know that? That's the question, sir. If you want to make that argument stick, you're going to have both of those. Otherwise, it's going to be an I don't know to that.
Yeah, like how did they measure the pressure outside the ISS?
They sent a balloon up.
To the ISS?
I'm joking. Sorry.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt they'd say that. They'll say anything. They do claim they orbited a balloon at freaking, I think it was 1,800 miles or something. It was called the Project Echo. It was a big Mylar balloon that they said that they orbited. So they did say they orbited a balloon. They'll say fucking anything. No one even questions it. But the point is that if it's going 17,000 miles per hour, then that value alone is going to create a kinetic energy for the gas. And like, how are they going to get their pressure reading? They don't know. They couldn't even get it even if they wanted to. There's no method from which they could take it.
You really cornered me there, man. Hey, I didn't even think of that. Like, how did we measure the pressure up there?
A lot of people don't think about that. So that's why I bring it up. And it kind of gives you at least a foundation to work with. So if it's going to be a good argument, you have to start with a premise that's true. You can't just assume things. Does that make sense?
Especially with Globers. Fucking can't assume anything they say is actually factual because a lot of stuff they say starts with imagine. If it starts with imagine, then, it's probably bullshit. But a lot of other things they think are true. I was talking to Josh about it, right? Gravity forms things into spheres. Has anyone ever observed that? That's a big fat fucking no. Well, they imagine that to be true, but they don't know it to be true. Just like the pressure 10 to the negative 7 torr, or whatever they claim is at 255 miles up. They don't know that to be true. Maybe they have a model which predicts that, but they would need the actual pressure reading to confirm that the model is actually true in the first place, which they can't do. And like, you got surprised, or AV surprised me with this shit freaking couple months ago. He's like, I talked to this meteorologist and nobody knows the pressure in the exosphere. I'm like, oh yeah, I guess they don't.
Yeah, so what it does, it renders that argument moot because you can't provide evidence that what you're saying is true, neither can the Glober thinking that that's actually true. You get it? So it's null and void. You just throw that one in the bin, or at least put it on the side until you find out the actual pressure up there.
Yeah, same with the temperature. Temperature goes in that bin too. Any pressure temperature claim is just horseshit. And they don't dare claim a volume.
Yeah, but 1 second, dude. That's common knowledge, okay? Now you've really cornered me. You really cornered me there, brother. I'll admit that. But come on, man. Isn't it common knowledge that space is void and vacuum?
Well, that's the common concept.
It's a common. It's like an idea of what they think it is.
Super vacuums and shit like that, right? Like, how can they even? Okay, because you got me there, man. You actually did. I'm gonna try to figure out how they got that pressure value.
Yeah, go for it.
Of 7 negative.
If you find it, man, come back and let me know, huh?
What's your name, brother?
It's AV.
AV, sorry, because I'm on my phone. I can't see you guys' name.
Yeah, and this is Indio. So think about this. We can't even recreate that pressure on Earth.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, how much fucking pressure that is. It's crazy, man.
And you know what the weird thing is? I'm going to tell you the strange thing. They've been allegedly sending things into that environment for what? 30, 40 years?
70? Are we at 80?
More than that, probably. That's what's going to That's what's going to bake your noodle, man. When you find out how long they've been sending things into that environment and they still don't have a pressure reading, you're going to be like, no, this is bullshit.
Well, they claim that on satellites, there's on some that they can install a device. I think it electrically charges particles, like causing plasma, and then it detects the plasma produced. I think look, don't quote me on this, and then the sensors calculate right based on the area that it was examining how many particles were present. So that therefore it must have this particular pressure.
Yeah,
right?
there's been calculations on different devices.
But they would be in motion, right?
Yeah,
Don't they
and that is
add
just
the motion to the kinetic velocity of the particles? And plasma is not a gas either.
Right. Yeah, all that's probably guessed, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. And I was talking to Brandon, which is up to date with like the current technologies of what they're using to send and test, weather up in the troposphere or the highest levels of the troposphere. And that's where they're really concerned with getting weather information because that's where weather happens. So anything above that, it's to them, it's like inconsequential. Not that they don't need to know, but it's just they don't use it for their, daily work. So yeah, and by the way, he says, yeah, there's nothing that can go up there beyond the stratosphere. That's where the highest balloons can go, because balloons can't go farther past the altitude of a stratosphere. Then past that, the mesosphere, which is nobody knows. That's just an extrapolation of what they can gather from the stratosphere, and so on and so forth. You just extrapolate out. You use a lot of inference and calculations, and Bob's your uncle. So what do we got here? Well, a big question mark in the sky. How about that? So you can argue with a Glober till the cows come home about pressure differentials and how rockets work in a vacuum, yada, yada, on and on. But neither party has substantiated the claim that space is a vacuum or that what people consider space is actually there in the sense of saying that it is what they're mainstream
Okay, brothers. So they said that apparently when they went to the fucking Rosetta, when they went to like a comet or something, they took a bunch of like cold cathodes and pressure differential sensors and they put them on the aircraft or whatever it was. They flew it up to the comet and they got it there.
Okay.
That's what they're saying.
If you buy that
2016, 2014 to 2016.
Yeah, if you buy that story, then I don't know, man. God help you.
Yeah, I don't buy that story. I'm just telling you what I found. And so this is the only experiment that they did on pressure, which is interesting. 2014 to 16. That's bullshit. You guys are fucking crazy. I mean, no, this world is fucking crazy, dude. Fuck that. How can they state such? Oh my god, I have to find this. Anyways, you guys should all be Christians because the first flat earthers are the Bible bashers, man. Look at Job. Oh, like a clay seal, my brothers.
Yeah.
What?
Well, the creator was telling Job, so it wasn't Job telling the creator.
Yeah, I know.
But
it's the book of Job. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff within these arguments that you've been around. I don't know how long you've been around these arguments, but a lot of people make a lot of assumptions on both sides. So we're here to at least kind of keep the record, clear and straight as much as we can. So.
Yeah, well, I reckon when you pick the topic or pitch the topic to someone and you say the earth is flat, that blows their mind so much that I think you should start with the pressure differentials or something like, use the stars and say, well, look at our planet, look at our star. Okay, that's 8 light minutes. Make it 80 light minutes. Make it 800 light minutes. Now it's the size of one of the other stars.
I hear you, man.
Itself tell you Like,
No, you're
because
trying to make
it narrows them down in a little corner, and then you can kind of say, well, if the Earth is flat, then how flat is it, and how big is it? Because
No,
in
you're
the
trying to
Rig
give us.
Veda, it says that it's 9 billion kilometers flat,
Yeah,
planar.
bro. Here's the thing: you're trying to make it relatable to them in the sense of like their idea of the Earth being a globe, but we're not trying to do that. We're trying to get them to think about how they understand the Earth to be a globe. In what way has it been tested, verified, measured, falsified, in any way that they can prove to themselves? Because if it's not that they're trying to get them their own self to see if it actually stands as a real thing in reality, then what use is it of us to even bring it up? Like if they're not going to test and verify,
I get
you know what I mean? That's what we want. We want people to be inquisitive about the topic, not just give them, factoids. Yeah, I don't care if somebody walks away from here and they're like, "Oh, I'm still a glober." Yeah, but you didn't prove that what you thought was there was really there. At the end of the day, you just have a belief, which is, that's fine. People believe in a lot of stuff, right?
Yeah, I almost can't imagine that how they would have gotten pressure values until like recently. Yeah, I can't get over that, dude. I really can't get over that.
Yeah.
That was like a huge assumption in my own. I'm like, yeah, Boetes is this and that. Dude, it could all be positive pressure. Who knows?
Could be. Could be freaking creamy and biscuits. Who fucking knows, man?
Gas doesn't coalesce in a fucking vacuum. I don't care how much gas you got. Oh, but it was the size of our solar system amount of gas just farting around and like a huge haystack in the middle of some farm somewhere. You know how the center gets really hot? Well, the gas got really hot and it made a star. I don't think so. That's fucking crazy, dude. You know how much gas
inside nebulas,
and all it would do is just make slightly couple of different temperature differences, like a 1 or 2 degrees. That's about it. You'd start getting maybe 10.
Well, think about what they're saying, though. Have you really thought about what they're saying? The haystack analogy was good, right? So what they're saying is there's this thing called gravity, and gravity can cause the change of phase of matter. If it's really hot, there's a lot of gravity, it turns it into a liquid. If there's even more, it'll turn it into a plasma, and then it'll turn into fusion reaction in a fucking star, right? They're saying gravity causes all this shit.
Dude.
Yeah,
Do you know how much
I want to see you make ice with gravity.
Well, I want to see you make liquid with gas. Do you know how much gas you would have to just literally make liquid oceans within the gas?
These phase changes are happening with gravity, dude. That's what they're saying. Like you're having a change of phase of matter going from a gas to a solid or a liquid because a whole bunch of gravity. Okay, if this was true, then an acceleration could cause a change of phase of matter. Why not just get a fucking centrifuge, right? And I'll take some fucking steam, whip it around in the centrifuge, and all of a sudden it'll turn into fucking water at the bottom of the centrifuge. And then if I spin it even faster, it turns into ice. That's horse shit. It ain't never happened. It ain't never gonna happen. But that's what they're saying. An acceleration of gravity causes phases of change of matter. Horse shit on its face.
Oh man, now you've got me thinking like, maybe that could happen in like turbutanol or something like that. Like something that's got a ridiculous boiling point. But I can't see that happening in clouds of liquid helium or hydrogen. Like something weird like turbutanol with like fucking negative 20 degrees boiling point or something like that. And you put it in a centrifuge and it just went, but that would be heat. That wouldn't be like acceleration due to gravity.
Yeah, that's what causes phase changes, right? Pressure and heat, right? That causes phase changes of matter. It's what makes liquid water into ice. It's you lower the temperature, right? So you should be able to spin ice fast enough that it turns into water. In a centrifuge. Nonsense. So, but what they are saying is to bring it full circle to what you're saying, what you originally started with. What they're saying is that vacuum, which we know if you take a cup of water in a vacuum, it turns to steam. On Earth, that don't happen. That the gravity If there was less gravity, then it would turn the steam. But it wouldn't be the vacuum that turns it to steam. It would be the lessening of the gravity. But there's enough gravity so that it stays water. It doesn't turn the steam against the vacuum. The whole story is just a fucking immense pile of fucking dinosaur shit. Just like the Jeff Goldblum fucking meme, dude. Well, that's a lot of shit. The whole story is horseshit. It doesn't make sense. It's contrary to any experiment anybody can do on Earth, and it's just a fantasy story. Like I said, I'm going to reiterate it for the room or anybody on YouTube that didn't hear that right. We know if we put water and we lower the pressure and put it inside of a vacuum, it turns to gas. It will change phase. But what they're saying is there's so much gravity on Earth that the water doesn't change phase to a gas against the vacuum. It keeps it water. That means that if there was less gravity, then it would turn to gas. It wouldn't be the vacuum that turned it to gas. It would be the lessening of the gravity that turns it to gas. That is utter fucking horseshit. There's no physicist on Earth that could back that shit up. Bring them on here. I want to hear you make that argument with a straight face that gravity changes phases of fucking matter. Dude, think of how ridiculous, dude. You could literally just get a centrifuge. Oh, what's your heat? Oh, I want to boil fucking water. Oh, what do I do? Oh, I don't fucking put it over a goddamn, freaking electric oven or a gas stove. I just spin it in a goddamn circle. And it gets really hot in my centrifuge. And I made soup that way. I spun it at fucking 70,000 RPMs. And I made soup. Centrifugal soup. Yummy. You ever had centrifugal soup? Fucking make chicken that way all the time.
1:1.
What, brother?
Nothing.
Why are you repeating yourself? Is there echo in here? Echo.
What?
What? Sorry,
How old are you, bro?
Old enough to know better. But I don't. How old are you? What brings you to the channel, brother?
They really like people who think there's a flat Earth.
Yeah. Why wouldn't we?
Bro, do you believe in the flat Earth?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I? Why would I believe it's not flat?
Are you dumb, bro?
That's not an answer.
Seriously, bro.
Yeah, that's not an answer. Well, if it's so dumb, then you can easily answer my question. Why would I not believe it's flat?
Because we have proof, bro.
Because we have proof, bro. That's also not a specific reason.
Do you think the NASA's lying? Do you have
I don't have to think. Do you think they're telling the truth?
Of course, bro. Why they should lie?
No, that's not a reason for them to be telling the truth, dude.
Okay.
Incredulity is actually not an argument.
So the moon is
incredulity
also
means
flat?
you just believe anything anybody says.
So you think the moon is also flat?
No, the moon has
Bro.
nothing to do with the Earth.
So the
You still
moon
haven't
is-
told me why I would
Don't
think-
deflect, bro. Don't
Yeah, well,
deflect.
So the
Yeah,
moon is not flat, but the Earth.
Yeah,
is
the moon
flat.
has nothing to do with the Earth. The Earth and the moon aren't the same thing.
And the moon is a setup.
The
sun
moon
also?
and the Earth are not the same thing. They don't share properties. There's no reason they should be the same. There's no reason you should think they would be the same.
What are you talking about, bro?
Why would you think they would be the same?
It's not the same, but
Why would you
Bro.
think that they'd be the same, like each other in any way?
Bro, you really
Why can't you answer simple questions which are so obvious that you called me dumb? But these are easy. You should be able to answer these super easy.
What? Again.
What?
Again.
Yeah,
Ask
again.
the question again. I
The
didn't
question
listen. I didn't listen. Sorry.
Oh, you didn't listen? Yeah, I've never played this game before. Oh, I'm gonna pretend I didn't listen to try
No,
and
bro. Real
frustrate
talk,
him.
bro.
I'll just
Real
play this
talk, bro.
game. And, like I've never done this before. Bro, you're a low tier troll. You're not even entertaining.
What?
What? You gonna play stupid?
I don't get it how dumb you
You're
are, bro.
somebody who thinks
I'm
this
still
is a
waiting
dumb
for an
idea,
argument, dude.
right? You're someone who thinks this is a dumb idea, yet know nothing about why you think it is.
So you also believe in a flat
Can you
Earth,
tell us
right?
why you think that? Yeah, everybody in here. So why do you
What?
think it's a dumb idea?
Bro, guys, hey. You escaped
Hey,
the
Indo,
Matrix,
can I
bro.
tell you something real quick?
Guys, you escaped the Matrix, bro. You did it, guys.
No, we didn't escape. You're in the Matrix. You haven't escaped.
Oh fuck. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So tell me, if nobody told you that the Earth was a globe,
No,
would you
no,
have
no. Wait,
figured-
wait,
no,
wait.
no, no,
Please.
no. Listen to my words, bro. If nobody told you, would you have figured it out all by yourself?
No.
No. So why are we
Okay.
dumb?
Then convince me, okay? Convince me that the Earth
What,
is flat.
tell me what they did to convince you, and we'll see if I can match that.
Bro, we have
They
many.
showed you they showed you movies on the screen, right? That's what convinced you. TV show. Images on the
Oh,
screen.
there's proof, bro. There's proof.
Okay, yeah. What was the proof that they showed you that convinced you?
What's the proof that the
No,
Earth is
shut
flat,
up,
bro?
dude. What was the
No,
proof
bro.
that they
Please,
showed you?
please.
Said
I
their
want to hear,
proof,
bro.
name
Please,
it.
I want to hear, bro. Please, I want
Name
to
it.
hear.
No, asking a question.
No.
Answering a question with a question is rude. So, really simply, what was the proof that they showed you that convinced you?
I don't know, bro. I need to.
Yeah, exactly. You don't
research.
know.
I need
You're
to
just a blind
research.
believer.
I need to research.
Crazy.
You need to research what you already believe already?
I got a proof if you don't mind me interrupting.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
can I
let's
say
hear
it?
your proof. This should be interesting.
Wow, that was super exposure, man. Guy's
So-
blinded by the light now.
Can we hear this proof?
So the Earth isn't a circle, neither a flat. The Earth is square,
Yeah.
according to Minecraft.
Yeah, no one gives a fuck what you think.
Why?
What's your evidence?
It's truth. Truth.
No, listen. We have evidence the Earth is flat. We want to know what your evidence the Earth is a square. Go.
Minecraft.
Yeah, that's a video game. The evidence would lie in the physical and natural world. So where do we see that the Earth is a square?
Minecraft says.
Yeah, that's in a video game. Once again, are you bricked? We're talking about the physical and natural world.
Dude.
Outside,
I'm
the place
a
you're not allowed to
retarded.
go without a
Don't
tether
be
to
so
your
rude
mother.
to me.
The place
I
outside
have
your
a theory
door
that your
you're scared
brain is
of.
a square. Lord, I have a theory
He's
that your brain
playing
is a
victim,
square.
bro. I'm just going to mute him. Yeah, oh no, someone got him. Cool.
I got him. Where's the other clown? Oh, he ran away? That's what the plan was.
Indigo. So I had to look at something then because you're starting to dismantle a few of my presuppositions, which is getting to me. But one of them, you said earlier about the spinning gas, the acceleration onto gravity changing phase matter. So this is a good one. That's a good one. Because if you had a container, what would happen is, yes, you would actually get phase change due to acceleration of gravity. But if you had no container, then you wouldn't. Because I was asking the AI just then, like, if I had like a solution, would I be able to spin it fast enough for it to heat up? And apparently yes, but it's a ridiculous speed. And it has to be a solution that has like a weak bond already. So I picked, terbutanol, which is a freaking very sensitive alcohol. But like I said, if you had helium or if you had hydrogen, the bonds between that are a lot stronger. So you're not going to get acceleration due to gravity, changing its matter, because that would take a lot more energy to do that. That's why I picked butanol. But it requires the container, because what it's doing is it's smashing the molecules up against the surface of the container. If there's no smashing of the molecules, then there's no heating up, you see. And so what they'll tell you is that those molecules are smashing against each other.
Yeah.
You know, and thus
So you need
they're
friction.
acting like a container to each other. But that's fucking more nonsense, because, you know, again, in the...
Because then the problem is the outer layer of molecules. What are they smashing against?
would radiate out. Yes, they would just irradiate out. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so
vapor pressure, man.
you'd have to thermodynamically do work on yourself, right? Pull yourself up by your own bootstraps and raise your own temperature. How the fuck would you do that?
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy, man. I don't know.
So here's the funny thing: is so if gravity condenses matter or heats it up, so I should be able to take, like, say, natural gas, right? Shoot it off in a rocket. And then the further it gets away from the solar system, where the gravity is like decreasing, it should slowly turn into liquid natural gas. Right? Because the gravity is less, right? So when the gravity is less, the temperature goes down. When the temperature goes down, it should turn into liquefied natural gas. It leads to absurdities. That's the point. It's like it leads to like completely absurd shit. Like you can change the phase of matter with gravity. All you need to get a gravity dial, right? You can turn your gravity dial and boil stuff, turn it to liquid, turn it to ice. Like it's absurd.
You know, the interesting thing I find is that I got to this from a completely different field. I don't know what field or what area you guys come from that originally got you down this rabbit hole, so to speak. But the last thing I was looking at was the shape of the Earth. Stuff I was looking at is like particle interactions, like how they're assuming all of this stuff and how they're assuming other parts. And it's even in science. If you look at how, you know, you got stuff like Curie emissivity, you know, Joule absorptions, all these kinds of different things like that. They don't even know how that works, man. You know, let alone pressure. Like, pressure is PV equals nRT. That entire law is a fucking joke. It's made of 5 other laws. It's Gay-Lewisiak, Dalton's law, Boyle's law, Charles' law.
Yeah,
and when you find that
in the
law,
R, dude,
it
they're
only
hiding
works
a
in a small
volume.
window.
So that's the
Yes,
funny thing.
R
In the
is
R
the
number, they're
worst
hiding
thing.
volume inside of that, right?
Bro, R got me,
there
man.
actually is a
R
volume on both
fucking
sides
really
of the
got
equation.
me.
Yeah, if you expand it all out, there'd be a volume on both sides of the equation that would cancel out, right? But their volume on one
Dude.
side is infinity. So
Do you know
have
what?
an infinity on the other side, so you would have P times infinity times T.
Yeah,
Or P times infinity, right? So, like, what would you get? You'd get infinite pressure.
Bro, R is the worst thing in the fucking world, man. I couldn't believe it. And I was just like, don't worry about it. It's the constant. And you're like, okay. And then they screw with you. It's like you don't know which R to use. You know, if it's like, because there's so many units of R, you know, you can make R equal 0.8, you can make R equal like fucking 96 or whatever, depending on what units you're using. But
it's
when
always
I
in
figured
reference to
out
a
what
volume,
R
though.
was,
Yeah, but it's
I
always in
was
reference
like,
to a
"That's
volume, right?
fucking-" Yeah, it is. It's a volume constant. But
Yeah.
but it relies on the Raoult's law, which in itself will assume like a pipe. It assumes which is a container. You see what I mean? So
Oh, of course,
it's talking
yeah.
about like sizes of the pipe, as in like if you narrow the pipe, the gas can come out like. Yeah, so that they based R off Raoult's law, and I just couldn't believe that that's how the science worked. That they basically just shove in an invariable constant, and that's how it works. Don't worry about it, bro. And it works like that for everything, literally. Like literally. And then I was like, okay, well, how did they come up with gravity? And then the same kind of like fucking shenanigans is going on, and I'm like, nah, bro, that's That's not science right there. And I went almost crazy for a bit, going like, we don't understand even the very fundamentals of particle interactions. How can we say that black holes or this or that or this or that? And let alone like when you start looking back on it, we don't know anything, man. We're basically still in the 18th century. Like even further back than that, we're still where Plato is, pretty much.
Well, when it comes to the human mind, I 100% agree with that.
Well, Plato said that if you throw a ball on the ground, the reason why it stops is because it becomes lazy. You know, and so that's a derivative of what Newton said. Well, Newton is a derivative of of that. You know, they all had apples. Newton had his apple, so did Plato, so did Einstein. And so, you know, Plato's apple is interesting. You know, if I asked you Plato's apple, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be able to answer it because no one after Plato even could answer it. Plato said, if I had an apple and if Jupiter gave me a special knife that allowed me to cut the apple perfectly, I cut it in half. I cut that half in half, the half in half, and I further all the way down to n. When does the apple go from material to immaterial? Fuck knows.
Yeah.
Define those
yeah,
two
there's a
concepts. We
variation of
still
Zeno's
can't.
paradox too. That
Yeah, that was Plato.
Galileo and Archimedes. They had apples too.
All of them do, man, because they're occult weirdos.
Well, dude, this is ironic because we were just talking about the Garden of Eden, right? They're eating the apple, the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Yeah, it's what the apple signifies. Eve eating apple records. Apples has a lot of symbolism. But just to answer your earlier query, I came from research. I got into flat Earth. I was researching propagation of electromagnetic radiation, different anomalies within that, such as superluminal tunneling of light, metamaterials, longitudinal electromagnetic waves, things like that. And I just happened, because some of the search terms I was using line up to flat Earth, I ended up seeing a video about the Chicago skyline and it being viewed from 52 miles away, and the dumbass meteorologist saying it was a fucking mirage, which automatically, just because of knowing when I was researching that claim was horseshit. And I wondered, like, why would this guy say that when he's a meteorologist, when he should know that that's wrong. It's not a mirage. It doesn't look like anything like a mirage in any way. So he should know that was actually wrong. Why would he say that? And then I found out why he would say that. Because then if it's not a mirage, then the Earth's not a globe. So he had to say that. I'm convinced that everybody has a flat Earth observation that they've seen. And they've never realized that hey, this falsifies the globe, because we're all told no matter what we see, it fits the globe mathematics. So if I see Chicago from 52 miles away, the Earth is so big, that's normal. I should see that because the Earth is gigantic. But if you do the actual math, no, I shouldn't see that. I should only see the top of Willis Tower, which is the tallest building in America. Was the tallest building in the world for a long time. I should only see the top of 10 stories of the top of Willis Tower in the antenna and no other building. But that's not what we see. See the Chicago skyline. And there's multiple images of this. People have been seeing it for freaking nearly 100 years. So, across Lake Michigan, from one side to the other. And for him to say it's a mirage, that's what drew me in to look further into it. People go, oh, you saw a flat Earth video. Yeah, I saw a flat Earth video about a television broadcast. Not Eric Dubay, not Mark Sargent, not fucking whoever, Jeranism or fucking Bob Nodell or whoever the fuck you guys think of. It was the mainstream media that was doing nothing about flat Earth, that just simply showed a photograph that somebody took.
Well, let me ask you this: if I stuck that shovel in the ground and I dug out a hole, and I put the dirt on the outside of the hole, and it was mounded in the shape like some kind of curved hump mound, could I measure that? Or would I have to go all the way into space to be able to measure it? I'm confused. Because, a lot of Globers, especially ones who are interested in things to do about space, they always seem to have a hard time, like, providing direct measurements of the hump of Earth ground that they claim to live on. And somehow they always appeal to the sky to be able to measure it. So I just want to know, like, if I dig a hole with this shovel and I create a mound of dirt, is it possible I could measure it?
Oh, 100%, because the ratio of your observation distance to the size of the object is within acceptable ranges.
All right, so it's all about tolerances. So that means that if we use a sufficiently tolerated measuring device, we could effectively measure the alleged curve of the Earth or disprove the alleged curve of the Earth, right?
What measuring device are you referring to?
I don't know. Let's use an effective methodology that's used all over the place. How about laser transit? How about that? Let's use that. It's used all the time on construction sites, and especially leveling foundations and large plots.
No, that makes sense.
So let's just use that.
Locally level?
Yeah, let's use
makes
that.
sense.
Well, yeah, but let's use that over a sufficient sample size. Let's say 25 miles over the surface of water, which is the Earth is a globe that you claim it is. Right? It has to have a certain hump in between point A and point B because the water's equipotential is going to follow the equipotential surface of the gravitational mumbo jumbo that you claim exists. And so it's either going to be curved in that manner or it's not. And according to the way the physics of water works, it's going to express itself that way, and it can't do otherwise, right? Unless it's like in a certain type of solid state or something, like an ice cube. Like you could have an ice cube of any shape, right? But just regular water under its own physics, it's gonna flow if it's tilted, right? And it's gonna seek equilibrium if it's not. So we shoot a laser, costs 25 miles. Set up the laser leveled 6 feet above the surface of the water. Set the target 6 feet above the surface of the water on the other side. Shoot the laser, and that actually, with all things being accounted for, debunks the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude. And 2 orders of magnitude with this methodology is more than sufficient to disprove your geometry. So the Earth is flat.
I don't trust waves moving through a medium. I don't think that we can claim that they move in purely Euclidean space or Cartesian.
Oh yeah, really. Oh yeah, really. Except when you claim that you're using those to communicate with alleged quote unquote satellites, right? Then all of a sudden they're 100% accurate, right?
No, they're not 100% accurate. The beam width for the
right. So one,
like,
right, bro. Right.
Tenths of a degree, right? So it doesn't have to be perfectly Bohr-Site.
Right. So again, one more time, you just defeated yourself because you just said I don't trust it, but I know that it can be within a tolerance that's more than accurate for the task. So we got a problem here. You're double speaking.
I'm not trying to make it. I'm not trying to prove that it's level, though, right? Like if you're trying to say.
No, the problem is that I'm telling you, dude. Level. See, you don't even understand what's going on here. It's not about level per se. It's about whether level is curved or not. I mean, we all agree level, right?
Yeah, I'm getting gangbanged in the side chat here. God damn.
Dude, man. This is a family show.
Pause. Big pause. Big pause.
Like everybody's getting their turn over here. God damn.
Well, I mean, to be fair, if it's coming out both sides of your mouth, it wouldn't be unreasonable for someone to assume it's going in both sides of your mouth.
Ow!
Yeah, you can't have your cake and eat it too, brother. You can't say that lasers can't be trusted. Okay, that's fair, but you can't say that lasers are untrustworthy except when I use them. I mean, good grief, dude.
AI, that was one hell of a zinger. I just got to, dude. Flipcord, where you at, man?
Hey. Second
Dude, that was one hell of a.
Come on.
That was one hell of a zinger. Oh, like, golly. That's akin to getting slapped upside your head, dude. It's about the same.
As long as he respects the safe word, I'm on board.
Pause, nigga.
Dude, but see, I can't see your safe word. Your safe word is only accurate in certain environments. In other environments, you just can't trust it.
Oh shit! It depends on my reference frame. I'm fucked.
Yep. Yeah. So if lasers can be trusted in certain applications and with certain scrutiny, just give me the parameters of that scrutiny, and then we'll use those parameters and apply it to the surface of the Earth and get the measurement. Then we don't have to worry about your "it only works when I do it" nonsense.
No. I'm just saying we'd have to establish like what are the tolerance for claiming that it's flat, right? Right. Like you're not gonna get 0. You're gonna get either negative 0.002 or positive 0.004.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Hey, fair enough, brother. I agree with you. I agree with you that in order to say what you just said, you had to concede that we already disproved it's the globe you believe in, and now we're just trying to decide how flat it is. Good job, brother.
If that was the case, right?
Yeah, I agree with you, 100%, dude. Like there is some some variable tolerance that you could imagine a super complex gigantoid sphere within that margin of error, which defeats your sphere that you claim you live on by 2 orders of magnitude. So either way, we've debunked what you believe in, and now you're back at the drawing board.
The light's still moving through a medium, right? So we'd have to correct for that
No,
somehow.
dude. We already conceded. We already both conceded that there's a certain tolerance, and we're going to do it within the tolerance. And the tolerance is going to be a measurement difference of 2 orders of magnitude. So it exceeds the tolerance by so much that it's not possible that the conclusion can be otherwise, dude. It's like going in to measure your floor. Okay, if the variance in your floor is greater than the height of your building, something's wrong, right?
No, I'm saying that if for it to be flat, there's going to be some range around 0, and for it to be a globe, there's going to be some range around what the predicted value would be. But I'm saying like using.
But bro, you don't understand, bro. I understand you. I got you. The problem is you don't realize how much of a ramification this has in your world. If you want to appeal to a 250,000 mile circumference globe or 250,000 mile radius globe, you've debunked everything about quote unquote stellar motion, quote unquote where they are relative to the Earth, quote unquote where the sun is going over. All of those things, like there's a cascading effect that destroys it all. And so all of your presuppositions that you've been using to believe you live on a globe are toast. So now you have to come back with us with the only thing which could prove you're on a globe in the first place, which is direct measurements of surface curvature. So why don't you go ahead and give us some of those, and then we can all go to sleep at night.
I'm good.
Yeah, I know.
A, because I don't have any personally, and B, because I understand that there's no, it's a futile argument.
Correct. You trying to prove direct surface curvature is a futile argument. I agree. We're buddies now.
Hey guys, I'm working on the receding hairline. You can stop calling me out for it. Come on.
What? So if you had a receding hairline and you put a caliper, yeah, fair enough. But if you put a caliper on your cranium, could you tell me how much curvature was in your cranium?
Yeah.
Okay, so so if you had the Earth
size caliper.
Oh, I get it now. See, so you just admitted that you don't have a planet-sized caliper, so you can't tell us the Earth is curved. I agree. Good job.
Oh, you can have a planet-sized caliper if you're doing laser ranging from orbit, right? You go up.
No, because we can't trust. No, because we can't. No, because we can't trust lasers. Remember?
Laser ranging. That's distance. That's distance between 2 points.
No, can't trust it. Doesn't matter, dude. There's mediums. There's mediums, bro. I can't trust it. Medium. Can't trust it.
Not negligible medium.
Oh, really? So what measurement do you have of the medium in space? Go ahead.
I already put it's in my bio. There's an external pressure sensor on the ISS.
Ooh, people were asking about that earlier. They wanted to know. Why don't you tell them about it?
They use it to find leaks, to patch them. So there's a whole
Really?
thing in my bio on the ambient pressure of low Earth orbit.
What's the pressure value up there? Anyway,
It's like -7 ish. I'd have to look at the graphs again.
directly measured in that location where it's at.
Yes. Yes.
All right, go ahead and post that information,
Yeah.
please.
It's in my bio. You can click on it.
In your bio.
Yeah, if you click on my username. There's three links there. There's one that says external pressure
Oh,
sensor.
all right. So you're just in it for the clicks.
What? Yeah. Actually, I got to get my what is the YouTube metric for thousands of dollars or dollars per 1,000 views?
No, it's like 7 cents per 1,000 views or something.
Yeah, I
What
was
did
gonna
it
say
say?
I'll send you a
Josh,
Venmo
where did it
request
say
after you click on my profile.
specifically? Where does it say in this 14-page little PDF that you have?
There's a couple graphs like halfway through on some external sensor readings, but it's overview of the device that they use to try and find leaks on the outside of the ISS.
I want to know. I want to know where they measured that pressure. If you can point me to that page, that'd be great. Instead of me having to read the whole thing, I'm going to read it all anyway.
No, you just look for the graphs. Like, I mean, then you can go
Alright.
back and read in more depth. But if you just flip through, just the graphs, pressure graphs. Dude, y'all are quick with the IMG flip memes. That's good stuff. Y'all are quick with it. I commend it.
Oh man.
Bill, I'm in here all the time just listening. Either hear Earth Awakenings or debate Flat Earth and more. I just really enjoy AI and AV, so whenever I'm in here, I talk a little bit more. Indio and Jen are cool too.
Where else are you going to get such high quality insults that you can withstand?
Damn fucking straight. Y'all are creative as hell.
Now, if we could just get you to stop whining about being interrupted, you'd be a real man.
Damn. What could
You're
be?
a work in progress. You're a work in progress.
Yeah,
We love
what could
you.
be, man? I don't know. That might be a Herculean task. I'll put it on my vision board for my therapist.
What if your therapist asks you what's going on and you tell him like this is happening at a flat Earth forum, and then he starts asking you flat
I
Earth
talk about you all
questions,
the
and then you
time.
find out. Yeah, but what if you find out he's a flat Earther? Would you fire him?
No, I like, and it's a she. Casey's great. I've been working with her for, I don't know, like 4 or 5 years. We could have even more fun conversations.
Well, like I told you earlier, supposedly we got people with psychological degrees doing workups on the flat Earth sociological phenomenon, and they come hang out here to head shrink us.
At what point in your childhood were you dropped on your head? You know, if your parents were on Snap, you probably could have eaten better growing up. What was the name of that guy though? The guy doing sociological research? Somebody mentioned it a couple days ago.
Pat Mackey and numerous others have claimed they were.
Bill, I wish I was paid to be here. That'd be sick. I could buy a house even faster.
Also, Allison tried pulling that crap on us.
Yeah, that was the name.
Well, listen, some of them do it because they're trying to create this veil of why they're here that gives them a justified reason, and then also gives them a reason to dismiss us or take us seriously. Right? So it's a protection mechanism for themselves to be able to enter the space without letting the stain of our ideas get into them. In other words, they can still declassify us, you know? So some people are not legit. They're just lying about their credentials and their purposes here because they can't handle the fact that flat earthers exist. I know, but you get what I'm saying. It's like some people can't handle the fact that flat earthers exist. They find it so repugnant, but it's so attractive at the same time. So they want to wear like a whole mind condom when they enter in. All right, I'm going to coin it right here. They want to wear an ideological condom. There you go.
Love it. I wonder how little gas you could put into a condom in a vacuum for it still to maintain its shape without popping.
Well, yeah, then when you spin it around, when does it turn into ice?
Wait, Professor Dave's the guy who like debates Witsit and other folks like that, right?
If that's what you want to call it.
I don't know. I don't appreciate the people that debate like professional, like the folks that hop on podcasts and argue. Like I would, you know, I don't know. It seems a bit weird to base your entire like content creation strategy on putting up some sort of flat Earth clip and then just like, you know, taking the piss on it. Like what are we doing here? These are people.
Sort of. I mean, in some people's views, we don't deserve those types of accommodations, right? So it's okay in that social climate to make fun of us.
I was gonna say I said that the other night that I you know actively like you know try to stop people in my social circle that hold those beliefs. I think that made what's her name, Miss Dandelion, angry the other night that I would make that claim. I was like, no, they're just everybody's people. You got to treat people with respect.
All right, man. No worries. Man, I almost got my leaves raked.
Wait, you're actually raking leaves? I thought that was a euphemism for smoking pot.
Bro. Well, okay, bro. So like, you know, people actually have to do real chores in real life, you know?
No, that's what you pay the maid for and the landscaping crew. Come on, AI. You get the nanny and the maid and the landscaper.
Well, normally I force my mom to do it at the end of a whip, but she's currently in the mines getting some lithium so I can have a new cell phone.
Good shit. Although you probably could increase your value per minute if you switch over to Cobalt. You just got to go to Sub-Saharan Africa for that.
Interesting.
Now, are these dry leaves or wet leaves? Like, what are we working with here?
Wet. Well, we're getting wet as we speak.
was gonna say I'm doing a 50 mile endurance hike over the weekend for Veterans Day for a charity, and I'm looking at the weather and it's
Right.
supposed to start raining, and I'm just like, I'm
So
cold now.
okay, fair enough. So if you go 50 miles, let's just assume you're going 50 miles and you're on a relatively even topography. You're not really going up.
It might curve.
You're not really going up in elevation or down in elevation topographically. So if you start at one end and end up on the other, let's just assume you're going back and forth. You're not just going all the way to the end, because that would kind of mean you have to drive. So let's go. You go 25 miles. How much raw curvature drop would there be if the Earth was a globe of the size you claim?
Was it 8 inches per mile squared, or is it 8 feet? I'm not sure. I don't
8
remember what the 8
8
inches.
inches.
The parabolic parametric function.
Yeah, that's accurate to 0.1% out to past 1,000 miles. Yeah, that one. Super accurate approximation.
Or so it'd
I
be
just had to
what,
put that.
2/3
I just real quick.
So
I just had to put that PSA in there for the slow, retarded Globers in the back that think telling us it's a parabola, not a circle, makes any difference. All right, go ahead.
no, I get it. It's just it works for small distances.
No, it works for all distances for the atmospheric extinction.
Well, it's a good approximation for the first, like, I think 1,000 or so, 1,500 miles, and after that, it
Yeah,
tends to
that's not a
diverge
small
if you
distance. That's not
plot
a
it.
small distance, Holmes.
Oh, no, I'm just saying relative to the purported circumference, right? But yeah, no, agreed. What would it be, like 16 2/3 miles? So
No, 25 miles. 25 miles
times
is how
2/3.
far you're going, and then you got to square.
Oh,
Yeah, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, you're good. No. It would be
So they believe
like
basically that
60.
they tell you this to make you feel like insignificant. Oh yeah. So that you think you're just a small speck, meaningless speck flying through fucking space on a giant water ball. Huh. Well, they can suck it.
Really? Do tell. Tell us more.
Big fan of the little speck.
I know you appreciate a woman that's a fan of the little speck. Don't give me that.
Dude, positive.
So what was the number? Bro, what was the number?
It would like 16 feet, 16 2/3 feet.
Dude, holy crap, dude. Can you please do the math correctly, for the love of God?
Wait, 8 inches per mile, right? So 8 times
8 inches per
25.
mile. No, bro. 8 inches per mile would be a linear
mile
slope,
squared.
Holmes,
So
not a curve.
400
Yeah.
times 8. No, you're right. Sorry, it's been a long day. So 400 divided by 800 divided by 3 in feet. So back to 267 feet.
Now we're getting somewhere. Holy crap.
Sorry, it's been a long day. Mental math is.
All right, so if it's 267 feet, right, of raw drop over 25 miles.
In Cartesian
is there
space.
is there any technology that we have that could measure something of that, like within that tolerance?
Nothing I can see that like would stick through the medium. I mean, you could have me like carry a gyro that's actively spinning, right?
Oh, I like it because, yeah. Well, look, lasers are more than sufficient, by the way. But if you want to go over to gyros, I'm happy. I'm happy for a gyro. I'm happy for a multi-system gyro to go across and show you how much it's rotating or not rotating. Right. So, how have you got any of that? That would be great.
Well, I'm not. No, the issue is my walk this weekend is, it's not
Okay,
not a
okay.
straight line.
Yeah, but also like it's going to be hard to do. I get you. But let's just say, for example, that we took a gyro this much. Let's say we took the gyro 3,500 miles. So the gyro would be displaced by 50 degrees. But yet the gyro doesn't do that. Would you then concede the Earth is flat?
Well, the gyro would be held in inertial space, so we already see the 15 degrees per hour shift that we already get.
No. Don't care about that.
So-
Don't care about that, dude. A gyro just standing still, okay, not moving over the surface, isn't measuring curvature of the surface. At best, you're describing
I
something
get
that would
it.
be
But,
a
like,
rotation of the
it's gonna
body.
take me time to walk. It's going to take me time to walk, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but see, the point I'm
Right.
trying to make, dude, is if the gyro isn't displaced in the curvature degrees that it's supposed to be, then that means that curvature that you claim is there isn't there. It's that simple.
But I'm just the point I'm trying to make is that if I was going to, try to trace that supposed path, figure out if it was curved or not with a gyro, it would take some time, right? And we
Right.
observe with a high precision gyros a shift of about 15 degrees
Who cares?
per hour.
Doesn't matter. Okay, let's say you do. So you just zero that out. So you go back and forth.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So we'd have to zero that out, and then we'd move on.
Right. So you'd end up with raw rotational displacement that's either present or not present, and that must be for 3,500 miles of the surface of the alleged Earth to be claimed. That would be 50 degrees displacement. So if you arrive at your destination and there's no 50 degrees displacement, then there's no curvy globing.
Well, I don't think it would be 50 on the dot. Once again, it gets back to the tolerances of what is our expected outcome and what is our percent error, right? So if it comes out to like 56 or 44, like we have to set a hypothesis and do a statistical analysis to figure out if we can reject the null or not. So we can't just say if 50 then globe, if not 50 not globe. It's a little bit more complicated.
Oh yeah, but you could say if 15 then globe. Yeah, cool. I see how it works.
No, I don't.
It's only
I don't
good
think
when
you
you
can say
do
if
it.
Like you got to set up some actual boundaries.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Because
right, we'd have to
listen,
find sufficient p-values.
Yeah, fair enough. But we've been living with that for years with ignorant globers who never did any research whatsoever. They think that Bob Nodell proved the Earth was a spinning globe because he saw 15 on a readout.
Well, some people just think it's sociologically beneath them to even attempt it, right? Even the pursuit of research shows that they're, seeding that there might be something there, and there's tribal rejection that comes with that concession.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. That a lot of them, because they don't actually care about the truth, they just care about rejecting an alternative from what they've already
100%.
established as accepted.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, for example, guys like Matthew Learns, he said a million times he's not willing to touch the Earth to see if it's a globe. He already believes it's a globe, and he doesn't see it as a worthwhile pursuit.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of people like that. That'd be interesting, though. I have the means to buy a nice gyro. We could do some shenanigans.
Well, I'm working on a test. We're going to send a multi-system gyro from east to west on the United States and from north to south. And we're going to have a multi-system, so some of them are only there to zero out the glober claims, and other ones are there just to get raw measurements with no software whatsoever, doing any mumbo jumbo. And then the other ones with the retarded software. And so they're all going to zero each other out. And then they're going to go east to west, west to east, and north to south, south to north. So they're going to go back on the exact course they took, right? Which you'll be able to get all of the data zeroed that way. And then it's going to show that there's either a rotation commensurate with traveling in an arced path or not. And since it's going crisscross on the face of the Earth, it's also going to deal with the stupid rotation claims and a whole bunch of claims simultaneously.
I'd be more than happy to help you with that. Yeah, that'd be cool as hell. And maybe you'd have to go there and back again, right? We turn it into like I don't know how you're going to transport it, but
yeah, you go You go on a course and then you go backwards on the exact same course. Or not backwards, but return on the same course.
Okay, I got to build a Foucault's pendulum apparently, according to chat.
Well, let me ask you this: if it came back, all things being equal, and the error margin was essentially functionally a zero or a null, that there's no arc path that's traveling on.
Yeah, if it was
By
a
your
null,
logic,
that
would you?
leads to
Yeah.
a lot more questions.
Well, wouldn't it just lead to the conclusion the Earth isn't curved?
Well, I mean, yeah, it would mean that I would have to go, figure out what the fuck's actually going on, right? Right. I would change my
Yeah, but what
assumption
about
again
if it's
from
just
this.
What if it's just not curved? How about that? Would that be fair?
Yeah, I would say if it came back, it would cause it would sort of flip flop, right? Like from right now, I'm a Glober who's interested in y'all's perspectives and figuring things out from your perspective. It would most likely end up flipping me to the other side, right? Where my baseline is okay based off this first person data. I see, this statistical analysis that I set up, and I would put together a paper and ask people to poke holes in it, and extend the conversation. And if it comes out that like what we did actually, came out with the data that it came out with and the results that we saw, it would flip me over to like, okay, now I need to, baseline is there is no curve, and then you go kick your tires on all these claims that folks are making, trying to see if they're true or not.
Fair enough, but shouldn't that have been the baseline in the first place? Because we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. Like that's our natural experience.
Like I said, for first person observations of using space systems, designing, operating them, right? So I'd have to go back and kick the tire. Oh man, y'all are gonna hear a big PR blurb from my program tomorrow in the news. It'll be fun. They called together this big town hall meeting, and there's a bunch of social posts that are supposed to go out. I'm hopping on mute for like 20, 30 minutes. Gonna take care of some stuff around the house. Appreciate it.
I'm listening. They're rude. See you later.
Man, you remember that Insane Clown Posse song where he goes, "Magnets, how do they work?" We need to add that up to a meme with Josh with Insane Clown Posse makeup going, "Lasers, how do they work?"
He doesn't know? I was away for a minute. He was baffled by lasers?
No, I was like, we could use lasers to measure the Earth to see if that curvature is actually there. And he was like, "Oh, lasers are untrustworthy."
What the fuck?
I was like, and then I was like, "Well, how do you
talk to each other? What the fuck?"
No, but see, that's laser range finding and pulse communication. That's not laser transit measurements. It's only untrustworthy when it's measuring the curvature of the surface of the Earth directly. That's what it's untrustworthy. I told him, well, if you guys are using it, then why don't you give us the accurate methodology to understand the variables and the application so that we can use the accurate method to measure the surface of the Earth and get it over with. Has anything happened with Dr. Shiva? Any progress or
Oh shit! I was talking
news
on
or
mute. Oh, I don't know if anyone is following up on that. I think Stone, Man of Stone. So, I don't know if you know who that is. He's a flat earther. He's mostly on X and hangs with Shane and Posse. Oh my god.
Oh, 'cause I was talking to Josh about Shiva earlier, and in the sense of what kind of things can people that have connections do if they're interested in the flat Earth topic, to fund or help organize that might do an event that might be like a test or a measurement or something. That's kind of like what Shiva's talking about. I was telling him, like, dude, this is who we got to deal with. We got to deal with guys like Dr. Shiva who think they're coming into our space to do us a favor, to provide their expertise, right, to take our quote unquote message to the world. And his help is going to be overseeing something that's scientific. And I'm like, these idiots don't even realize that the scientific method isn't applied to just measuring something. That's what kind of morons we got to deal with. That's who we get.
Dr. Shiva's Twitter feed hasn't had
Okay.
any updates at all in the past few weeks about this. I think he wants it to go away.
He hasn't said anything about it, huh? When was the date they set?
November 8th.
Dude, that's like 5 days away.
Yep. So isn't it going to be ironic if the organizer himself backs out?
Oh, he'll say something stupid. I got more important things to do, or who knows. But I was on mute talking by accident. AI. So, a high-end laser unit has a working range of up to 2,500 feet or more, with an accuracy of 1/16 of an inch over 100 feet, and a quarter of an inch at 200 feet. So I'm assuming it's a linear error, or linear uncertainty, or linear precision. Don't actually match the globe, but rotary laser outdoor working range of 3,600 feet. So that's what, 3/4 of a mile, or 2/3 of a mile.
Frickin' laser beam.
So if we can extrapolate out the error, we can get like, okay, what's the error at 25 miles? That would be, maybe 5 feet or something.
Yeah, but even those are they're not like the rotary lasers. They're in a small unit, so they don't have like a big collimator or anything. Because they don't need to be accurate out super duper far.
Well, what they have is a detector that detects that wavelength. It says range of 2,500 feet or more when using a laser detector. So it's not eyeballing it, right? They have a detector that's, calibrated or manufactured to detect that particular wavelength of light. A lot of the theodolite, the total stations, they're infrared in the first place, and they have infrared detectors on them.
I wonder if it'd be like the Lake Idsill test. I wonder if it'd be cool to do a three-way test, to where there's also a receiver on each of the locations, a sender and a receiver on each of the locations. So not only are they getting the up and down at the target, but they're also getting a range finder. That seemed to be Josh's hang up. He thinks that lasers are only accurate doing the range finding. They're not accurate doing leveling.
Yeah, what's interesting too is that he submitted that line that he told me that on his bio, I can find out that the pressure's been measured with this contraption that's on the ISS. I've been looking into it. Meanwhile, you guys were having a discussion, and I found out that there is no baseline that device called the REL has measured the ambient environment that's outside. It's using these gas vent spikes that it uses from the ISS to like detect what the change in the environment is, but it's not telling the any numeric value of what its baseline is for the ambient.
Right. Okay. So it's only measuring a rapid pressure change, not the
Yeah.
initial settings.
Yep. That's what it's doing. Exactly that. And so it doesn't.
Imagine my shock.
Yeah. No, but like he was saying that it was, and what it's claiming on its face, like the paper's claiming on its face to do is have the temperature measured, like it's a measurement based on a gauge that it has on this device on the arm that's on the ISS, but nowhere does it have a baseline as to what the ambient temperature pressure is out there. So there, yeah,
Dude,
like
it's just
you
like the
said.
gyros.
And it says that they're claiming there is a baseline, but there's no. I use Manus AI to actually like scour the internet for it, and it says that there's no paper that it can detect a numeric value to what that baseline is.
The baseline is national security. Ooh.
There you go. So what he has there on his bio is not anything indicating that they've measured the pressure value at that altitude. Sorry. It's a no-go.
You ever notice there's a trend of guys trying to present evidence like that where they don't just give the citation from their reference that says, we measure the exterior pressure 2B by this methodology, which includes this instrument ABXYZ.211, 2B, 1 to the negative 20th hydropascals, or whatever it is. Like they can never just cite that. It's always some ambiguity. Oh, just check out my reference. Where is it in here? Well, you just read it.
Yeah, and I did. And I also put it through AI to kind of confirm any other sources that I need to find the baseline, and there isn't any. So as far as anything that we can see, if there is a baseline value, then good luck trying to find it.
It's the same shit over and over.
Yep, it is. So there's really nothing there in his little link that you want to actually. I got the paper and I was looking through it. Didn't see anything. It just kept saying that we measured it. Of course, it's measuring it. But then like I said, I put it through Manus and it says it's measuring the differential from the gas spikes of the vent that it has on the ISS. That it's silly, dude. To be honest. I'm just like, if they measured it, drop the bomb on me already. Just show me where and how, and it'll be good. But nope. It says, well, we can provide that calculation for this. I don't want that.
I really hope in the future that they do it justice. Our entire civilization has been for the past however many hundreds of years. You know, taking perfectly good measurements and fucking them up with models.
Like a curse. They can't stop doing it, man.
Yeah.
But this is starting these ideas of this model freaking lunacy, dude. It's permeating into mainstream science that they've freaking lost their way. I mean, I watch a lot of mainstream shit, man. You'd probably be surprised all the mainstream crap I actually watch. You'd probably think I was a Gobi. I watch so much, but it's permeated. They're all bitching about it, all of them. The only ones that don't bitch about it are like the fucking Lawrence Krauses, the Neil deGrasse Tysons, the people who their grift is based upon scientific certainty. That's the whole entertainment value, is that they're basically the modern day the modern day storytellers, right? They get up on the stage and they tell the story of the universe, the story of creation, right? And that's what they are. But actual working scientists in academia, more and more are starting to like revolt. Check out the Demystify podcast. There's hundreds of videos on there. And most of the people on there, working scientists, they work in academia, they got PhDs, and there's fucking got to be 100 or more that are like, this is bullshit. So it's not just us. It's just like we found out first, and everybody else is catching up.
That's
And one
funny
thing
and
you're not
true.
gonna
I like
do-
that podcast, by the way.
One thing you're not going to do in this chat, though, is bullshit your way through and act like people are just going to accept it. Oh, that's good information. Like, it's so silly, man. At this late in the game, dude, they should come with something better than that. I mean, if you have
You know, on a
anything
curious
local,
note, I don't know if
you better
Josh
be
is here.
locked. Yeah, he's here. He said he was listening.
I might
only.
be a bit lax, so I'm sorry. All right. Well, some time ago, I was watching a Starlink deployment. Not like the rocket launch, but I saw the train come by, and I think it was from a fairly recent deployment. And I noticed how all the satellites in the train were slinking along, like they would appear to accelerate and decelerate relative to each other. I'm like, wow, that's pretty fascinating. Given their velocity, 17,000 miles per hour, and their claimed altitude, what is it, starting off at like 350 miles? I'm kind of like thinking about the Krypton ion thrusters that only provide thrust on the order of centimeters per second squared. And I'm looking at the angular velocity in the sky, and I'm trying to, napkin the math. They're not using the Hall effect ion thrusters to do this. What the hell is it?
Was it right after
Because
they
whatever-
deployed, or how long after deployment was this spacing? Is this ground based or space
Within a few days.
Okay. Yeah. So within the first few days, they're doing checkouts. They don't turn on the ion thrusters until they do orbit raising. And what they actually do at the low altitude, they drop them off at. They use ballistic drag, like differential drag, to space them out. So some of them they'll use the reaction wheels to make them have the entire, basically they're like a flat panel. So like if they have the flat panel perpendicular to the flight direction, it increases the drag, which causes them to space out. They don't turn on the ion thrusters until they do all their system checkouts, which is after they do the spacing maneuver.
What kind of G's are they pulling?
Like very, very little. Like it's more than centimeters per second squared of acceleration, but nothing close to even 1 G.
Sounds
like
more
to
like
find
they're
out
tethered.
Yeah, you know what it's like? It's like watching a bunch of kindergartners on a rope as they're being led to onto the science museum. And they're all slinking along back and forth and stuff, collapsing and expanding. But I mean, are they just initiating drag? Is what you're saying, Josh? Is there's no acceleration? It's only deceleration.
Yeah, exactly.
And I guess it's not in order. Okay.
And AV, just a heads up, my paper you didn't cover the fact that they had spikes in 3 directions on the pressure sensor, and the other 3 were controls. So if it does show the ambient. but it does show
it
the
doesn't.
ambient.
There's
but
not
it's-
a baseline. There's not a base. The device doesn't show a baseline for the pressure that's outside of the ISS.
yes, it does. It's the other
No,
three
it
directions that
doesn't,
are
dude.
not.
Listen, and not only
What?
did I look
What are you
for
talking
it,
about?
when I was looking to I'm telling you what I'm saying. I ran it through Manus AI as well. It didn't have a baseline. Specifically what I'm asking for, it can't provide. It says, in a way, it says that it's behind some other information that it can't give because it didn't search for, or excuse me, it didn't find any information based on the information that would be the actual baseline for the ambient pressure in that
You fed it
environment.
into an LLM that can only understand words. It can't understand
No,
graphs.
it's
It's
I know
figure
it's
eight.
not about understanding the graphs. It's searching for the information that would be what my question was asking. And so it says that specifically the numeric value that I'm looking for, it is something that says that it has been taken, but they can't present it. They search for NASA's websites, and it says it can't present the information because it's not able to, because there's no way they can pull it up. It didn't find anything. So it's either they have the information. It pointed me to some resource that I can look into myself if I really want to find out the baseline, but it didn't provide it, nor did that paper.
Figure eight, the three curves in figure eight on the document are exactly the information you're looking for.
No, dude, it's not providing the baseline for the dude. I'm telling you that it's not doing that. You think that it is because it's showing you this pressure readings from the spikes that it's giving off the vent, but it's not doing so in the manner that I would say I want to know what the pressure is in that region where they say they are, the thermosphere.
There's
not
three,
giving that
there-
value.
No. There's 6 lines on the graph in figure eight.
What's
Three
the
of them,
right?
three
What's
of
the
them
value? Now I'm
experience
gonna
the
ask you
spike.
straight out.
The other three
Then I'm gonna
don't.
ask, since you read the paper, what is the pressure value at that region at 400 kilometers? What is it? Go ahead.
It's saying E-7. I'm just looking at the graph.
Yeah, I know that, but what device is taking that pressure reading, and is it stable enough to
REL.
say that that's what
Yes.
I know that's saying REL, dude. I read the same thing you did. But what I'm asking you is that if that is the ambient pressure that's outside, then that's what it should be stated at, right? Like everybody's gonna know that it's 10 to negative 7.
Yes.
And
it's in
that,
the paper.
yeah, I know you keep saying that. But once again, like it's not measuring, like it's saying that it's not measuring it like as a what I'm asking for, which is the pressure reading at that altitude at 400 kilometers. It's not doing that.
It's at 400 kilometers and it's measuring pressure. Like I don't understand.
No, it's measuring a variance of pressure from.
No, the three of the sensors are controls, and the other 3 are experiencing the wake. Like the first 3 lines, the yellow lines on figure 8, are the control lines. They don't see a spike at all.
So it doesn't have a baseline. It's not what it's providing. It's not providing like the baseline,
that is the baseline.
No, it's not, bro. Hold on.
All right, can I ask something here just to clarify this? Like
I'm driving right now.
Measuring a rate of change. Is it like a sampling rate, measuring a rate of change, and then deriving via calculation what the pressure is, and not measuring it in absolute sense?
No, it's measuring in an absolute sense, but it's
not.
6 degrees of freedom. There's 6 panels, and 3 of them move through a plume of gas being ejected from a leak on the ISS, and the other 3 are on the opposite side of the device that don't experience that pressure spike. So you can see in figure 8 of the paper that's linked to my profile that you can see a curve. Like it's not, obviously there's some noise in there, but it hovers right around E-7.
Hovers right around.
Yeah, there's noise. It's a pressure transducer.
That's a lot of ambiguity.
Holy shit! Have you gone to engineering school?
That what I'm asking for right now is the actual measurement, and you're saying that it has this noise that's causing a variance, right?
Every sensor has noise. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So what is the variance with that noise?
I can get the RMS data if you want. Like every sensor has noise. Like this is like undergrad engineering.
Yeah. So what I'm saying though is if something that's red could be stated as whatever pressure is, then we would say that at 400 kilometers up, it would be this specific pressure reading. And that would be it. It would be the gold standard.
Yeah, I mean, we can go. Oh, geez. Okay, we can go corroborate that against other data sources. But I'm saying this is data that's. Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Oh yeah,
you asked for data. I gave you data.
Yeah, data that's
I'll
not
go look right
supporting
now.
what I'm asking, dude. Hey, don't get in a tiff about like the reason why you got to look for this stuff, dude. I'm not the one that's saying that the pressure is what it's supposed to be at that region of the thermosphere. So,
I mean, they shouldn't need that plume of gas to expelling. Like, if there's a gauge that's just measuring the ambient pressure, then that's the ambient pressure. Like, why do you need a comparison? Just measure the fucking
Because
pressure.
that's not the primary purpose of the device. The primary purpose of the device is to detect leaks in the ISS.
Yeah,
so they have
that's
control
it.
sensors. They have control sensors on one side that just measure ambient, and then they have the sensors on the other side that will measure the spikes, so you can get the delta, so that they can figure out where shit's leaking. I understand you are. But I invite folks to actually look at Figure 8 in the paper, because your representation of it is disingenuous.
Really?
I mean, hell, it's from ntrs.nasa.gov. You can just say NASA lies and shirk it off. Like,
but we're not doing that. Yeah, we're not doing that, because that would be easy for you, huh? If we would just say
I'm just saying I'm not trying to. Yeah, I'm not trying to convince anybody. Like, I got to ask for data.
No, we're not asking to be convinced, or like, what we want is data that supports the claim. And if it's something that has been done with
go look at it.
Yeah, we're looking at it, and that's what I'm saying. Even the claim that the baseline for the measurement of the ambient pressure in that region is not given. The Manus was also like pointing me to places where I could look for if I wanted that information. Yeah. So I'm not looking at the. You'd have to go and look into deeper to find out if there is a baseline for that and where you can find that. But that paper you gave me is not giving me that. And it said it's not for that anyway. Yeah, just
so
like
are you saying, Alpha, that it's looking like some other? Is it looking to you, Alpha, like the claim is some other device probably had to get that baseline reading, which was then fed into it? Yeah.
Yes, they have supposedly wherever that baseline measurement is, it's not with this device. It's not, and he's still saying that it is, and it's not.
They have three control sensors that are getting the baseline at the same time. Like, that's not true. I'm sorry.
You can say that all day long, man, but it's not providing that information.
I invite folks who are curious to go look at the paper for themselves.
Yeah, and they're probably doing that.
Please repost the paper if you would, or just.
It's in my bio. You gotta click on my profile. It's the first link.
And then
in my bio.
you're shrugging off LLMs just because it's not satisfying to you that you hear what I'm saying.
The data I'm looking for. No, the data I'm looking for is in the graph, not in the text. And LLMs can't understand graphs.
Yeah, but they do understand text.
Yeah, there is no text. The reading I'm pointing you towards that I'm using as proof. I'm saying the reading I'm pointing to and using as proof is in the graph.
Yeah, the 14-page PDF.
Yes, but that's building off of the whole purpose of the device is to measure the pressure the pressure spikes due to the gas leaks. So that's the point of the paper. But there's a baseline
so the
measurement.
device. So the device wasn't constructed to measure the ambient pressure outside, was it? Be forthcoming with honesty, dude. If you want to actually have this discussion, if not, then why?
It's not the primary purpose, but it gets you the data the same way.
No, incorrect.
No,
you wanted to.
You wanted to. That's why you're using it as your proof. You wanted to so bad.
I wanted.
You wish that this would be the answer.
Because the LLM's telling you it's protected by things, and I know that there's certain areas where I can't provide you data, so I found one that was public.
I understand that. I know that. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
You don't
So
have
go look at the data I
access to
gave
that
you.
information. You don't have access to the information that I require. You don't have access to
Do, but we've talked about this before. Yeah, okay. Yeah,
No,
okay.
listen.
I'm not giving you access
dude.
to internal data.
Yeah, I know that, and that seems to be the rule of the day. Yeah, every time we come down this path, it's always we can't give it to you. It's sensitive information, national security, yada yada yada. No, this isn't it, bro. It's not it, and I'm not satisfied with this. Not even one iota. If it doesn't give me something that I know,
I agree you're not satisfied with it.
Well,
I'm not. That doesn't mean it's not it.
Well, here's the thing, man. Like, I mean, I know you did your best by putting this information up, at least an attempt to like provide something. That's as far as people have gotten, but it's not sufficient for the question that I'm asking. It isn't. The device was not created for that specific purpose. I'm looking for that. That's what I want.
Okay. So you're saying even if the data is exactly the same, the intentions of the sensor being built is what determines if it satisfies you. So if REL was out there, hey, we're out there just to measure the ambient pressure around the ISS, even if it gets the same exact values with the same amount of noise, like then that would satisfy you. It's just because it has a different purpose.
How many attempts were there to actually measure the pressure in the upper parts of our atmosphere? How many attempts were there before they actually got something or at least said we can't do it?
How does previous attempts to find data and validate the data that I'm presenting to you?
Because you're building up to no, it's not. You're building up to a specific point where technology is advancing. Things are getting better, right? To the point where you're going to construct something that's equivalent to something that will work in that environment, at least to where people's lives aren't at risk. Because you need to know for a certain reason why when you send people up, the reason why somebody's going to be going in that environment and not risking their life. They need to know the pressure value. It's absolutely paramount. So
you want me to dive into like Mercury and Gemini, like era measurements?
Listen, I want to know how we got to the place where we're at now, not just like, oh, here's REL, and that solves the answer, the problem, solves the problem. So we got an answer now, and that's good enough for me. No, that isn't. You're not even close, dude.
Hey, Alpha, I think I know what's going on with this. Just as an outsider kind of coming into this conversation, I've looked at the paper. This thing is basically oversampling, right? It's almost like a supercharger on a car. It's forcing gas onto the sensor and then extrapolating a reading out of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not forcing gas onto it. It's moving. It's on the end of an arm that actuates, and then it gets moved into a plume of gas, and it's got a pressure sensor that measures the increase in pressure due to gas being blown on it.
Yep, that's what I see.
What I mean.
I see the same thing. But
there's also a sensor. There's also a sensor on the back side of the box that's being moved that is measuring. Okay, what's the pressure outside of the gas plume?
No.
Yeah, so now I'm thinking about the error. Like, I mean, how do they control? Because like, there's the problem of oversampling, right, and error propagation. Like, how do they know what it should be?
Exactly.
I don't even know if it needs to be. Should be. It's just a pressure sensor.
Yeah, but it's not a typical one because it's doing an extrapolated calculation of what the ambient environment is based off of what it isn't.
That's what I was trying to tell him.
Based off of because you have the control on the backside. Oh Lord.
He said he's measuring the pressure.
Like, look, this thing is like, it's like you're sticking your finger up and you're waiting for gas molecules to hit it, and you're like, fuck, this is such a sparse environment. Why don't we just take what we can around here, blow on it, and then we'll extrapolate what it ought to be based off of how much we artificially induced onto it.
But you're only blowing on one side. The other side is not being blown on.
So he said that's where the money is.
I just care
Yoda,
about
on-
the ambient temperature out or pressure outside, dude. I mean,
Yeah, me too. He said that the one on the sensor on the other side is what's measuring that pressure that we're at. The question that we're asking, that's where it is, on the pressure on the other side, not the one where it's getting at the vent pressure.
Yeah, I mean, so it's a box that's built to be able to detect plumes in all sorts of orientations. It's just the one that they
Okay, well-
detected was over those three sensors and not over the other three. Like
What's the
you
name
can
of the
see
device?
three yellow lines.
All right. What's the name of the device?
RGA.
What RGA is the name of the sensor that's getting that ambient pressure outside?
It's the name of the instrument. I can see what the components are made out of, but it's
Yeah, go ahead and
the
do that.
subsystem within RHEL that does that. But I'm just saying, like, you want ambient pressure outside of the ISS. Here's NASA's claim for that. And here's the claim that
but
they
it doesn't
measured it.
satisfy it. Now there wasn't like, nope, it's not, dude. They said that the baseline measurement is not given. A baseline measurement is not given by anything that was supported in the 14-page PDF. Like, how many times am I?
You can read your LLM that didn't look at the graph all you want.
All
Like,
right,
you can
so
do that.
what is a graph going to do that they didn't have in text, brother? What is a graph going to
Because
do that
the
wasn't
baseline
supported in the
measurements
text?
they're not, there's no table or anything in the document. Like, I see the fact that they do not state the baseline anywhere anywhere in the article. They do show it in the graph in figure 8.
Okay, so and then it was saying that there was a bunch of numbers that weren't hardly able to be read. But why is it so hard for us to get this information when you're just pointing to some diagram and you're not giving us like the information that should be supported, like AI was saying earlier?
I
don't know
agree.
if you heard it.
I agree. That's
Hey,
why I'm here. The access to this information is elitist and closed off, and it's dumb.
What do you
right?
think I'm trying to tell you, dude? I'm trying to shake you awake on this, man.
Yes, I agree with you. That's why I had to find a good source for this that's public and easily accessible.
Josh?
Oh, hold on, AV. So how close was I with my national security prediction?
You were on them like.
It's not national security. It's just proprietary in this case.
Dude, we've had this conversation many times in different iterations of it, right? It always ends up the same way. It's about.
Which is why I try to find you stuff I can share. Come on.
I know that. It's like what I'm trying to tell you is that you're not. No, don't take this the wrong way, but you're not the guy, dude. We need to be speaking to. We want to talk to the guy who made the device that actually measures that pressure, or the ones that we did. Because like for now,
all right, cool. I'll get the PI from RHEL on the phone. Like I have the ability to do that. That's more than happy.
Wait, is it being?
Do you have any questions
Is it
for
being
him?
claimed?
Like, you write them down.
Yeah. Is it being claimed? Is it being claimed that the instrumentation is actually sensitive enough to detect that kind of low pressure?
Correct.
Wow. Okay.
So I'll go find the PI for RHEL. AV, if you have any questions for him, please write them down and I'll send them over.
Dude, like I'm saying, RHEL is just the arm, the device that they're using that measures the pressure spikes. But what I'm looking for is the actual thing that measures the pressure of the ambient pressure outside. I don't give a shit about anything. Look, I don't want to look at a diagram. I just want that one thing that measures that pressure. That's it. That's all I care about. That's
That's fine. Well, even if that's not public, we'll have to ask the PI to do it. I don't know. Let me grab it.
the RHEL?
I am not sure. Boeing. Yeah, it would appear that it was. It was made by Boeing. Integration of RHEL to the ISS brought together teams from Goddard and Johnson. Yeah, it does look like the actual hardware itself was.
Oh my goodness, let's take that seriously. Gotthard and Johnson. Oh yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, I invite you guys to look at that 14-page PDF if you haven't seen it yet.
Sure, go ahead. That's the reason I grabbed it. Like, I'm happy.
But it's
y'all can go kick the tires.
Can you see who built the ion gauge inside the row?
I'm assuming it's a subcontractor of Boeing, but right now I'll DM the PI on LinkedIn, and if you guys have questions for him, I'm happy to forward them along.
No, what this all is.
Yeah, tell him I'd like to buy one. I'd like to buy one, but first I'd like to see it in the vacuum chamber with a guy in a spacesuit holding it, filming it, actually taking a pressure reading.
Good freaking luck, bro.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah, I
thought,
second
sucker. Hey, and if you need a volunteer, Mark, listen, if you need a volunteer, Mark Sargent is on record saying he'll happily go into any vacuum chamber with an official spacesuit and see if he survives. And he'll film the device taking the reading live.
Yeah.
Oh man, he might end up on Faces of Death Part 15.
Yeah, it doesn't exist, Josh. I mean, yeah, thanks for playing, right? But and that link's just going to be up there, for your amusement on your profile, in your bio.
Sure. Feel free for folks to go read it. That's fine.
Yeah, like you pointed out, reading is not going to do them no good because it's in a diagram, according to you. So what good is it to read it?
Yes, that's where I directed you to. Oh Lord.
You're in your own circle, jerk, man. I'm sorry, but it's just I'm pointing it out.
You want data? I'm gonna grab data. If it's shit data from your perspective, that's fine by me. Like I'm doing my best here.
All right.
That's why I don't make any attempts to change any minds because I understand.
Not about
even
that,
if I do
man.
my best, it might not be satisfactory.
I want the device, brother. Go.
Oh sure, they have an engineering unit. I'm looking at it right now. Like there's. We'll figure out where the hell it's stored. You can go look at it. Like
yeah, and
like this is actual stuff that's done by actual people. We just gotta ask.
That's great. That's great. Not only that, but if they're sending it up there and it's actually taking the pressure reading, well, guess what? We got something to measure the mesosphere, huh? Along with
that'd be great. You know what else I'd be interested in? AV. I'd like to know what kind of valves they're using to release gas into that environment.
Yeah. I mean, since we've got the guy on the horn.
Yeah, once again,
where's
write down
Radway?
questions. I'm more than happy to ask questions to PIs and other folks. Like even if I'm quote unquote not the guy, I'm happy to give y'all access to wherever I can.
All right. Well, there are two questions.
If you could write them down.
the ion gauge. Can we get a spec sheet?
Yeah. All right. So where's the other question?
The valve. I'd like to see what valve is.
Just write them down and
used
DM
to
me. I'm
release.
more than happy to.
Yeah. Then I also want you to ask them on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you trust lasers? Them lasers be dirty looking, bro. They be side eyeing me.
Depends on their color. I mean,
I'm gonna
frequency.
kick it over
Sorry.
back to you guys. Yeah, this wasn't good enough. Perhaps we can try better next time. I don't know.
Okay. I was gonna say no issues there. Understand that is a probable outcome for me finding stuff to show y'all.
Hey, this could be fun.
Duh. That's why I'm here. Like I'm more than happy to facilitate these conversations. If you have questions you want to ask, send them my way. I'm more than happy to see if we can get subject matter experts to think about these things. Worst case scenario, it's a good exercise for them.
Do you have access to the initial calibration data within an ADARU or some kind of inertial navigation system using fiber optic or ring laser effects?
You point me to a paper, we can find the author. Like that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, all we've been getting is sorry, your princess is another castle. That's it.
Right,
Oh
because
shit!
upon
Over
initial
fences is out here
calibration,
he's digging up my Facebook history. Hot damn. Damn,
supposedly these gyros are zeroing out the Coriolis effect.
And nobody has access to that data.
Shit, now y'all know my middle name. Fuck.
Dude, what idiot named you or your middle name fuck, dude? Josh fuck Ingersoll? Good grief.
Fokker?
Michael Fokker?
Yeah,
Earth is
yeah.
flat.
Yeah, because then you have to assume knowledge is infallible. So then you have to say
Yeah.
Getty cases don't exist. So then you have to say that you can't possibly be wrong
So
in your
then you're
assessment.
so
of
then you're
something.
so all that gas that you're blowing at us about you saying that pendulums are precessing because of the earth in motion is shit that you don't even know because you just believe it. There you go. You by your own admission, you just proved that you can't prove anything. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I
Have
can't
a seat,
prove
Oliver.
most things with 100% certainty.
Yeah.
That's
And
what the
I
scientific
think
field realizes.
including procession. Lump that shit in there.
Yeah, not with 100% certainty. That's what the scientific
Yeah,
field is based on.
yeah. So therefore, you're just making shit up. All right, we got you.
Yeah, you don't ask anything online. Does science assume things with
I don't need to
100%
talk.
certainty?
I'm not going to talk to Google or anything else. I'm just
Right,
talking
so you've
to
got
you.
your own proprietary definition of science then.
Right.
No, science does prove things 100%. You're either going to prove the hypothesis at 100%, or you're going to prove the null at 100%. You'll guarantee a cause and effect relationship.
Yeah, at that point you have your own proprietary definition. And you might as
Oh my
well just
God,
say
dude,
that.
shut up.
But you do.
Does a scientific
You're not
hypothesis
contending
only
here.
allow for one of two outcomes?
That's it. Either true or it's a binary.
I want to hear what I was asking him.
Go ahead.
Like cosmic, right? Does a scientific hypothesis only allow for one of two outcomes?
What do you mean? It's one of any variety of outcomes.
Okay, the way you structure a scientific hypothesis will only allow for the outcome of one of two outcomes, right?
What either it's proven in some way or disproven.
Right, so A will cause B or A will not cause B.
I'd say it's a bit of a simplification, but sure. For heuristics case, fine.
Right. Wouldn't you say that's pretty objective?
Yeah, but I don't take I don't apply. I'm not a Neoplatonist on logic. I think it's a very weak position.
Yeah, and yours is strong. Your position's strong.
Well, if you're a Neoplatonist on logic, then you have to deal with the problem of universals, Gettier cases, fallibility. Like you just open a can of worms where if you're
Well,
wrong
that's
about
where-
something, you
repeatability
performatively
comes in.
contradict yourself if you can be wrong about anything.
That's where repeatability comes in, because the first person that does it, right, they're going to state the environment in which it was conducted, right, all the control variables, etc., etc. Someone else comes along, does it almost does it the exact same way as detailed by the first person, right, and gets a different result. Then they have to start looking for whatever variable that wasn't controlled for in their setup, that wasn't realized by the first person, right? Or wasn't realized in the second person by the second person, like etc. They have to try and figure out, like,
what it is, why it was that they got a different result, right? Was there any variables unaccounted for, et cetera, right? And that's part of the investigation, right? Of figuring out, like, till they get to the point where they identify why there was a different result, and then they can perform it again and see if they get the same result or a different one. Like, they can then introduce that other variable that wasn't accounted for. Maybe the variable that gave a different result in the second attempt, right, wasn't present in the first attempt, right, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm agreeing with you. Like, my issue is, so AV talked about noise in the last conversation. You can basically never expect to get in science or anything the exact same conditions and exact same results. That's why there's always like a confidence interval. They're talking science about like 6 sigma because because they know there's variance.
Hold on, man. Your rebuttal's convoluted. You're trying to lump in a lot of factors that we're not talking about in specific cases. So that's what you're doing. You're getting confused. In other words, you don't need to be confused about. Yes, you are. You don't need to be confused about specific cases. You need to be specific about them so that you can understand the difference between some ones that you're a bit ambiguous about that you couldn't find a cause for an effect, and others you can. So in certain cases, I would say that you probably could lean on that idea being like, well, we're giving a kind of an inference on what we think is causing this effect, but it's not in the case of the physical world being something that we're saying with the earth in motion. It's more binary. Either you find the cause for the effect or you don't. You can't say, I think it could be, and let's run with this theory. You can't do that. I mean, obviously you can, but not to the effect of knowing something or not. So you are wanting to put it in that category, and you can't. You can't shoehorn the idea that we're going to take, for example, you're saying that it's an inference that you have, and then we're going to take it to be as a cause for the effect that, maybe something we can know, because we don't know that. We can never know that.
What do you mean you can never know that?
Yeah, because you'd have to be in a position to tell us that the earth that you're looking at on the ground is in motion from a perspective that you can't get to. So you'd have to be in more like an like an orthographic perspective outside of. So there's no way you can do. Have you been outside of the earth to see it in motion?
Obviously not.
Well, then that's the problem. If you can't do that, then it's impossible to say that it's in motion because you're in this reference frame where you're on the earth. The best you can come up with is the best you can come up with is your inference. That's it, and that's as good as it gets. It's never gonna be the cause for the effect. It's just what you think the cause is.
I always think it's as good as it gets. And by the way, if you say there's no such thing as fallibility, because as soon as you introduce fallibility, right, you're saying that it can't be binary truth or false. It has to be within a degree of accuracy.
Your hypothesis introduces fallibility, right? That's the if A then not B.
What do you mean? I'm saying you're
aiming to falsify your alternative hypothesis.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's a strong inference.
No, it's either going to or it's not going to.
If you're talking about a hypothesis concerning the motion of the Earth, can you formulate that hypothesis? Because I don't think
I don't have one.
I don't think there is one. Because first thing I'm thinking about is the observation. What I will observe to just infer that hypothesis.
That's what I was trying to tell him, Necros. Exactly that. I was trying to let him know that, but he just kept avoiding that.
Because you could do this with anything. Like, for example.
Oh, okay. Right, like a drone or a helicopter.
No. I mean, even like you cite your laser experiments. Instead of trying to give a counter explanation, I could just say it could be anything. Have you established everything possible that could be happening? So I could just throw it back at you and we could get nowhere.
Well,
Try
like
it.
impossible meteorological conditions.
Yeah, try it. I'd like to see you try. Give us one example that we use that you could actually use that with. I want to see if you can actually perform what you say you can. Put your money where your mouth is, Oliver. Let's see you do it.
What with the laser experiment?
I don't care. Whatever we've said that you said you can use this particular argument for.
Yeah,
that
we
I'm
can
actually
go with
using it.
that. Yeah, how about you produce meteorological conditions sufficient to curve a laser beam around a globe?
What, suggesting that a laser couldn't refract by less than 1 degree?
Go ahead.
If you want, if that's what you're going to go with, what's wrong with that?
So you've eliminated the possibility, right, that in such experiments laser light could refract by less than 1 degree.
I'm not saying it can. I'm saying that you believe that it can. So show us.
What, that light can refract by less than 1 degree?
Show us the meteorological conditions that are necessary to produce what is shown with the FE core demonstration.
No.
Except with the globe.
No. So that's not what's meant by logical possibility, because what AV is talking about referencing before is logical possibility. So it's not me proving the counter. It's saying, does the logical possibility exist for the
Well,
laser
it makes
light
it
to refract
logical.
by less than
I
1
think
degree?
the assertion that meteorological conditions, that the idea that they could exist, is illogical to produce a laser beam that curves around a ball.
Okay, can you give an argument for that?
I just did.
Yeah, can you explain why?
Because I have looked everywhere for the meteorological conditions that could present such a case and can't find it. If you can, that'd be great, because that would really help me out.
Yeah, that's called the anecdotal fallacy.
Well, I'm looking for evidence. I'm looking for data. So no, it's. I mean, if you want to do evidence and data, like all evidence and data anecdotal, then we're done here.
You haven't casted.
So we're
hold on,
talking
Cosmic.
about logical possibility.
Cosmic, you haven't casted any doubt as to why it could be the case. You didn't tell him like, oh, okay, well, there was an anomalous event that this weather actually turned out to be this, and then it bent the laser exactly how you might say that it's bending, but you didn't provide. Listen, dude.
Oliver, listen.
Well, if you didn't provide
right now.
if you didn't provide a method by which weather actually does do what you say it does, then you can't give something to Yoder as if this could be the case. Like, this could be the case, and you give him something to think about, then he could be like, oh, well, yeah, you went back in like 1872 where the weather was weird and, the laser bent, or what. You didn't do that. You didn't cause any doubt. No doubt was caused.
I can give an absurd example of this very discussion with somebody else who said was logical. He said it in here that it is logically possible that a black hole inside the Earth could be producing a gravitational field sufficient to bend the laser beam around the ball like what we see.
No, according to
well, that's what he said. So if you want to go with logical possibilities, he asserted that this was a logical possibility. And on what grounds is it logical or even possible?
Magic fairy dust in the atmosphere bends the light, and Oliver says that's okay because you haven't found a magical fairy dust yet, so it's still possible.
You're correct. And I realize that this is an extreme example, which is kind of to highlight the absurdity of what this is about and where this is going. In your case, that is less extreme, but nevertheless still absurd.
Yes. So we already have examples of this with quite extreme mirages, Fata Morgana inverted ships seemingly looking up in the sky.
I want to see the laser beam.
Yeah, the laser beam is what's in contention.
Yeah,
bending to the specific number that you gave out. So the laser has to bend in the specific number to give at least a doubt using mirages. Less than 1 degree using mirages. So now you're gonna have to bend the laser through the mirage in order to at least give some doubt to Yoder right now. Can you do that?
Right. It's the degree over the distance too. So I want to see the weather conditions. I want to see the physical soup, the atmospheric soup, the evidence that the atmospheric soup's composition and dynamics are such that it's producing this bending effect on the laser.
No, because you're calling it the proof. You're making the positive claim.
I'm asking for you to substantiate yours.
No. So I'm just being skeptical. I'm citing that is there a logical possibility, right? That
I
X
don't
could
think
be
there
the
is.
case.
No.
Right.
The answer
Okay.
is no.
Why?
On what grounds would there be? On what grounds would there be?
Yeah, logically. On what grounds logically would there be?
Yes,
Logically, that the Earth would be curving.
Yeah, the meteorological conditions would allow the light to refract by less than 1 degree in the given temperature conditions on that time.
Yeah, over that distance. What is required for that? I want to see evidence that could exist in reality.
Yeah, a strong temperature gradient in a certain region over a certain height. So I'm saying, is that a logical possibility?
But there's more than
I
that.
don't think
There's
it
more
is.
than that.
Why would-
You need to add the rest
would
of
it
it.
be?
No,
Oh,
you
yeah,
need to
there
add,
is.
you need to add the rest. You need to pass out the other details involved, the prerequisites that must exist in order for that to occur. The first one is that the Earth is a sphere or a spheroid, right? The other one is that the light leaves the device in a straight line initially.
Yeah. So we can assume the light leaves in a straight line upon exiting the laser housing.
And what about the other part? What about the other part?
Yeah, so it's investigating.
The Earth is a
It's
spheroid.
investigating to prove that the Earth is flat. So the former is that it's not flat. So as you said, one of two hypotheses, like a null hypothesis as well, right? If the logical possibility exists that the laser can refract by less than 1 degree, you haven't proven anything.
And that the Earth is a sphere, right? Then the light's going to behave as if the Earth is flat.
What do you mean?
It's going to hit its target. So you're saying there's refraction because it hits its target, not because it doesn't hit its target.
No,
yes.
It's not. No, you just keep saying yes. It's not behaving as if it's flat because it is going in a curve. It's refracting by less than 1 degree. It's not behaving as if it's flat.
Based on what? What evidence?
It's going in a curve is an affirmative. You just made a claim. How do you know that's true?
Well, because it hits its target, right? And it shouldn't.
No, if the logical possibility exists that the laser light can refract by less than 1 degree, then it concludes it should.
Okay.
That was stupid.
Yeah, you have no.
I wish I had
reply.
the
You
deets
have
on
no
that
reply.
Swiss LiDAR survey of refraction because we're talking like millirads over several miles of so-called terrestrial refraction, which doesn't even stack up.
No, you're way off. You're way off.
The deets on that somewhere.
No, I'm pretty sure you're talking about collimation, not refraction. So you're getting your terms mixed up.
No, I'm talking about a LiDAR scan of the side of a mountain where they were actually trying to measure the refractive conditions of the air itself to see what the maximum minimum are during the daytime and during the nighttime. And the amount of millirads of wander of the LiDAR dots was like freaking microscopic, dude. It was insane. And then you're saying, well, we need basically almost a full degree over this distance. It's like, all right. Yeah, we're several orders of magnitude off from that in all these studies. But if you can substantiate that is even possible, then maybe we can move forward with testing to see whether or not it truly can happen at all. I mean, I'd like to see at least a model.
Well, so like, am I seeing the Flying Dutchman in these pictures on certain days?
Yeah, what's causing that? Refraction?
Yes.
What?
How much?
Obviously, quite a bit. If the ship looks like it's in the fucking air.
Oh.
All right, calm
What
down,
happened to
man.
the surface?
You think that's refraction?
You're gonna have to provide evidence of that right now.
Well, okay, you're disputing its refraction.
Yeah. How?
No, I do actually. It's total internal reflection.
There's a qualification
no,
of
no.
yes. There's a qualification of what it is in a category that belongs to. Now, if you're saying that it's a type of refraction that causes a distortion such as bending over a curve, you're going to have to prove that.
That's what is inferred by refraction.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
You idiot.
Yes, it is. That's how refraction works.
Oh my God, bro.
Bro, it may be claimed that the act of refraction can allow for the light to bend around the curve of the Earth. That may be in some of the literature, right? But that it doesn't
It's
mean
not
that refraction is
let me just-
specific to that instance.
Let me just say something. Let me say
It's
something.
exclusive to that instance.
You know that refraction is a general term, right? Just like gravity being a cause and effect relationship when you guys bring it up. And when you say what's causing that gravity, what's the effect that you see? Gravity. It's a general term people use colloquially so they can convey an idea, but it's not specific to the case that you're speaking of, which would be very specific. The Flying Dutchman, what type of refraction is it? It's very specific. It's not what your generalized term of refraction would be insinuating. You don't know about what you're talking about, Oliver.
Thank you, Alpha. That's the thing that I wanted someone to say. Because
it's generalized.
For him, the ship appearing to fly in the air is him. The horizon appearing farther than it should be. So the surface of water appear flat and the horizon appear far. It's also refraction. For both, there is the surface of water. It's not lifted. One, there is just the boat that appears flying in the air. No surface of farther than it should be.
Necros, you're breaking up, brother.
I'm sorry, I disconnect and reconnect.
Yeah. Try again, man.
Am I coming through now?
Yeah, try again. If you break up, I'll let you know.
So for him, all those effects that you see are just refraction. He can just claim that word, that simple word, refraction. The ship appearing to fly in the air is refraction. The horizon that doesn't appear farther than it should be in the first example with the ship, with the Fata Morgana. You see just the ship being appearing in the air. And the other example where he will claim again refraction, you will see the horizon farther than it should be, like in the Black Swan. So it's not the Ori that is appearing, flying in the air. No, it's just the horizon that is farther than it should be.
I thought you guys abandoned the Black Swan.
No, hold on. We're not talking about that. We're talking about how your misappropriation of using the general term of refraction is being like thrown around here, and you're not being very specific to what type of refraction you're speaking of. So now that we got that out of the way, what specifically are you talking about refraction? Because refraction is a general term. You have to agree with me on that.
Yeah, so you could have the light bending in like a concave or convex and a motion relative to.
Okay, so now
like,
that we know, now that we know it's a general term, what specifically are you talking about?
Right, the light bending in a convex motion because of some temperature gradient that generally gets the light to bend or doing it off the top away from the normal with regards to like a perpendicular normal because of the difference in like a gradient of medium because of different pressure and humidity and temperature.
James, what's left, dude?
Everybody else here is pretty much a flat earther. For the other James, he's drunk.
Hello, guys. Good afternoon, everyone.
What's up, Alola?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine.
How's your day going on?
It's going.
It's going good or bad?
Well, I don't know yet. I haven't got to work.
Okay. But that is so beautiful. By the way, where are you from?
Earth. America.
Peru. Peru is a very nice country. Very beautiful.
Oh, good to hear.
What's the I mean, are you sure you're from Peru?
I didn't say Peru. I said Earth. And I also said America.
You are from United States.
Correct.
Then you could have said USA instead of PP and P. What's P in United States?
What? America.
Okay, congratulations.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Do you know that which one? What?
Group is for talking to the flat earth. Go to the A2 beginner.
I didn't get you. USA is the fourth largest nation. It's so big.
It's huge. You could drive through Texas for 7 hours and still never reach the border. If you was in Houston and you wanted to go to El Paso, you would drive all fucking day and still wouldn't reach your destination yet.
Right.
And the speed limit is 70 miles an hour.
Why don't you guys have trains?
We do have trains. Why would you think that we don't have trains?
I mean, it's not that popular. You must be having trains, but not as extensive as in countries like China.
The way we've decided to name things, right? You have monorails and trolleys and train stations for people who travel, but that's usually in the big cities. If you want to ride a train cross country, you're going to do that on specific trains and they'll go to specific destinations. A lot of the systems are used
This
for
is very
pushing
bad.
data from one area to another. Like there's a
You know?
train that runs across the street from my job, and that train goes 80 cars or more. And if you get caught on needing to cross the railroad tracks, you're fucking stuck.
But like considering the situation of United States of America, it's like the largest. USA is like the leading carbon producer. It has the highest footprints, right?
No.
Average of 6. Okay, it must be second largest then.
Everybody's producing carbon. Why? Because we're carbon-based life forms.
Yeah, it's the second largest. It's just coming behind China. Just few more steps. China is just 2 or 3 more steps ahead.
Okay.
It is
So
producing
you
more
don't
pollution
have evidence?
than the European Union combined.
Do you have evidence that the Earth is a ball?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, that's what I need.
You can just do a little research and you will get to know the carbon footprints of USA.
That's nice. Is that the topic of the room? 24/7 carbon
Yeah.
footprint?
Yeah, the topic is how can we reduce carbon footprints?
Yeah. According to the experts, it's reduced population. You reduce population, you reduce all of the necessary requirements to support the population.
So are you anti-natalist or something?
What?
Natalism. Do you know natalism?
Natalism?
Yeah.
What's natalism?
What Elon Musk is promoting, that's called natalism, to produce more babies.
What? Why does there have to be a new word for shit that's already been happening? People have been making babies for forever. Do you have globe evidence, or you just want to keep up on this non-topic?
The act of encouraging someone to produce more and more a belief system that emphasizes having higher birth rates.
Are we having flat Earth debate?
Since nobody was having a flat Earth debate, that's why I just want.
Flat Earth versus globe. Yeah, it's a flat Earth debate event, and we're talking about this. And you've already been in here to talk about the
Why
globe,
is
and you
that
failed.
bothering you? Isn't it a major issue? Don't you think that? Okay. Just one question, tactic to you. Hello. Tactical Ford, hello. Are you with us? Droid, sorry. Oh, he is not with us. We will miss you. Since nobody is speaking, Can I address the issue? Guys, a simple yes would be appreciated.
Yeah.
The topic of the room is about whether or not the Earth is curving or not. Because if the Earth is measured to have curvature, then you might be able to have a ball. If you don't have curvature, then it's definitely not a ball. And if it's not a ball, then it's not a globe. So, do you have evidence that there's curvature to the ground underneath your feet? Not any other topic.
But I was muted without any reason.
Yes, I'm giving you the reason. Again, I told you
I
what the
got
topic
you.
was, and then I asked you a specific question about the topic. And then I reiterated that stay on topic.
Just said me that if I continue to not speak about this, I will get a mute instead of simply muting it. Do you know? You don't know how to warn people. You first imply that if you do so, you will get this sort of consequences. Just doing the consequences itself.
Tough one. Are you here for the debate? Shadow, you here for the debate? No. Jack, are you here for the debate, bro? So far, it hasn't been much of a debate. Everyone that's come in since the event has either been talking about the people or something other than the topic or silence. Or immediately leave when I say, hey, you here for the debate? Jack was not here for the debate. Sup, Kumar? You here for the debate? No? Alright. Sup, Yoder? You here for the debate?
Alright, DJ, where's all the Globers at? What'd you do with them?
So far, everybody that's come in was not here for the debate.
Oh.
And whenever they did speak, they were speaking about not topic.
Oh.
Like, carbon footprint was the conversation for like 2 minutes.
I don't think that would have ended well.
Well, I ended up driving into an area with low signal, and so I muted the fool. And then when I got back, I was like, because before I reached this the low signal, I was like, "You're not on topic. This is not the topic. The event is debate, flat versus globe." Waffled through what I was saying, muted, And before I unmuted and I got signal again, I was like, back on topic. This is the topic. Do you have anything about the topic? And it was, you muted me. So I muted again. Then we've had like 4 or 5 people come in, but none of them want to speak. They text, no, I don't want to talk. That's it. It's like it's scary or something.
Look, I can understand if their English was a really low level, they jump in, sorry, not good English. Okay, fair enough. Because a lot of the arguments are pretty solid. So someone with a lower understanding or a lesser understanding of the language would struggle. But when they just sit straight in side chat, for me, I question if they're just our usual anti-FE politics clown parade and they're just hiding in side chat so we can't get them. If I don't speak, they won't know type thing.
I have no problem.
Maybe yes. But you got to be careful because the other day I saw someone with the like they just fit the profile, right? New account, joined, you know, server account or server joined the same day as account creation, and I went and they were like doing the whole anti-FE thing, and I looked at their message history and I went, okay, maybe they're not, right? Because they were like in other channels and that in here. And then he left, and I followed him down. I went and sticky beaked where he went to in the other voice chat, and it was nobody I'd heard before. Foreigner, not a native English speaker, speaking about just plain old stuff, like with some other guys in one of the learning channels, and I was just like, okay, fooled me. Yeah, and that's like that's one one of the problems with like us being cool with people not wanting to VC in here, like not wanting to like just get that vetting over and done with. Just let's just hear your voice, you know, like even if it's just for a few seconds or whatever, and let them like just text chat incessantly. Is that that's fine for the people who are genuinely in this server to learn English and don't know us, but then that just allows for those other trolls to mask as being that, right? They can fake being that, and then they can come in and just they don't have to VC, you know. Yeah, but we can just use our it can just be at our discretion and just like take it case by case, I guess. You know, like if we really suspicious about somebody, we can just text suppress them, make them join VC, whatever. You know, like because it doesn't have to be a hard rule. Why'd everyone get quiet?
I just, I don't. I understand
listening
what
to
you're
you.
saying. I hate that shit too, but can't change anything. It is what it is. What's up, Dang?
Oh, what up? What up?
You here for the debate, bro?
No, what I miss? What I miss?
Are you here for the debate?
Oh yeah, I always enjoy listening to the debate. Yeah.
Can you support the globe?
No, absolutely not. But I did get my daughter a globe to atone for my flat earth sins. Nah, I'm a flat earther, bro.
Why?
I don't know. It's been a long time, bro. It was like what 2016. Line of sight observations. Mount Canigou's like my favorite one, but yeah, there's like thousands of other line of sight observations that falsify the curvature of the Earth. I don't know. That's where I usually start with the conversation, but I can go into like all the NASA propaganda fuckery or whatever you want to call it. Uh, yeah, it's a lot, bro. It's a lot. Yeah. But yeah, I'm a flat earther.
What's your favorite proof of the Earth not being a globe?
Oh, for sure, line of sight. You know, shouldn't be able to see Mount Canigou backlit by the sun a couple hundred miles away on any day of the year. So, you know, they can say refraction Jackson or whatever term they want to make up to explain it away. It's usually, you know, don't trust your own observation senses or logic or understanding. Just trust us, bro. That's usually the globe's explanation for things.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I'm I usually hang out on Clubhouse. It's remember the TFE shit? It was a girl who was in the group with me that went down there with her with them.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. I'm usually over there, but I've been here a long time. Like I know Alpha, I know most of the guys that come through here. But I lost my old Discord account, so I had to make some new shit.
I get it. I've had a few of them deleted. Thanks, Northern.
But yeah, man, it's good to be back. Was all the globe heads gone, man? You all ran them off?
No, they don't want to argue the topic for some reason. They'll either sit in silence or talk about not topic.
Yeah, they usually always talk about why would they lie. That's usually what the topic of discussion for them.
What's up, Kings? Chi, what's up? Glad y'all could be here. Y'all here for the debate?
What's going on? What debate? Is there one planned?
Yeah, the room is an event, and it's Monday Madness, Flat Earth versus Globe.
That's not fair. There's more Globers than Flat Earthers.
If that's the case, that's how we know it's true.
I always love when they say, but consensus says, and it's like, dude, there's one of you and 20 flat earthers in here, but consensus says.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was a vote.
Maybe that's how their mommy and daddy ran the house.
That's right.
What's up, Stone?
Hi.
You here for the debate?
I'm not really a person to debate. I just listen. But,
All right.
yes.
You want to have a discussion?
I mean, obviously, you know, as the mass majority, you would probably say that I would be indoctrinated with certain pieces of information, right? So
I could
would
say
say-
that, but I'm not going to.
Right. I do believe in mass indoctrination. I know it's real, but my brain consistently tells me that we are on a Earth that would be, you know, a globe. So
Your senses tell you that?
my senses?
Like your eyes, your ears?
No.
They don't tell you that you live on a ball, but your brain does?
I wouldn't say my brain either. No, it's just honestly something that has again been built within us, right, to believe. So I just go with it, whether that's, you know, blatant ignorance or not. I don't think it changes my outcome of where I go at the end of the day, you know. But that's not really.
Oh, it does. Yeah, it does. It's a big deal. It changes everything. But you won't know that until you know the Earth is flat. I can't really help you. I'm past that. But I'm just giving you a heads up. It does matter.
Right, yeah. Haven't you played Lemmings, bro?
Did what?
Haven't you seen what happens to lemmings?
I'm
gonna
gonna be honest. I don't know what you're saying. Lemons, Lennings.
T-Dub's showing his age. Yeah.
Oh dang! Do you know what a Super Nintendo is, bro? Or what?
Okay, I heard you now. Super Nintendo. I just didn't know what you said. The word with an L. I don't know what you said.
That was back in the old days when video games started. They had a thing called Super Nintendo. Then you had buttons and stuff you had to press.
Yeah, sadly, I popped out of the womb quite late, so never touched any of that.
I find
Thanks,
it
Mom.
interesting that they've replaced people's common sense with nonsense. And then they think that the nonsense is their common sense, which is kind of crazy. Like, you experience the Earth as a flat and stationary plane where you see the sun and the moon and the stars moving across the sky, but you think all of the opposite of that is your common sense and your objective reality, which is not true. They've done a good job at that.
Yeah. Because you would have no way of showing me that the Earth was in motion. You don't feel the Earth in motion. When you do, you know it's an earthquake, right? You watch out for falling objects because everything's moving. But other than that, the Earth's not moving. And you believe that the Earth is moving just because somebody who claims to be smarter than you said so.
Right? I mean, we're all limited by an IQ, so it's just a scientific tool, though.
Yeah. Well,
I would say it is.
No science.
No?
No.
No, you can't science a ball.
You can apply some bad logic and philosophy to come to the conclusion of a ball, but yeah, no science.
So I would like to ask, is it okay if I just like hang out and listen to conversation pieces that are given, or is that not really necessary for my presence here?
Of course, that's fine, bro.
Okay. Again, I don't really like debating. I just kind of listen.
You don't have to debate either. Like, you could just, if you want to ask questions or something like that. Like, a lot of people have a misconception about what flat Earth even means. They think of it as like a flat planet floating around in space, which is crazy and not what any of us are claiming. So I don't know, maybe if you have any questions, like, what do you think?
What is flat Earth?
Flat Earth is like flat and Earth, right? Flat is like a descriptive term, the description of a surface area, kind of like bumpy or smooth or flat, right? And then obviously the Earth. Okay, so the globe Earth, however, is claiming a shape, right? They're claiming the Earth is a big giant sphere covered in water floating through space. They tell us the exact size of it. That's a shape, right? Whereas flat isn't a shape. So what we're talking about primarily is the surface area of the Earth doesn't have the curvature that would be there if the Earth were a globe. Most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water that we know about. Even on the globe, they claim 72% of the surface is water. And then when we go out and empirically test the water over distances where there would have to be a large amount of curvature present, there's zero curvature. And we got stacks and stacks and stacks of evidence, empirical evidence, laser tests, long distance observations, and much more, showing that it's not there. Okay, and then we go digging throughout all of history to find who actually went out and proved that the globe is something more than just like a mathematical model or concept or construct, right? Like a mathematical construct. No one actually has gone out. We can't find any evidence. No one's gone out and said, hey, look, I've measured Earth curvature, guys. Look, here's a 10-mile distance of water. The 66 feet of curvature that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe is there. It doesn't exist. So that's what flat Earth is. You could think of it kind of like the floor or the foundation of this Earth system that we live in. Try not to think of it in the globe Earth version of outer space, right? Don't replace the globe with a flat object or anything like that. Or don't try to place the flat Earth into the heliocentric universe. It's a different, completely different system. One that matches what we all experience in reality, and one that we can test empirically. It doesn't require any faith or belief or anything like that. So yeah, that's what flat Earth is, in my opinion.
What would you say is the most basic and compelling piece that you would have for flat Earth?
Well, the long distance observations would be one of the best points, right? Because it's something that's easy for anyone to go and test. Okay, if you can find a 10-mile body of water, which is pretty easy to do, then you can calculate, okay, on a globe there would have to be 66 feet of drop over that distance. Okay, so if you just say you have a 10-mile lake, for example, and you stand on one side of the lake, you shouldn't be able to see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, so if you take out like a zoom camera or binoculars or something like that, or a telescope, and you zoom in across the lake, you shouldn't be able to see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Things should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, right? Like if you got a buddy over there, you shouldn't be able to see him. He should be hidden by over 50 foot of Earth curvature. And there should be a horizon at a certain distance. Okay, we're taught that if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon's 3 miles away. Okay, you shouldn't be able to see any water past the horizon. And then anything that goes beyond that horizon line will start to dip over the curvature of the Earth, right? But that's not what happens when we go out and test for that curvature. And that's consistently demonstrated over and over again, and there's no evidence to the contrary. So that's a pretty solid one right there. You know, we can show you examples of that kind of thing as well. You know, a lot of it's... Cool. Yeah. So I'll just give you a real quick example. Okay, there's a guy called Dr. John Dee who originally he set out to try to debunk flat Earth. But he actually became a flat earther in the process because he was doing high-powered laser tests. Okay, he has like a PhD in optics, and he's quite good when it comes to wavelengths and spectrums of light and how they propagate through a medium and things like that. But anyway, he does long-distance observations, laser tests, things like that. So here's one of his tests. Just give me 1 second. Can you see the side chat?
Yeah.
All right. So this is all out of like an 1.5 hour video where he goes over everything and explains everything in a lot of detail. He shows the GPS location, all that sort of stuff. So this is at a beach in the UK, and he's looking out at a wind farm. Okay, it's called Rampion Wind Farm, and you can see 6 windmills. Okay, the windmill on the left's 8 miles away, and the one on the far right is 11.2 miles away, right? And each one's a bit further away as you go left to right. So anyway, so if we do the math, right? So you can do the math yourself, or you can just go onto Google or AI or anything like that, right? But the easiest way is to go on an Earth curvature calculator, and you can put in the height of the camera or the height of the observer, which is 3.5 foot. Okay, so if you see what I put in the side chat, this is just a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator on Google, right? They'll all give you the same results because it's just basic geometry based off the size of the globe, right? Off the radius value. Okay, so you put in the camera height, eye height level, 3.5 foot. The target distance is the windmill that's the furthest one away. Okay, right. just for this observation. So 11.2 miles. Then the calculator is going to calculate the distance to the horizon, which is 2.29 miles away. Okay, so the horizon, the place where the line where the sky and the ground appear to meet. Okay, that's like a physical characteristic or a property of a globe. Has to be there. So if you have a look at this diagram, that's like it's not to scale obviously, but that's just to give you an idea of what a horizon would be if the Earth were a globe. So a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. The physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and sky can be observed to meet. Okay, so obviously we shouldn't be seeing any water beyond the horizon.
Right.
Okay, and that horizon should be at 2.3 miles. Okay, now if we didn't have the windmill farms out there, the windmills, then we wouldn't know how far away the horizon was when he zoomed in, but they serve as distance markers. So we can see that the horizon isn't present at 2.3 miles where it would have to be on a globe. And then we can see the bottom of the windmill towers touching with the water. Now, if you have a look at a close-up photograph like this one of the windmill towers up close, right, you can see that when it's low tide, you can see where the paint's been stripped off by the salt water. You can see the black bits at the bottom. Okay, so when he zooms in that GIF that I posted, you'll see that we can see all of the black bits on all of the windmill towers. Now, if you have a look back at that screenshot from the Earth curvature calculator, it says object obscured part. Right, that's how much should be hidden behind the horizon. So anything that goes beyond that 2.3 mile horizon on the globe should start to become hidden by the curvature of the Earth. So 52-foot hidden height, right? That's how much should be missing. You wouldn't be able to see the bottom 52 feet of the windmill towers. Okay, but we see the whole thing, and on top of that, we actually see a boat off in the distance far beyond, right? So you shouldn't be able to see any water past the horizon line. We can. Then we can see that there's still no horizon line up to 11.2 miles, and then we can see a boat off in the distance. That boat's actually 14 miles away, tracked on shipping radar. That shouldn't be visible at all. Should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. So this is an example of how we can see not just a little bit further than you should be able to see on a globe. The physical properties and characteristics that would have to be there for the Earth to be a globe aren't there. It has to be there, right? Because of gravity, because of the size of the globe. These things have to be there. So they're not there, and they're consistently not there. Like, he goes there on different days, he does the same observation on different days in different conditions, and it's consistently not curving. So, this is a great example of an observation that debunks the globe. It doesn't work on a globe. And then this has been repeated over and over and over again in different locations, ocean, lakes, Canada, Australia, America, UK, all different places. And we can't find any curvature.
So without coming off like in a different nature, because I'm not trying to be negative.
Well,
here.
hold on. I just want to hear just hold on a sec, Stone. You can reply in a second, but I was having a conversation with the other guy.
Oh, okay.
So I just wanted to check if he had something to reply to, because I did explain a bunch of things just then to him.
Sure.
I just want to check that he understood. He's still there? Is this guy still here? Who are we talking to?
I thought it was dang.
Dang, are you still there, bro? All right, Stone, did you catch that presentation or?
No, yeah, I understood exactly.
Wasn't me, bro. I'm with you.
Oh no, that the flat earther. Yeah, sorry, man. Okay, maybe the other guy left. Yes, Stone. What did you want to?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say because I always wonder this question in the back of my mind, but I never really come in to ask to really settle it. It's nothing to do really with any of this. It would more so just be, how does this affect an everyday man's life?
Yeah, it's not going to affect like your day-to-day life, like in what you do on a daily basis necessarily, apart from probably doing completely different. It could affect what you do, right? Just depending on who you are and what it changes in your life. But you already experienced the Earth as flat and stationary in the first place anyway, right? So just because you realize that the globe isn't something, right, that's not going to change, right? You're not going to stop accounting for curvature or something like that. Like you still treat the Earth as flat and stationary every day of your life. So nothing's going to change you in that aspect. You're still going to have to do your daily duties and that kind of thing. But it might change the way that you look at the mainstream system that has taught you this information as fact, right? You might look into what else might they be giving misinformation about? How did this place get here, right? Because along with the globe model comes evolution and Big Bang theory and all this kind of thing. right? And quite often atheism. You might start thinking about, okay, well, if the Earth is like at the center of this system that we live in, and everything revolves around the Earth, then maybe you'll start looking into that line of thinking, right? How did it get here? And so it really depends on each individual person. Usually you think that, like, when you first hear about it, but then you'll notice it changes, like, everything for most people. Did for me.
Yeah, no. Okay.
Yeah.
It always has been something that's really interesting.
It's also, it's not like what you usually hear like flat earthers say. It's not the shape that matters, it's the truth that matters. And I think it's good to know where we live. You know, it's kind of like if you've just
so what's the reasoning then for NASA creating these false propaganda, you know, like these wrongful depictions of what we live on? I'm confused. Is it like a money farm?
I think
is it just
they're
to throw everyone off?
pushing. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. I mean, they do get a lot of money, like $80 million a day. So people, you know, they definitely like money, but and that's taxpayer money as well. But it was quite often. Most people are not lying about it. I think most people that work at NASA aren't lying about it. Most people are pushing it because that's what they were taught, and they had never been presented a second option. They just are taught it from a young age, and then it's reinforced in school and university, and it's not really questioned. You know, you don't start doing a science course in university to get a degree and start questioning all the core fundamentals in the textbook. Say, well, how do we know that the Earth is really a globe? People just generally don't ask those questions. So most people aren't lying. Yeah, most people aren't lying, and sure, NASA definitely faked the moon missions. Right, but there's other reasons, you know, other than lying about the shape of the Earth, that they could have had that motivation, right, to beat Russia in the space race. But that's all going to fall into like speculation and personal opinion. It's kind of hard to prove why someone would lie, like prove it empirically. But we can test the actual Earth and prove that, okay, they're not giving us correct information. It doesn't match up with reality. But if you look into the history of how the globe became a thing, you'll find that it wasn't actually people going out and empirically testing the Earth back in the old days. That's not how the globe came to be a thing, right? If you look into it a bit more, you'll find out it was kind of theorized into existence. It was assumed into existence through philosophical thought and people like Pythagoras and the people that came after him. Slowly, they thought like a sphere is anyway, that's a whole different rabbit hole to get into how the globe became a thing. I don't want to like keep waffling on and on.
It is interesting though.
Yeah, they kind of, like, to put it really, really short, they had an imaginary or conceptual way of viewing the way that we see the sky as a big giant celestial sphere, a big imaginary celestial sphere. You can still look it up to this day. It's still used, the celestial sphere model. And then they inverted that celestial sphere because they thought spheres were the most divine shape. So if the sky is a sphere, then the Earth must also have to be this divine shape, right? Because God would make the Earth the most divine shape. So through philosophical grounds of this worshipping spheres, essentially like Pythagoras did, they inverted that celestial sphere, which was a coordinate system, spherical coordinate system based off an imaginary way of thinking about the way we view the sky, and they inverted that into a terrestrial sphere, which is the globe, which is still the WGS84 model that we're using today. It's like the latitude, longitude coordinate system. And then that coordinate system that was inverted from the sky, right, they then flatten that out on maps, and then you'll have a bunch of spherical coordinate system projections that you'll see, like the rectangular Mercator map that most people know about, where all the continents are the wrong sizes and that kind of thing, right? Because it's a spherical coordinate system based off the sky, stretched out on a piece of paper. Okay, and then you've got all different projections used for different purposes, right? But that's what the globe is. It's a spherical coordinate system that's just based off the way that we view the sky. Yeah, and you can look
Would you
into
say it's
that
a
as
lot
well.
it's a lot to really reverse for individuals, right?
It takes time. Like it's so much information. It's kind of like a bit of an information overload. At first, right? But I like to clear up the misconceptions first, okay? Because people think that flat earthers claim that the Earth is like a flat planet, like they just flatten out the globe and then it's like a disk in space in the globe model. And that's ridiculous. Like, we don't claim that. And that's why a lot of people don't take it seriously, because they think that flat earthers are claiming a flat planet. And that's not the case. Right? Flat's not a shape. We're talking about the surface area of the water, not curving over distance. You know, flat's the description of a surface. We're not claiming to know the entirety of the Earth or the entirety of how everything in the sky works. You know, we're testing the globe, and we've tested the globe. We can't find any curvature. And then once you look into it a bit more, you'll find, nobody's actually found any of this mysterious curvature that would have to be there. For example, a 10-mile lake would have to have 66 foot of curvature. A 20-mile lake would have to have 266 foot of curvature. Over 100 miles, you would have 6,666 foot of curvature. So we can go out and use different methods of testing for the curvature, and we can't find any. We can't find any counter tests that show, yes, it is actually there.
You have a do you have an opinion on the I don't want to wait, let me pull this up real quick. Yeah, someone made a claim in our other call like 4 days ago, and that's really what I've been thinking about. And I'm like, you know what? And my brain kind of like branched over from that thought just to kind of your call. And then I'm like, you know what? Well, let me go ask this other question. But what would you say to the claim that the Great Pyramid, like the actual latitude of the Great Pyramid, is the same speed of light? Would you say that that's just
what was the last thing you said? Is the same?
It's the same as the speed of light.
The latitude is the same as the speed of light. I don't.
So the Great Pyramid of Giza is 29.979 2458 north, which is the same as the speed of light. 299,792, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't looked into that. It's interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things about the pyramids and megaliths and things like that, because the ancient cultures, which were all flat earth cultures, by the way, they were obsessed with the sky, right? And obsessed with, they're the people that originated like predicting eclipses and mapping out the stars and where they would be throughout the years and things like that, and how they correlated with the seasons and with natural occurring events and cycles and things like that. So yeah, you'll find there's a lot of crazy alignments when it comes to the way that the megaliths are related to the to the placement of the stars. But with the latitude, right, that's not something that has anything to do with the Earth being a globe, right? That's to do with the celestial sphere and the way that we have a certain angle to Polaris from that particular point, right? And then that's mapped into like a sky coordinate system based on the angle that we're seeing the stars from different places on the Earth. And that's because they conceptualize the celestial sphere, right, is like a big hemisphere above your head.
Right.
Okay, that's the way that we see things, is in like a big hemisphere above our head for various reasons, including perspective, convergence. Okay, and yeah, that's yeah, it's an interesting topic. I don't know, I haven't heard about the speed of light thing that you're talking about, but I'll definitely have a look into that. How do you think it correlates to a globe in any way, or it's just something interesting?
No, it's just something really interesting. That's all. If it is true, it's interesting. If it's not true, of course, it's just a claim. But I didn't really spend necessarily, I would say, too much time. I haven't divulged into it as much as I probably would want to.
Yeah.
When
There's
I
a lot
find
of
something
crazy
interesting, I'm kind of like
coincidences. A lot of
Oh, sorry.
crazy coincidences when it comes to math and so and the way that we view the sky, the motions of the celestials and things like that.
Right.
But yeah, we try to stay away from speculation as much as possible. Like if we don't know something, we'll just say, yeah, we don't know that because we can't empirically test it. But we know it can't be happening above the surface of a globe because we can test the surface of the Earth and it's not curving.
Yeah.
And then there's no evidence that the Earth is in motion as well. Okay, we would say that the sun and the moon and the planets and the stars, right? They're like a big clock above the flat Earth, right? Doing particular motions and cycles in the sky that repeat each cycle. And that we can't validate exactly how the sky works, what medium these lights in the sky are actually in, what distance they are, what size they are, what they're made of. We can't validate that empirically. We also just make observations of it. We can observe it, we can log the observations that this does this and this moves in this certain cycle, but we've all been taught this big giant story about how this light in this particular position, right, that is a burning ball of gas, right? That's a sun, big burning ball of plasma gas that's X size and it's made out of this particular thing and this is the exact distance and it's in a big giant space vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 Torr space vacuum and that kind of thing. So we're being fed a big story which we can't validate. It's kind of faith-based and it's originated on a whole bunch of presuppositions, assumptions.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And then we would say that we're in a contained system, right? Just like all of the ancient cultures depicted. Have you seen the ancient depictions? Yeah, I'll put it in the side chat. Okay, so the ancient cultures all depicted something similar. Even though they allegedly didn't have communication with each other, they all came up with a similar idea of the layout of this system that we live in, which would be a flat surface inside a contained system. Because we have gas pressure, right? Air that we're all breathing, it keeps us alive. And if you start looking into gas law, you'll find that there are a whole bunch of natural laws, rules associated with gas, right? Firstly, being that to have gas pressure in the first place, you would need to have a container. It has to be in a contained system because the gas particles, right? The gas pressure is the force that the gas particles exert on the walls of the container, right? Or when they bounce off of each other as well. So you need gas pressure to have you need a container to have gas pressure. There's no evidence that the Earth is in motion, right? Because they tell us, like most people don't realize this, right? They tell us the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. That's faster than a 9mm bullet. That's faster than the speed of sound. On top of that, it's orbiting around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. On top of that, right, it's moving in another vector chasing the sun because the sun is shooting through the universe at 480,000 miles per hour. And then there's a whole bunch more motions and speeds on top of that, which is hard for the human brain to even comprehend how fast these motions are. So there's no evidence of all of this. It's just a model, a theoretical mathematical concept, essentially. Yeah. So we're just looking for people to provide evidence of this belief system that they have and that we all had growing up and that what we're all taught. That's all. And we don't get any empirical evidence. We get explanations. We get a lot of feelings, right? It hurts a lot of people's feelings because it's like their worldview. It's their deeply ingrained belief system. They thought that they were going to go to space one day or something like that. So it triggers a lot of emotion in people. But we're just looking for the evidence and trying to present people with our evidence. Trying to give people a better understanding of exactly what the argument is. And that there isn't actually the type of evidence that people think there is about the globe. Most people have never thought about it. They think, oh, some really smart people worked it out. I never have to think about it.
Yeah.
Hello.
Interesting. Yeah.
Someone said hello. Hello.
Yeah. What's my name?
Oh,
I was
Ricky
just
Ricardo.
wondering.
What's up, man?
Yeah, Ricardo. Hi, bro. I was just wondering why you guys believe in flat Earth. If you do.
Wait, you have the same profile picture as an Australian guy that comes in here all the time. What the hell is going on? Is that you?
No, it's not me. I'm a different person.
With the same profile picture, man, that's
Nice.
tripping me out. Yeah, okay, man. What was your question? Say it again.
I was saying that I was wondering why you guys believe in flat Earth theory.
Well, I did just explain all that to Stone. But yeah, because we've gone out and tested for the curvature of the Earth and we can't find any. It's been extensively done. And then when we look for evidence throughout all of history from the globe side, who has actually gone out and empirically validated that the Earth's a globe, you don't find any empirical evidence. You just find assumption-based reasoning and calculations based off those assumptions.
Yeah, but like logically, the Earth has a curvature, and for example, if we move from one country to another, there are some different time zones. That's why.
Yeah,
If you
time
keep going,
zones.
like for example,
Yeah,
if you keep going towards the west, like you will always be in the past. You understand me?
Well, if
Like,
you
for
keep going
example, if
west,
you're-
yeah, you could come back to where you started again, potentially.
Yeah,
But yeah,
for example,
time
if
zones,
you're-
look, this is what you're going to find. A lot of things can be explained on a globe Earth or on a flat Earth. Now, you probably haven't heard the flat Earth explanation for how that could work over a flat surface, which is understandable. But it's not something that's exclusive to the Earth being a globe. Okay, so we don't think that the Earth is a flat planet, right? So people think of outer space, right? That's the globe Earth version of outer space. Then they think of the globe, and then they try to squish it into like a flat disk, and they think that that's what the flat earthers are claiming, like a flat Earth as in a flat disk planet. We don't claim that. Okay, we would say that the Earth, yeah, is that what you were thinking?
No, there are some narratives in my mind.
What do you have in your
That was
mind?
one of them. For example, some people believe that the Earth has four corners. Yeah, I think they believe so because the Christian perspective.
Yeah, but in the Christian perspective, it says it has four corners, but it also says it's like a circle, like the circle of the Earth. So I don't know. It gets, once you get into like religious texts and things like that, sure, they support the Earth being flat, but it's kind of getting into the weeds a little bit, in my opinion, because it comes to like, well, what did he mean by this? What did he mean by that? What does this verse really mean? Like, how could that work? It's, I don't know. We try to stick with empirical evidence here that we can actually go out and test in reality. So we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming by flat. When we say flat Earth, we don't, like, flat's not a shape. Flat's the description of a surface area that doesn't have any curvature. So that's what we mean by flat Earth. We don't know the shape of the Earth, the size of the Earth. I don't think anybody truly knows that because we can't test it at this stage. And then seasons and time zones and things like that, that's just due to the movement of the sun, right? So we would say the sun, whatever the sun is, right, is much closer, it's much smaller than in the globe model. And it takes particular cycles over the surface of the Earth, right? So its circuit will be responsible for daytime, nighttime, and seasons.
But how
it's also responsible for wind and waves and all that sort of stuff.
But for example, if you keep going to the same direction over and over again, you will come back to the same point. How do you explain this in that theory?
Well, because east and west are actually circles around a north. Okay, so if you have like a just a hypothetical. Okay, if you put a magnet down on a on the ground, right? So you go outside, you have a big magnet, like a bar magnet, and you stick it in the ground. And then you have a compass. Okay, and you stand next to the bar magnet. The compass is going to point towards the north, right? It's going to be pointing towards the magnet, the north.
Yeah.
Okay, and then if you want to go west, right, you have to go in a circle. You're going to walk around in a circle and have to keep adjusting your path to the north, right? So you're going to have to keep turning left, 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 left. You're going to go around in a circle and you're going to come back to where you started again. Now, you just did that on a flat piece of ground outside, showing that even on a globe or on a flat surface, east and west are just circles. Now, tons of people have circumnavigated east to west, right? But what wouldn't be possible is if, just say, think about that hypothetical out on the ground with the magnet. Now, if you wanted to go south, right, you're going to be walking directly away from that magnet, south, right? You're never going to come back to where you started again. Okay, that's not going to be possible on the flat surface. Now, nobody has ever actually done that in reality. No one's ever done a north to south circumnavigation and come back to where they started. But east to west, yes.
But how or where do you think we would go if we keep going in the same direction? Like, ultimately.
I have no idea. You're probably going to eventually hit ice, but nobody. It's a hypothetical. Well, I'm not even claiming an ice wall. I said you're most likely going to hit ice if you keep going in a straight line, right? Even if you're on a globe, you're eventually going to hit ice as well. But this is the thing: no one's ever just gone in a straight line. It's not possible. It's not something that's possible to do. Because you're gonna need to use a compass to navigate. Okay, and because you have in the ocean you have ocean currents, in the sky you have wind currents, and it's just no one's ever done that, right? If you try to look up like who's actually gone in a perfectly straight line for the longest distance, it's not going to be a long distance, right? It's not possible, especially when you're going over the ocean or something like that. Okay, you're going to need to use something to navigate because you're going to be getting blown around and.
Yeah, but you can use, for example, the stars for navigation. Like, you can just get it for, like.
Yeah, but you can only use them. Like the stars are also moving constantly, right? As well, so.
No, there are some stars which are like.
Yeah, you might be able to go if you can see the North Star and you go directly towards the North Star. Right, it only moves a tiny little bit, the North Star. So if you pick out the North Star and then you start going towards the North Star, sure, you can go in essentially a straight line, but then it's going to become daytime, right? You can't see the stars anymore.
Yeah, but then you can start back to night. Yeah, I mean it's not impossible.
Yeah, you could stop, put your anchor down, wait for it to end. But then what are you going to do once you reach the geographical North Pole? What are you going to do then?
Go to the opposite direction from the opposite side. Then I'll come back to the same point.
What are you going to use as your reference to keep going in a straight line?
The North Star, so I can go.
No, you're at the North Star. Just say you're at the North Star. It's directly above you at your zenith, above your head. Now what? Now how are you going to keep going in a straight line?
I think it's not impossible, like, even theoretically.
This is why no one's ever done it, what you're talking about. I get, like, you could imagine it on, like, a basketball or something like that. You could wrap a straight string around the basketball or use a ruler or something like that. But in reality, on the actual giant globe that's claimed, it's not such an easy task, right, to go in a straight line. It's actually impossible.
I think I never heard of someone who have ever tried to go to, like, in the direct direction, a straight direction.
Yeah, exactly. That's why most people just use a compass and that kind of thing. Or you can use a sextant for the stars, but once again, all the stars are moving. The North Star only moves a little bit, so you could use that. But that's not going to help you once you get to the North Star. You're just going to find the North.
Yeah, for example, and I think that most of the theories of the flat Earth, like, they're just hypothetical.
The same thing would happen on a flat Earth, right? Just say the Earth was flat, right? Just remove the globe from your mind right now and just say you're on a flat Earth and you want to go in a straight line. You're going to use the North Star, Okay, the same thing, right? It's the same thing. You're just going to go in a straight line. You're going to get to the North Star. You're not going to, and you're not going to have detected any Earth curvature over that trip, right? You're just going to feel like you're going over flat water, and you're going to get to the North Star, and then you're not going to have another reference point to continue going in a straight line. So it's not going to really determine anything.
Yeah, but there are some groups of stars that are called Arcturus. You know them. Like they're always like directing toward the east, so I think you can use them as well.
No, there's no other fixed. There's no other fixed star. Polaris isn't even fixed. Actually, Polaris is 3 stars. There's 3 Polarises, but they do move a little bit. But yeah, you could think of it like a fixed star. But there's no other fixed star that you can see. Like there isn't a counter star of Polaris in the south, and even if you're at the North Pole, you can't see that far anyway. Like whether even if you're on a flat Earth or on a globe, you still can't see the. Even if there was a South Polaris, you wouldn't even be able to see it anyway. So you'd still be screwed, right? You would have to rely on a compass. And then if you have a look at the magnetic field lines on the Earth, the magnetic field lines don't even match up with the latitude, longitude. They don't match up with the celestial sphere. They don't match up with the globe, right? So magnetic north and magnetic south don't match up with the geographical north and south poles.
Yeah, I get your point. For example, I think these compass of stars are like always stable or like the same place in the sky. For example, Orion's Belt, it like the direction of Orion's Belt is always toward the south. So
this is the problem, though. They're going to be at the same place in the sky at a certain time on a certain day. They constantly
you can use them for direction. That's why, like almost when back then in time, people who used to stay in the sea, they used to use these stars. Like they didn't have any polars back then or any device.
Yeah, they used the stars, and they thought the Earth was flat as well, right? But this is the thing. It's not going to help you determine if you're going in a perfectly straight line or not. Okay, they don't. You can't say that you're going in a perfectly straight line.
Well,
no one's ever claimed to have gone in a straight line and come back to where they've started. No one's ever even claimed to have done such a thing throughout all of history, because it's impossible to do that. So I get the theoretical idea. If the Earth was a globe and you went in a straight line, you would come back to where you started. Sure, but no one's ever done that.
It's impossible because the vast ocean. That's why, because like it's impossible to go.
Right, it is impossible. It is impossible. So
but for example, you can go from Morocco to Dubai, for example, and it's proven. Like, some flights go to this direction from Morocco to Dubai, from Moscow to USA. This direction is like proven.
You can do that on a flat surface as well. Like I said before, you're going to be able to do things on a globe or on a flat Earth, depending on what the thing is. Perfectly logical to explain on either. Just say you have a flat surface, right? Like a lake, a giant lake, right? Think of it like the world, like exactly what we experience in the world, as if it was a giant lake, right? All of the oceans are actually just one big ass lake, essentially. Right? They're all connected, and then you've got land masses, right? Which are like islands popping up out of the lake in certain areas, and we call them continents in countries and islands. Okay, and then you go from one, and then you go to the other one, and then you can go to a different one, right? And it's all happening over a flat surface. That's the most logical and exactly what we experience.
Yeah, but you know what? For example, like how much do you think the distance from New York to Moscow in a straight line?
I don't think you can't measure that. It's very difficult to measure that. I don't know the exact distance, but you can calculate the distance based off a coordinate system that's based off the sky, right? Which is going to be spread out onto a ground-based map. Okay, so you're not able to measure the exact distance, but we can tell, okay, if we get on a plane and we fly in this direction, the plane flies at approximately whatever speed the planes claim to be flying at, right? And every single time we make the flight, there's a margin of error due to the wind and all sorts of different factors, and we can say, okay, it's approximately this distance away. But you're still using the coordinate system as your reference, so it's very difficult to know the actual layout, like the proper layout and the proper distance, right? To actually know it for sure. One thing that you're not going to find is that it's exclusive to a globe.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's not exclusive to a globe. You know what is exclusive to a globe though? Earth curvature, right? Bending water, right? So if you had a globe, then over 100 miles, you have 6,666 foot of Earth curvature over that distance. That's something that isn't possible on a flat Earth.
But I think even 100 miles isn't enough. Yeah?
Well, 6,666 foot. Right, that's a huge amount of curvature. Even 10 miles is enough, right? 10 miles would have 66 foot of curvature. 66 foot, that's more than a 10-story a 6-story building. A 6-story building. How can we measure it? Okay, so if you have, let's say we have a lake, okay, and the lake's 10 miles across.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, let's use the ocean, and I'll show you a example in the real world right now. So just give me a second. Can you see the side chat?
Yeah.
Okay, just a second. I'll just pull up this one observation here. 1 second. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. Henderson tourism.
Yeah, can you see here's just a clip from a video. 1 second.
Uh-huh.
Did that GIF work? Can you see the GIF?
Okay.
Okay, right. So let's check that. Okay, so we've got an oil platform, 2 oil platforms. Okay, the first platform is 6 miles from the shoreline, called Platform C. Okay, the second platform is called Platform Habitat, and it's 10.1 miles away. Okay, so this is a good example, right? Because we can use a 10-mile distance, like we were just talking about. So the mathematics is pretty simple. Okay, now the observer is standing on the beach, and his height above the water is 8 foot high.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we can calculate how much curvature should there be over 10 miles. The answer is 66 foot, 66.7 foot. That's just the general curvature over that distance. Okay, now we need to take the observer's height into account. So the observer's height is 8 foot above the surface. Right? Now, what should be present in the observation based off that? Okay, the horizon should be at a certain distance away. The horizon should be at 3.46 miles away. So because we have the oil platforms there as distance markers, now we know that the horizon isn't where it should be or where it has to be on a globe. Okay, the horizon's actually far beyond 10 miles. But on a globe, the horizon actually must be at 3.46 miles, halfway to the first oil platform. Okay, you shouldn't be able to see any water past the horizon line. Okay, the horizon line is the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. That's the definition of a horizon, the mainstream definition. Okay, and it's a byproduct of... what's that?
The higher you get in the sky, the later the sunset is. Do you know that?
Yeah, because you're changing the angle. You're changing the angle in which you're looking at the object in the distance. Okay, so if you go up higher, you can see further. This is another one of those things that's easy to explain on a globe or on a flat surface. You go higher, you see further. It's common sense, right? On a globe, you would see further over the curvature of the Earth. And the curvature of the Earth is what we're testing here. So if the Earth was curving, then over 10 miles, you would have 66 foot of curvature. That means the horizon would be at 3.46 miles, and the bottom 29 feet of the second oil platform would be hidden behind the horizon. But that's not what matches up with reality, right? If you were to watch a sunset Right now, in this observation, you would see the sun setting behind a horizon that's halfway to the first oil platform if the Earth were a globe. That doesn't happen. The horizon isn't anything to do with the curvature of the Earth because there is no curvature of the Earth. And long-distance observations and laser So this is what we're testing. That's the claim, right? The sun sets behind the curvature of the Earth. The boats go over the curvature of the Earth. Things are blocked by the curvature of the Earth. Okay, let's test it. When we test it, that's not what's happening. In fact, the horizon is a byproduct of the way that you see, right? It's a byproduct of perspective convergence and the weather conditions on the particular day. That's why the definition of horizon is the apparent line in which the sky and the ground meet. They don't say it's where the curvature stops you being able to see further, because that's not what the horizon really is.
But also, you know that according to your position on the Earth, according to the globe, okay, the globe theory. For example, in Egypt, you can see the Sirius stars compass, but in South Africa, okay, this star cannot be seen, and the Polaris, the South Star, is appearing there in that location. So in different locations, you can see different stars. Like it's not stable. Like for example, in
that's right.
even in the same continent, in South Africa and in Egypt, like in the north of the continent and the south of the continent.
Exactly. Yeah, I get you. You stand at different places, right, on the Earth, and you look up and you see different lights in the sky.
Yeah, but it's only like happens in a spherical or like a round body.
No. It can be explained on a spherical Earth, right? And it can also be perfectly explained on a flat Earth as well. It's another one of those things that can be explained on either, right? But the prerequisite, right, the requirement for it to be explained on a globe would require this water that we're looking at here in reality to actually be curving over distance, and that's not happening. So it's impossible for it to be happening above a spherical Earth, okay? Because there's no curvature. You need the curvature to have the spherical Earth in the first place. So yeah, we can explain it quite easily. We have a limited field of view, okay? The atmosphere has extinction, and we don't see forever. You don't see forever. You move far enough away from something due to perspective convergence, right, and the opacity of the air, you're not going to be able to see forever.
But I'm talking about the best conditions, like without any.
Yeah, in the best conditions, you can see 200 miles. 200 miles in the best conditions, which is, we never have the best conditions. It's not even possible, but a technicality, you would be able to see in perfect conditions 200 miles through the medium of the air.
But the moon is much, like way farther than 200 miles. So how can you see?
That's according to a claim that requires the Earth to be a globe, right? That's according to the heliocentric mathematical concept of this place that we live in. It's not something that you're able to validate or that has been validated empirically. The distance to the moon is based off the size of the Earth. It's based off the globe model, okay? The globe model requires the Earth to be curved. The Earth is not curved, right? It requires the space to be a vacuum, and that you have a big rock floating around in a vacuum, right? That's not something that's been empirically validated. It's a belief that you have, and it's an explanation for something that you see in the sky. That's all.
So you're saying that we can see this compass of stars in Egypt because it's kind of close to Egypt than South Africa, yeah?
Yeah, you have a limit. You have a particular way of seeing the sky. Everyone observes the sky in their own unique perspective, depending on where you're standing on the surface of the Earth. But if you're too far away to see what's on a different section of the Earth, right? You can't see forever. You like I just said, you have perspective and you have a limitation of how far you can see due to the opacity of the atmosphere.
Okay, but there's also one other point that, for example, in the polars, the South and the North Pole, sometimes, like during the winter, the sun can last for about 6 months. How do you explain that? If it's moving around the flat Earth.
Well, it stays light for about 6 months, but you can only see the sun in the sky for a shorter period of time.
But how do you explain it? Even if it was just like
Yeah, so there are some flat earthers that do try to explain it using a model, right? But we don't live on a model, and models usually have flaws, right? Just like the globe model has an explanation for why we can see that in the south, right? But the globe model has big flaws as well, doesn't it, right? Like we just went over in this observation. When we test the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature, so it cannot possibly be happening above a globe Earth. Now, everything in the sky works like a big clock. Everything runs in cycles. None of us know exactly how it works, right? None of us know exactly what the sun is, what the stars are, what medium they're in, what distance they are. Okay, we've just been fed a big story about them. That's all. That's as far. So you have a belief that it's happening in a heliocentric model, right, which falls apart at step one, which would be actually having curvature to be able to have the globe in the first place. So whatever's happening in the sky doesn't change that the ground is flat.
What about the shadow of the Earth and the Moon during the eclipse?
Once again, it's something. It's like an assumption based off a spherical Earth. Like you're first having to assume that what you're seeing is caused by a spherical Earth. Think about this. Okay, if we can measure a surface flat, okay, it doesn't matter what happens above the flat surface. It's not going to make it curve. Okay, it's already been measured flat. Let's say you have a room in your house with a flat floor. Okay, you've tested the floor. The floor's flat. Doesn't matter what you see on your ceiling. It's not going to change that the ground is not curving. Okay, that's the case with the Earth. So whatever's happening in the sky.
The shadow?
So you're claiming I don't try to explain things that I can't empirically validate. Okay, it's not logical to do that. Okay, so I could try to give you explanations, but I don't need to because I'm not making a claim about that. The things I'm making a claim about, I can empirically validate right now. Okay, you're claiming that that you're seeing a shadow on the moon and it's caused by the Earth being a globe. Okay, so what evidence do you have that the Earth is actually a globe, right? Because that's the requirement for your claim.
Okay, I'll tell you something. The eclipse of the moon, it only happens when the Earth is between the sun and the moon. That's why we see the shadow of the Earth on the moon.
Yeah, that's the claim, right? So that's what people do here. They claim that the shadow that we see on the moon is caused by the Earth. And then when I ask them to validate that claim, they just give me the explanation in a different way. So all you did was just make the same claim again. I'm asking you to back that claim up. Okay, so what are the requirements for the claim you just made? The Earth has to be a globe, right? Right? For the Earth to be a globe, what do you need to have? You have to have Earth curvature. Has to be there. Okay, so I just showed you an observation where the Earth curvature that has to be there isn't there. Right? And I could show you one after the other, after the other, after the other, laser tests, long distance observations, over and over again, all sorts of different methods that prove that the curvature that would have to be there for your claim to be true is not present in reality.
But come on, you don't even have an explanation for that.
Yeah, you need.
He doesn't understand the logic.
Yeah.
What?
It's basic logic, right? So if you don't have
logic is failing you pretty badly right now. Listen. For you to claim that the Earth is getting in the way, producing a shadow, you would need to have measured curvature.
Okay, the curvature, we can measure it, I think, by the difference of the shadow at the same time, at the same cities, for example, in different cities. For example, it has, I think it was done 200 years before Christ.
How did they do that then?
I think the scientist, his name was Aristotlemus, something like this. He was Greek, okay? He noticed the difference in the length of the shadows in two different cities at the same time. And
well, why would that require a curving surface?
Because it's at the same time.
Yeah, but they're two different angles. Why would that prove that the surface is curved if they're two different angles at the same time?
Well, I don't have an answer for that, but I think if we
Right.
have
Think about this. Listen, I'll give you an analogy. Let's say it's really, really dark. It's nighttime outside. You're in a parking lot, and there's a big bright light above you in the parking lot. If I go stand 100 meters away, my shadow's going to be very long. But since you're under the parking lot, your shadow's very short, if any shadow.
Yeah, I understand.
That's not on a curved surface, right?
Well, yeah, I can't say any other thing except that. Well, I get your point, but like you can't say 100% that the Earth is flat or it doesn't have any curvature because in that experiment, he didn't measure the curvature of the Earth, but he measured how do you call it? The circumference. Do you get me? Like
You're not measuring. You're not measuring circumference. You're measuring the length of the shadows.
Yeah, circumference.
No, yeah, but you're not measuring circumference. You're measuring the length of the shadows.
How did he get circumference? How did he go from measuring shadow lengths to circumference? Can you explain the logic?
I think it's something with mathematics. I don't have anything to do with mathematics, honestly, but I think like over almost 2,000 years, if it wasn't true, like we wouldn't have no day. Yeah.
Well, the logic isn't sound. The reason why is because he's making a deductive claim based off of inference. He had to assume the curvature existed in the first place for him to derive a circumference from those angle lengths.
Fair enough.
Couldn't have done it any other way without first assuming. So here's the other thing. If you were to assume no curvature, then you would be able to conclude that the sun is not very far away and that the surface isn't curving.
But another thing, okay, you assume that the sun is like 200 miles away, yeah? I think
I don't know how far away it is. I have no idea what it is.
The person who was talking to me, I don't remember the nickname, but he said that the sun...
didn't say that. I definitely didn't say that. I said nobody knows the distance, the medium, or the size, or what the sun's made of, or anything like that. That's what I specifically said.
I said it was 75 miles away. Debunk me. I dare you to.
Yeah, so that was just a thought experiment there. The point is, listen, if you're triangulating things, you should be able to get the height of the sun. But we know that you can't do that, flat or globe. You cannot triangulate the height of the sun. You can't do it on a globe because they say that the sun is so far away and the surface is so big that the surface is effectively flat from the sun. This is why the rays are parallel to a curving Earth. It's really tiny. So you can't triangulate that. You can't triangulate the altitude from parallel rays. We say, well, on Earth that is not curving, the angles to the sun do appear to diverge from the sun as a source, but nobody can triangulate its fixed point in 3D space in a sky. Both of these ideas are true. So how do you determine whether or not the sun rays are parallel versus diverging? Well, you measure the surface. If you can't measure the curvature of the Earth directly, then you cannot conclude anything about it being curved.
But even Aristotle, do you know Aristotle? Do you know
So Eratosthenes is out. Is that it? We're going to toss the knees. We're going to toss him out.
Yeah, but he calculated the circumference of the Earth, like.
Yeah, but we just went through that too.
And
we just went through why that's not a proof, right?
But even till today's like the present time, we take into consideration these calculators. Like we don't just ignore them.
Well, no, we don't just ignore them. We ask them to substantiate their claims. People accuse us in here all the time. I'm not saying you're doing it, but all day people accuse us of ignoring evidence. When we do the exact opposite, we're like, no, we're not ignoring it. We're demanding justification and substantiation of that evidence. That's not ignoring. This is saying, let us accept your claim for the moment. Now justify it. Provide us the data. Provide us the logic. And when the Glober comes in, right, and they make a claim and they can't justify, they cannot substantiate the claim, then why should we automatically accept the claim?
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, this
I
is
think
about using logic and
I guess,
empiricism.
yeah, I'm open to all theories, honestly, but I'm just wondering. That's what I'm talking about. And also, I have a question about the UV light. If the Earth is flat, like, how do you think we getting protected from the UV light? Otherwise, it would kill us.
I mean, we measure the sun's spectral rays, right? And we get a complete set. We get UV, IR visible, we get gamma, X-ray, we get all kinds of stuff coming off the sun.
Yeah, but how do you
Yeah,
get
I don't know why.
protected from them? Because in the globe theory, it's because of the polar, like the North Polar and the South Polar. So they kind of like somehow protect us. But what about the flat theory?
So the question is why does the sun emit a full spectrum of radiation as we measure the Earth to be flat?
No, it wasn't like that. When I was saying that if the Earth is flat, so why do we not getting killed by the UV light? Because if it's globe, okay, we can clarify that.
Right, so you're jumping back into flawed logic again. Listen, what DJ's offering you is a flat Earth observation and measurement. And we've got hundreds and hundreds of them.
Okay, how do you explain it as a flat Earth?
Why should we have to explain something that is not necessary?
Yeah, there's explanations. Yeah, hold on,
like,
sir. There's
there would be
explanations.
no light.
Sir, can you hear me? There's explanations that are already given that explain all of the ideas and like the ways that people talk about light and how we interact with the sunlight. That's already been shown. That has nothing to do with the cosmology aspect, like the size or the shape of the Earth. So the UV light and all that you would really want to know about, it's already been told to us how that is. We agree with a lot of the particular science about the nature of the Earth, except for when it comes to when people start making claims of the size of the Earth or what the shape of the Earth is. So there's specific claims that we already agree with. They don't need explanation. That's exactly how we understand things like science and the properties of the Earth and which we understand it to be are the same. It's not like a different Earth that we're talking about. It's the same Earth that you understand with applied science, physics, right? So we're not going to go off into like talking about something else with like UV light. It's going to be the same as you. The only thing we're talking about is what people think of the size of the Earth and the shape of the Earth. That's what's different. Do you understand? Like that's the only difference. Everything else is basically the same. That you know it.
So the only thing you're against the global Earth are just the globe itself, yeah?
Yeah, well,
Like,
the claim, the claim that it's a giant sphere in the vacuum of space, because that's a huge claim that nobody can substantiate. That's what we're talking about. Everything else, like the physics of the Earth, like we're experiencing the same thing as you. So it's not like a different Earth. It's the same. The physics are the same. It's just you have an explanation as to what those things are based on a spherical Earth. So we're not basing it on a spherical Earth. You understand? Like,
yeah. So the globe is not the consequence of observations. It's not the consequence of measurement. It's not even the consequence of scientific claims.
Okay, but I'll tell you something. For example, people who believe in the like spherical Earth, they believe in the how to say the two polars as well, like the magnetic field. Okay, we cannot have a magnetic field if we have a flat Earth. So how do you explain that?
Again, we measured the Earth. Okay, the surface does not curve anywhere it is measured.
No, I'm
Not,
talking about
not in accordance with the globe. Okay, so listen, this is the crux of the matter. All of your questions about how things work beyond that point are not necessary to the claim that the Earth measures and is observed to be flat.
Yeah.
No, I'm just asking for like.
Oh, listen,
knowledge. If you
we
have
can
any
come up with
about it.
speculation, right? Because listen, nobody's ever measured the sun to be 93 million miles away. Nobody's measured the sun to be 400 times bigger than the moon.
I think
Nobody's measured any of
measurable
these.
because, like, if you calculate the light speed and, like, for example, if we in a certain point of the Earth, we get light after, for example,
Okay, how do you measure? How do you measure? It takes 8.25 minutes for light to get from the sun to the Earth. Does a photon have a little clock on it? It's
no, it doesn't.
No.
Okay, I get your point.
The reason why people conclude that it takes 8.25 minutes for light to reach the Earth is because people have assumed that Earth is a globe inside of a solar system.
Yep, and that the sun's a specific distance away from the Earth. It's all about calculations. It's not about measurements. These guys are just like making assumptions.
Yeah, it's physics.
It's all assumptions. Listen, and here's one more thought for you, okay? A flat Earth is not inside a space vacuum. There is no space underneath the Earth.
I don't know, bro. I think
Maybe.
you have
We don't know that
a
yet.
certain claim. No, I tell you something. If you have a claim, I think you have you have to have like narrative for that claim. For example, why do we get protected by the magnetic field? If we don't have a magnetic field in the Earth flat, the flat Earth, how do we get protected then? Okay, that's the point. Another one.
Hold on. How do you get a magnetic field if the Earth isn't a globe? Listen, we already measured the Earth. Why is this question necessary, logically or just philosophically?
But literally, even people who
Do you think they know why Earth has a magnetic field if it's a globe? They don't even understand that.
Why? But they literally have the magnetic field.
We're actually working on that project.
The flat earthers.
Why can't we have a magnetic field on a flat Earth?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Why can't we? When nobody knows how a magnetic field is created in a globe, why should we have to answer how it's being done if Earth isn't a globe?
Because the magnetic field is like formed by the iron in the bottom of the Earth. That's why, like the nucleus of the Earth.
All the things, guys.
That's why. But for example, in the flat Earth, you can't explain that.
We can explain it, okay? You just wouldn't like the explanations.
Okay, how explain to me?
And your
don't care to.
Look, your explanation is just wrong and can't even be right. You understand that metal like iron loses magnetism at high temperatures. It's called hysteresis. So why don't you explain how you even have a magnetic iron core when it's supposed to be thousands and thousands of degrees and a liquid? So the magnetic domains can't even line up in the first place.
That's right. You need dipole alignment. And when everything is vibrating because it's excited due to heat and friction, those dipoles can't align and suspend a magnetic field. That's right.
And it's liquid.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no structure.
I understand.
See, but hey, you got an explanation.
I don't know honestly, but maybe I need to think about it.
You know what they say? The Earth is a giant electromagnet.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, what kick-started it in the first place?
I don't really know.
Right. Well,
But,
we demand an explanation. I demand an explanation from you.
I'm telling you, I'm not like.
Well, they say the magnetic field creates an electrical current, and that electrical current creates a magnetic field. What came first, the chicken or the egg?
I don't know, but I'm just telling you guys, I'm not embracing a certain theory. I'm just open to like talk about it. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm asking you.
We're only concerned with one thing: what does the surface of the Earth measure? Because then we can figure out if the Earth is a ball or if it's flat. Looking in the sky and just imagining the Earth is like those things, or should be like those things, or other phenomenological ideas, that can't even prove the Earth is flat as a matter of logic. The only thing that can prove the Earth is flat or a ball is to measure the Earth. That's it. It's your only choice. There are no other choices. If I want to know how tall you are, I'm not going to look at the lights. I'm not going to look at the ceiling. I'm not going to ask your neighbors. I'm not going to look at other people to figure out how tall you are. I'm going to take a tape measure and measure you. That's it. It's really simple. People overcomplicate this.
Okay, but you know what? Even the flat earthers, they have some measurement of the Earth's space. You know what? You know it.
Measurement of what?
The Earth space.
The airspace?
The Earth space.
Earth space? Are you talking about Jaren? Are you talking about that stupid Netflix one, dude?
Okay, I'll tell you what. For example, in people who embrace the flat, the spherical Earth, they believe that the Earth has 510 million square kilometers.
Yes.
And they're divided into like land area and water area. You know that, yeah?
Yeah.
The water is about 71 and the Earth is about 29. So they literally explain that.
We don't care about the surface area. How does that tell us the surface of the Earth is curved? Has to be curved, right? Not a straight line.
Okay.
The surface area don't matter. All we okay.
I'll tell you something.
Let's do this. So if you were do you know how much the Earth is supposed to curve?
Yeah, he just told me about 66 feet. Yeah?
Yeah. Do you know how much that is?
About 10.
Like in meters? Like 20 meters? Is that it?
Yeah, he just told me. I just
Yeah, so like 20 meters and 15 kilometers. It gets worse than that. So at like 30 kilometers, it's like 120. At 30 kilometers, or not 30, like 40 kilometers, it's 127 meters.
Okay, we're back to that point
Now
again.
think, you're
Like,
3 times farther, but the amount of curvature increased way more than 3 times, right? And of course, it increased 6 times.
Look,
this is an exponential, brother. What I'm trying to tell you is the curvature is an exponential function. It should easily be visible from the surface of the Earth, or measurable, in fact. But nobody measures it or sees it.
But bro, how could you calculate it? The curvature that you're claiming. If it's 66 feet, how could you calculate it? You should have some physics for that, yeah? So how do you get it? Hello?
We're not the ones claiming this. This is the geometric. This is the geometric constraint of the globe.
What does it mean?
Okay, so if Earth is a globe with a radius of 3959 miles on average, then we can use the Pythagorean theorem to derive the distance to the horizon, and also we can derive the curvature rate and approximate it. Right? So we do this by using math, by using geometry, and we can fact check this by visiting astronomy websites, by visiting NASA. They will tell you the same thing that we're telling you right now.
NASA would say that.
Yeah, the drop, that over 10 miles, the drop is about 66 feet.
Should be.
Okay.
Not
Should be.
actually.
That's why. That's why the further you go in the sky, for example, in a tower, that's why the further you can see, like in the vision field. Yeah. And the later the sunset will, is it the same reason you're talking about? The same thing.
Well, I mean, you see farther because your angle changes. I mean, that's just obvious. You didn't ever climb the tree because you were trying to look over the curve of the earth. Okay.
Well, but even it's not.
But you could see farther from the top of the tree, right?
But now we're not talking about the angle itself. We're talking about the later the sunset. Like
What
the
about the
sky
sun?
is already the further you go up in the sky, the later the sunset will be. And the sun
Yeah,
is
and
already up there. Like we're not taking an angle over it. Yeah.
no, but look, but what's the sunset? It's when the horizon chops the sun in half, right? Cuts the sun in half, but the horizon is not the edge of the earth. It's not the edge of the ball. It's not any of those things.
Okay.
You know how we know that? You know how we know that it's not that? Because the horizon moves without you moving. You can stay in the same place and go to the ocean and watch the horizon and see it move around, as in it'll be 3 miles, then 2 hours later it'll be 6 miles, and 6 hours later it'll be 30 miles. So if the horizon itself moves around, that can't be the Earth. Unless the Earth is changing. Unless the Earth is changing. Unless the Earth is changing. Why you interrupt me every time I talk? This 3 times in a row. Unless the Earth is changing size. Do you understand? Do you think the Earth is changing size?
Of course not.
Okay, then why does the horizon change?
What do you mean the horizon change? How could the horizon change?
One day it'll be like 3 miles away from you, and then another day it'll be 10 miles away from you. Now, when you calculate the curvature of the Earth, the first calculation you have to do is you calculate the tangent, which is the horizon distance. Okay? Now, if the first part of your calculation is moving around,
okay,
then what do you have? You can say, hey, man, we watched the sunset. It was cut in half by the horizon. Well, okay, what's the horizon? Well, that's the edge of the Earth cutting the horizon in half. Well, your horizon's moving around. So how's it the edge of the Earth? Is Earth changing size? Is it? No one thinks it's changing size. It just shows that what you think the horizon isn't true.
What is it? Okay, you're keeping moving.
The horizon is purely an optical effect created by a shallow angle of view to the surface of the Earth and the meteorological conditions of the day. That's it. Different weather, different horizon. Different elevation, different horizon. At high elevation, in fact, NASA says that the horizon is not well defined and that it's impossible to measure the distance to the horizon from like an airplane.
Okay, I get your point. I get it, but it also doesn't explain, like, whenever I say that the further we go into the sky, you say that we change the vision angle, like we see further.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, dude, I think you're looking at a checkerboard, right? Think of a giant checkerboard, right? And there's squares everywhere. And then the higher you go, the more squares you're going to see down that checkerboard. Right? It all depends on how high you are. If you go really, really high above this infinite checkerboard, you'll see more and more squares. But if you're really, really low, you'll see less and less squares.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt there, guys, but
What's up, Jen?
Yeah, nice one, guys. Hottest Man, his name is. When you say you get the point, can you please acknowledge that that is an anomaly against the globe, okay? It means the globe has a problem. You're getting the point, but you're not acknowledging it and you're not registering it. Please, that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
I just told you that I'm open to all theories, so that's why I'm talking here. If I'm not open,
We don't have a theory, dude. A theory is
No,
something like
okay.
for cause and effect relationships, phenomenon.
Yeah, I say
We're
something.
talking about what is, not why or how or any of those things. We're just talking about what is, right? Whether something exists or not.
But you don't
It's a
have an
different type of
explanation for
question. That's all
everything.
I'm
That's why.
saying, brother.
Okay. Anyways,
Right? Theories are for like how and why. It's in scientific theories are for how and why. How does this happen? Why does this phenomenon happen? It doesn't concern itself with whether something exists or not, unless that existence of that thing is testing a theory of how and why, such as a Higgs boson or something like that. They want to test a theory like the standard model of physics. They go, okay, we need this Higgs boson to exist. Let's test to see if it exists. So we don't have a theory. We're just saying, hey, dude, you observe the Earth is flat and motionless, and we don't measure any curvature. So now what? And we're not telling you to trust us over NASA or anybody else. We're just saying this, that if you go out and you take what they say the globe is, and then you go out into the natural world and you test what they say is there, it's not there. That's what we're telling you. Now, you can do whatever you want with that. You can ignore it. You can stick your head in the sand. You can do whatever. But we're telling you, if you go out into the natural world and test if the Earth is a globe, you'll find out that it isn't.
Okay, bro.
And this is where the rub happens, because people get afraid to test it. They don't want to know.
Yeah.
Because the consequences are too scary for them.
Yeah, I understand you. But also,
well, what if you went out and did a test tomorrow, right? And you could, like, you went to the ocean and you watched the boat, and you watched the boat sail like 50 miles away, and you could 50 kilometers away, and you could still see the ship.
I don't have explanation for that, honestly.
Well, I've done this myself. Yeah. I tracked the ship. I tracked the ship for 3.5 hours, right? So they have an app called Marine Traffic, which tells you where the ship is. So I watched and photographed the ship for 3.5 hours as a cargo ship. And after 3.5 hours, it's 30 miles away, and I can still see it with the naked eye. I even took pictures with a shitty ass iPhone 4S. Okay, still seeing the ship the entire time. Now, if the Earth was a globe of the size they say, that ship should have been 420 feet under the horizon, which is like 130 meters.
Yeah, I understand you.
Yeah, so
that's why I'm talking. Yeah.
So that's what I mean. I went out and tested it. And I'm like, holy shit, bro! Like, the Earth actually is flat, and not because somebody told me, but because I was like, okay, you guys say it is. I can go test it myself. I'm gonna check, see if you guys are full of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's go with NASA. Can you test what they say?
No, we can't.
Yeah, exactly. You can't even test it. You just got to completely trust them. People that aren't trustworthy.
It's not only NASA. That's the point. It's not only NASA. Like,
Well, you got to trust whoever it is making the clip. You got to trust whoever.
Yeah.
No,
I don't know.
I mean,
like, my
mom told me never trust strangers, but
What this means, you need to ask them to explain. Ask them to explain how Earth suspends a magnetic field, even though we've got contradictory claims. Ask them to explain how space can be an infinitely expanding vacuum and gravity compresses gas down to the surface of planets.
Mm-hmm.
Better yet, ask them what the evidence is, and then you're going to get nothing.
Yeah.
What's the evidence the Earth is a molten iron core? Well, we have this theory based upon plate tectonics, and yeah, but I asked for the evidence, like the physical evidence, like what did you do in the lab? What data do you have? And they don't have shit, dude. Nothing.
Okay,
there's more fucking data about schizophrenics in the world than there is about, some molten iron core.
But I had a question. One more, just before I go. You guys, flat earthers, you don't believe that like humans have been on the moon yet?
Hell no. You do?
Some flat earthers think so.
Really? I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you think people went to the moon, bro?
No.
Not you, the other guy. You? Well, we have some rocks from the moon. Well, can you explain to me this? I'm not going to get into like the various problems with their documentary evidence. Now, you know what telemetry is? Telemetry is like data that tells you exactly where something went.
No,
So the
I can't do
telemetry
that.
data for the Apollo program doesn't exist. They said they lost it. So the only thing that would prove they went to the moon, they don't have.
Right. So they can't explain contradictions and provide evidence for said contradiction and claim.
They say they lost it. They say they taped over it because tapes were
I don't
scarce.
know.
And why were data tapes scarce? Because they stopped whaling, and they made the tapes out of something from the whales.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask
Retarded.
something that when some reporters have asked the astronaut of the Apollo, okay, they asked them if they ever been on the moon, something like that, and they asked them to make a note on the Bible, and they refused
Yeah.
to do that. Did you see that thing?
Yeah, that's astronauts gone wild.
Yeah.
Barbarossa, bro. That's not the only one. One of the guys that accidentally left their wireless microphone in there, his son asked him if he wants to call the CIA to have him whacked.
그런 이거 다 뚫어지더니 내가 불 잘 주기 시작하니까 오라 새싹 돌라기 시작해.
You mean left the microphone there and then said, oops, I left my microphone here. Can I have it back?
Oopsie poopsie.
Yeah,
someone's
Monte Cristo, you're hot mic, dude. What is up with that?
Somebody watching Minions?
Minions? Someone's watching Minions?
Oh yeah.
What's up, Indio?
What's up, bro?
Okay, it's really nice to talk to you guys. Okay, but I have to go now. Okay, thank you for your time and the conversation.
All right,
Good
yeah.
day, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Your
Bye.
English
Have a
is
nice
pretty
night.
good too, so
Thank you. That's a nice compliment. Thank you. Bye, guys.
bye. I wouldn't let you go with my sister. Anyway, I don't have a sister. I'm only here for a minute. I got somewhere to be, so I'm just chilling too. Blowing 30 minutes of my time.
Well, we're glad that you're blowing them with us, man.
Oh, word, man. Thanks.
Yeah, totally.
야, 내가 찍고 보내줬어.
I got the answer right. He ran. I did that just on voice pattern. I'm so excited.
Freaking professor trying us. I'm running away because the Gover beat me.
Yeah, man.
Damn, man. He's like, he's in savage mode.
Everybody was trying to like 4 different ways for him to understand logic, and he just like failed every single time. DJ, bless his heart, then Yoder, and logic was just not like, I don't know, wasn't reaching him. It is Minions they're listening to in the background.
Sometimes it takes different people with different approaches and styles. It's good to hand off like that. And sometimes it doesn't work at all, no matter what you do.
If you're hearing Minions, he might be watching the Mars rover. They've been finding Minion juice boxes on Mars.
No way.
I was in a globalist space yesterday. Well, it wasn't quite a globalist, but it was like a conspiracy group of people. And they're talking about the Apollo program. And the pro-Apollo program people had no clue what year it was, who the president was, how many times they landed. They just kept repeating the mantra, we landed on the moon, science is great, all that crap. And the people who were like against or not against it, but like, hey, it didn't happen the same way. They're telling them like, all the story, everything wrong with it, and then finally they had what broke the debate. What finally, after all the discussions going back and forth, this is like the facts, the evidence, all of it. What finally broke it down was that clip from Buzz Aldrin, who says, "We didn't go there." So I'm like, as you like Yola just said, you never know when you talk to these people what is going to be that spark, that click that's going to get them to think, let me reevaluate this position that I went to the moon. The guy who said he did there didn't go there.
Yeah, you made a good point, man. You never know because there's so many things that destroyed the moon landing. It's like, is it going to be the photographs? Is it going to be the frickin' telephone call? Is it going to be just the contradictory nonsense that they said afterwards?
Lack of shielding, lack of protection from the radiation.
Technical reasons. There's technical reasons, but you never know. Some people, like Kurt just said,
the power it would take to transmit from the moon to the Earth.
Yeah, there's so many things. It's like freaking, it's a potpourri. It's like, where do you want me to start? I don't even know where to start. Just too much.
Yeah, I tried with the whole thing that there was no advancement of humanity. There wasn't a kumbaya moment. There wasn't the overview effect. And I said that you basically had Nixon carpet bombing Cambodia. George or Carl Sagan saying how ironic it was, and their counter was, what does Nixon and Sagan or Cambodia have to do with this at all? And I'm like, what? Wait, so you're trying to say actions taken by Nixon at the same time that Nixon was in office are unconnected to what Nixon had done when Nixon was in office? And they're like, yeah. Completely unrelated. Like they said, if I go to the grocery store on Tuesday, that doesn't mean I can't go to a restaurant on Friday or so. I don't know. It was like something that just is bizarre. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to tap out here at that point. It's irrelevant talking about this with you guys. Like, you'll never get it. I could spend the rest of my life trying to explain to you the overview effect and whatnot. So then another guy jumped in and tried to talk about like antennas and wavelengths and whatever. Nope, didn't get that. And then here's a clip of Buzz Aldrin. What was the scariest moment about going to the moon? Well, it would have been scary, but it wasn't because we didn't go there. And they're like, oh, shit. What does this mean?
Well, there's the other one. Like, they never tested the LEM. They tested it on the moon, basically. Oh, that thing we're going to land on the moon with, the most crucial part of the trip, we'll test it there. When they couldn't get it to work on Earth, it's just so absurd. If you know anything about humans and how they engineer things, especially, mechanical devices, they at least test them. Especially if you've never put anything together. You'd never put like, oh yeah, I'm going to build this thing I never built before. Let's not test it.
Yeah, usually you test it to destruction. And from that destruction point is where you begin to build the new one. You see what I mean? But no, they didn't do that.
Well, even you buy a new car, right? You test drive it. Even though they manufactured 500,000 of them. You know what I mean? There's still the one that you got.
At least kick the tires, right? Like you're going to walk.
I want it to be a lemon.
Hey, did you hear how they found out that they knew that they could orbit the Earth? They sprayed and prayed. They just sent something up there and used some trajectory that actually made sense on a model, on an idea, and then they hope for the best. That's what I hear from these guys. They're like, how do you know that you could go around the Earth like this spheroid that you think exists? Well, we just, they sent things up there and they hope for the best. You guys heard that?
You know how you know that method works? Because it works.
Yeah, because they did it.
It's called real good engineering.
That's like you're gonna send a particular craft up there to go around the Earth. How do you know it can go around the Earth? How do you know the Earth is what you're claiming it to be with the calculations? How do you know that? Yeah, that's weird, huh?
Was it easier to fool than to give it to someone they've been fooled? Somebody has an identity that they are smart. They can't fool them. They're wiser than the average bear. Smarter than the average bear. They're the ones who bust the foolings. And then you tell them, dude, you got hoodwinked. They got you coming. They saw you coming.
Yeah, that could be why some of these people, we've seen them who, yeah, they'll even accept the moon landings didn't happen. And they'll accept alternative versions of events that have been portrayed a certain way in the mainstream media, or they'll realize if any new event happens or is said to happen, assume it didn't happen until demonstrated otherwise. But they can't get to the flat earth because that also, even that kind of alternative mind set, puts you in a place, of thinking, I can't be fooled again. Because I know for me, that was 2012, the last time I got fooled by a media thing where everybody was crying, and I might have even cried. And then like 2 days after the so-called event, in 2012, I was like, shoot, they did get me again. They are never going to get me again. But then I realized, oh, they got me when I was, first a tiny child with this globe thing. Shoot. So people should be able to humble themselves and say, like, yeah, I got fooled when I was a child. Yeah. And then everything around me reinforced that fooling. Like, that's not, like, it's okay, guys. Like, you were just a child when they indoctrinated you into the globe cult. So it's not your fault. But it is your fault if you keep clinging to it despite having zero evidence. Then you're proving yourself to not be as smart as you thought you were.
I think the globe is like a chink in the armor. It's like a gap that they can always exploit. Because they just use the same type of messaging, and people just like Pavlov's dog just fall into that type of thinking. Because it's already just like a gigantic case study in cognitive dissonance for like all of humanity. Well, you have to think, if you're running around thinking you're in a freaking illusion, because kids don't believe that crap. So you get brainwashed by adults into thinking it's true, and you have to suppress that cognitive dissonance. Otherwise, you'll be in crisis. For me, that's why people are mentally freaking ill, because they're holding around this idea, this contradictory idea. Here's life, and they're saying that it's not like this, But the point is that it's like if you're mentally holding on to something that's not true as true, then it's like anything can slip through that door. You have a big hole in your intellectual protection. I mean, they got me at 9/11 for, I can't even believe I fell for that shit. For a couple days, at least. Then I realized how ridiculous it was. And other people realized how ridiculous it was.
It was the invincible passport that got you, huh? The one that was on the plane and it.
No, them turning into dust like that.
They found the passport?
No, that is pretty cuckoo. It was the freaking dustification, the turning into nothing.
Oh, yeah. 3 buildings, 2 planes.
Yeah, but there was like nothing left to the buildings.
Yeah. 500,000 tons of material just gone.
Well, and then if you just start thinking about it, okay, say you had a plan. I want to destroy the World Trade Center and turn them into a 3-story pile of dust. We're gonna hire the U.S. military. How many weapons does that take? Like how many whatever their biggest thing is? I think it's like the Moab. How many Moabs is it going to take to flatten the World Trade Center? It would take like 200 of them to turn it to dust. It would take hundreds of them.
Yeah.
If you look at like the war in Ukraine, they got freaking a lot of their buildings. You can't use the Middle Eastern buildings; they're trash. But if you look at the war in Ukraine, these are getting hitting with 300, what they're called Fab 3000. So they're 3,000 kilogram bombs, 6,000 pound bombs. And while they're being destroyed, they're still standing. They're not being turned into dust.
Yeah, they're gutted. Like the exterior walls are kind of up, but everything inside is gone.
Yeah, but the World Trade Center, there was no exterior walls. It's gone. It was freaking gone.
I like how they say that 24,000 gallons of fuel in the airplane is what took it all down. Where the fuck do you put 24,000 gallons of fuel at? In the wings?
Well, I had a friend that said that too, but I said, you know that giant fireball that shot out the back? What was that?
That's impossible. You got to think about how, because of the momentum of the fuel, it's supposed to go in 500 miles in one direction. And then the fuel shoots out, an explosion shoots out the back the way the plane came. Would the fuel forget it's going 500 miles an hour? I mean, what really broke it was It was Webfairy. There was an article called Muslims violate laws of physics, and it just went through it, just using Newton's laws of motion. That the pancake is impossible, the plane smash crash is impossible, the fuel explosion is impossible. Like all these things that are just impossible. Just basic 9th grade physics.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm even more embarrassed that I was actually teaching high school physics, watching the towers fall on CNN in the classroom with the students. I'm such a bad teacher. I should have seen it instantly. But I was thinking about all the poor people. I had the emotional, the emotional side. It clouded my brain.
Yeah, they have the lists of the old people. An elderly couple that was married for 70 years. They were high school sweethearts from New Hampshire, and they died in the world. They died crashing in their plane. And then you go, look, because I went through their.
Go anyway, Indio. It's fine. They were 70 years they were married. Get rid of them.
Well, their flame never died. It just got brighter in the center of the World Trade Center. I went through the CNN list, all the people they said died, and went and looked in their local, like where they were from, to see if they had an obituaries, see if they owned any property, because you can look at the registry of deeds. I got like 30 into the list, and I hadn't found a single frickin' person where that local, and these people are like from small towns. I brought up the old person one because it's an actual one. They said they lived in this town for 80 years, worked in this factory, whatever. There's no obituary in the local newspaper. There's no funeral. There's no, anything that happened like in the school, the freaking city council or mayor or whoever was running that little podunk town. Like nobody did anything. Like they never heard of them, these people. CNN heard of them somehow, but nobody else heard of them. No property records, nothing in either the husband or the wife's name. Because one of them was supposed to be a school teacher. They retired. Nothing from the school celebrating her, whatever. But if you just go down the list of the names, dude, you won't find anybody. Whether there's an actual like funeral or an obituary about that person.
It makes me wonder, right? This is why archive.org and archive.is and all these others, Wayback Machine, are so detrimental to them. Because taking snapshots of records and images of databases as they appeared in that time is going to be very hard for unscrupulous evildoers to backdate information and start backstopping this stuff. And then having AI run.
Yeah, what did archive.org capture in 2001 though? You know what I mean?
Probably not much yet.
Yeah. And they had those weird freaking web pages that they were hard to scrape because they were running like what was it? ActiveX or some trash.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, everyone remembers MySpace, right? You can inject all kinds of code into that shit. But we're seeing where people are going through these archives and pulling up information on a lot of these highly visible politicized events, and just debunking the narratives of the bad guys that are pulling the stuff off.
I know, but it's just whack because the normies will never buy it unless the very people that told them that 9/11 was real also tell them 9/11 is fake. Like that's the conundrum. I mean, how many people we get in here like right there. They have to like, well, I'll believe everything you say when the authority says that you're right.
Yeah, that's so true. Yeah. I was going to say that when you were talking about the globe. Yeah, when you're talking about the globe, because you were saying how how they had a inherent understanding of the world the way it is, which is flat and stationary, the way they experience it, and then all the smart said, "Oh, you're so silly, ha ha ha! You just think it's flat and stationary, but here's what it's really doing." And then, yeah, they put all of their trust in those people. So, you're talking about the cognitive dissonance, yeah, because it's like admitting those people were wrong. Yeah, is not only admitting that you were very badly fooled by them, but then it's admitting that the people that you think have all the answers have not only don't have the answers or aren't giving them to you if they have them. That you have to pretty much like start over. Yeah, it's a very intimidating prospect for these globetards. But I'm going to say, PSA, you don't actually have to start over because you've taken this amazing step of understanding that it's possible to accept the world on the terms by which it presents itself and not have to rely on an external authority. What an amazing life that will be if you choose to accept it. You're going to start ahead of the game. You're going to start at the point where you can be as maddening as we are to the globers because you can be 100% confident that there is no globe. And imagine all you can do with that amazing level of confidence. I guess DJ's talking about that image of the flags with I guess these are the various alleged moon landings. Okay, yeah, I guess so. What we're saying there is the lander should still be there and it's not there. Is that what we're saying in those images?
Exactly.
Those graphics are on par with Nintendo 64.
How
From the
dare
same
you.
people that make Turok the Dinosaur Hunter?
Yeah.
Maybe SNES 64 was brilliant compared to these graphics.
Hey, what's up? Hello.
Good morning.
Morning. What's the most
Hello.
flat Earth map, please?
Subway.
Yeah, I think you got three choices to go with that. The Library of Congress, they have a full Earth, flat Earth map. You've got the Department of Defense. They use the MGRS. And then you've got NASA, brought to you by Robert Simmons, who said they took low or like kind of high altitude photos of the whole Earth and then laid it out as a flat map. So those would be probably
Can I have
the
a
three.
reference inside chat?
Yeah, the references are Library of Congress, NASA.
All right, I'll get it.
Okay, Library of Congress. I'll say it again. You just got to stop giggling. The Library of Congress,
That's me.
NASA, and the Department of Defense.
I want the Department of Defense for 1,000 crit.
I'm always going to pick the Robert Simmons category all day long. My hero.
That's generally the best one. That's like a right from their mouth. You could, we wrap the flat map around the ball to give the impression of what Earth might look like from outer space.
It's Photoshop because it had to be.
Is that it then?
Yeah, Emeritus. Emeritus. He's checking the sources. Maybe he's checking the citations. I put one in the side chat.
I'm checking it, but yeah.
I think maybe his shtick was you guys don't have a map, therefore you don't have a flat Earth.
Can you post one? I went to Google. It's giving me maps. Library of Congress.
Yeah, Google's not very good. You got to use a real search engine. That's more like an advertising agency.
Yeah, but can you post it
beyond that?
Why do you want a flat Earth map, dude?
Gotcha.
Can someone post the flat Earth world map?
No, I told you where to get it, okay?
I went to Congress. It's showing weird maps of Middle Earth and like weird stuff.
Okay, that's your fault, okay? That's not my
Post
fault.
one.
Okay, I'll consider this an IQ test. Can you find the information you're looking for?
All right, he will not post the map. Others, post the map. Post the fucking map.
Yeah, or look the map up that you're looking for. If, like, you ever heard, like, if you give a man a fish, he eats for a day? If you teach him how to fish, that's a lifetime. This right here is teaching you how to fish. Because right now, you'll never find anything if you don't take a look. Take a look. And if you tell me you can't find it, you are unable to find these.
Which one?
Your reference.
The Library of Congress world map. Which one?
Yeah, they'll have full flat Earth map was entered.
Which one?
Library.
Look at that. Which one?
Whichever one they say. Just like look at what they're read their words. Read their words and determine which is the flat Earth map that they were talking about.
He needs you to brainwash him.
Yeah, like no one have a world map. Okay.
Not gonna. Okay, if no one's got it, then how are you asking for it?
I went to Google.
How would you ask for it? If no one's got it, how would you ask for it? Like, wow, dude. See, this is a problem with your mind. Your mind is very broken. You're
Someone
dumb.
else, please post the world map. Flat
You
Earth.
can't
please.
ask for that. You
so
said
I
it
don't
doesn't
kill myself.
exist.
Someone post the map.
You can't ask for it. You said it doesn't exist. If someone shows it to you, you just say it doesn't exist.
Let me just say something to the gentleman. There's no way to evaluate the world map that anybody presents to you, even the ones that you see online about the Earth that you think is a globe right now. There's no method of evaluation that you can use that could check to see if that map is real or not. This
What's
is
the one that you like, that you subscribe to, that you think is valid?
Sir. The problem I'm telling you is that even if you have a world map, how do you know that that world map is the correct one? How would you be able to do that?
I'm asking one that you think it is valid from your worldview.
I know, sir. I know what you're asking. Okay, I get it. I'm asking you, how would you be able to evaluate that map being true or false? How can you do this?
No, I need to know about like your ideas.
I know that. I understand why you're asking.
I'm not gonna
Listen,
like evaluate
brother. I know why you're asking the question. It's very simple, right?
the world map?
I know why you're asking the question, but I'm telling you, if we give you one, how are you able to evaluate whether it's good or bad?
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. And for me, I'm not here to debate it.
I want to know how you're going to evaluate it. Tell me how you're going to evaluate it.
Why? You need to spread knowledge.
I want to know. No, we're not spreading knowledge. We're getting people to logically and critically think about the world around them. So in order for me to understand where you're coming from, you need to tell me how you're... Sir, calm down. Calm down. Sir, calm down. I need your method of evaluation. How do you evaluate?
I'm a student. I'm a layman. I want to know the world map of the flat earthers.
All right.
Why are you investigating a
you're
student?
telling me if somebody presents you a world map of the flat earth, you're going to be able to say, okay, that's your world map, and you're going to move along just fine?
Yeah, start to understand it, start to like dig into this topic, because I don't debate flat earth.
So here's the thing. If you've seen the world map for the Earth being a globe,
and stop talking, guys. Share the map.
Sir, how can you evaluate the one for the globe? How do you evaluate that one?
I don't debate this. I do not debate between globe and flat earth.
Would you like me to educate you on maps?
Oh my God, dude.
I'd like to educate you on maps if you want a flat earther to do it.
And share the map.
This was done already. It's done by 3 sources you can't deny also.
Oh my God, the left guy again.
Yeah, hold on. Can
Share the map.
can you educate him on maps?
Yeah. One of the most important things that you do when you set out to create a map.
No, stop. All of you retards. Show me the map.
Oh my gosh, dude. Do you want to hear why your question is malformed?
It's not a question. It's a simple request by someone who needs to know about your knowledge.
What makes it a simple request? What makes it? What makes any map?
Shut up for 10 seconds, then. Sorry to interrupt you, but if you need to know,
share the map now.
If you need to know, can you be quiet, or I have to mute you because people are trying to talk and you keep talking after what they say.
But my request hasn't been done. I'm a student. I want to.
I'll throw you a bone. I'll give you a flat map, okay?
You're scared to share the map.
Okay. The UK Ordnance Survey. The UK Ordnance Survey surveys the known world around the UK flat, and it is composed in what's called the British National Grid System. This consists of grid squares that are orthogonal to each other. That means the corners and edges all meet up. They are perfect squares. And these squares are laid over a grid spanning about 2,500 kilometers, or it might be 2,500 miles. And they do not line up with latitude and longitude. So if you're looking for a flat map, that's a prime example of one place to start. One of the most important things when it comes to map making is figuring out how you're going to deliver a coordinate reference system to the user. Do you have any idea how that is done? What choices go into the formation and use of a coordinate reference system?
I think they said he ran.
All right.
Yeah. He was an asshole anyway.
Okay.
I'd like to know, though.
Yeah, well, first is you're going to have to make it useful for the person. A useful coordinate reference system might choose a point of origin that is known and verifiable. For the spherical coordinate reference system, they use Polaris, obviously, in the stars, but there are other maps that'll use, like maybe Greenwich, England, or in America, there's a North American datum, where they use like some farmer's ranch in Kansas or something. Not even joking, as the point of origin.
Wow.
And then planar surveys are conducted out from there.
I think I know the place in London as well. I think it's an old Norman castle. There's a plaque on it or something. But yeah, all miles and datums are taken from this point. So yeah, I know what you're talking about, buddy.
Yeah.
So it's just a choice, it's just a preference.
It is. Yep. Treating the stars as a gigantic sky ball is also a choice preference.
Yeah.
And it sounds arbitrary too. So it's not like you got to actually center it somewhere. It's just center it anywhere and start from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds like.
And there just so happens to be a star that doesn't appear to move much from most of people's vantage points over the Earth. So people try to use that.
Yeah. Who assigned? What body assigned it to be a specific location? Do you know, Piotr?
What you mean, like the GP of Polaris?
Well, no, I meant like or I don't know, the council or whatever that said, okay, we're going to put it right here in this, this one town. Like,
what, London?
Or London too. Like, was it the Queen or the King? Like, who?
Yes, from my understanding, it was back when we were starting being a naval power, and then maps and charts were always taken from like the country's personal capital. But after a while, with trading routes and so on and times and all of this type of stuff, it was kind of standardized. So I think that was put down to just the British being awesome at the time. We chose it. It's in London. I think that's right anyway.
Right. And then you can ask yourself, okay, am I going to use a Cartesian grid, or am I going to use like a polar coordinate system? Or am I going to use something else? The nice thing about like a polar coordinate system, that's the one with the circles, is it allows you to plot your course with headings and maintain a proper heading from point A to B if you maintain a consistent angle with respect to one of the axes. And
yeah, okay, I understand that.
Yep, and then you can do latitudinal lines essentially out from there, circles of equal elevation going all the way out so you can chart your distance easier. It's a bit more difficult if you're using a Cartesian grid to keep track of your distance and your heading.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, like Cartesian grids are great because you can get an easy sense of where things are relative to other things. If you played that game Battleship, like, oh no, you sunk my battleship, and you put the pegs in the grid squares that you call out. Yeah, it's a lot easier to play that game that way than maybe on a polar coordinate reference grid.
Yeah, okay, because the squares or segments are all different shapes and sizes and stuff.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, there's maps are always suited to purpose. And then you've got the projection problem. Something that I like Indio talking about from time to time is the difference between mapping and projecting. And projecting is a simple geometric process where you take one kind of topology and then you literally project it onto another at a certain angle. And the resulting projection will conform to the surface that it's projected on from the surface that's projected from. Mapping is a bit different. Mapping can be pretty arbitrary in essence. It doesn't have to follow one consistent geometric rule like a projection would, but it would follow whatever is being mapped to what at a particular point in time, point to point to point to point, pixel to pixel, and so on. And you can make adjustments and exceptions along the way. So people take a globe and they project it out into an azimuthal equidistant map with a point of origin centered over, what was be considered the North Pole of the globe. You're just projecting a globe map onto a flat surface. It's not a truly flat map. The spherical coordinate reference system is still spherical. You don't make that problem go away. MC Toon loves to ask flat earthers for the flat earth map, and he encourages his listeners to ask flat earthers for the flat earth map. Like every show. Yes, I do watch MC Toon. It's great.
Yeah, reification. Can I get a re?
Hello, assalamu alaikum. Salam. Hello, salam. Hello, do anyone hear me?
Yep.
I hear you.
Hi. Is that it? Did you just want to know if we could hear you?
لا من هنا.
There's this dual polar projection of Earth going around. It's a potential flat Earth map. Don't get sucked into that. That's still a globe. It's still a globe because it still uses spherical coordinates, and it just shows both of the coordinates at the same time, unlike the AE map, which explodes one of the coordinates, the south one, or one of the points of reference, rather, points of origin. It explodes the south point of origin out into a ring, and the dual point of origin globe map that's going around flat Earth communities shows both points of origin at the same time. That's all it is. You still got a problem with the non-uniform scale, which if you were to apply appropriately to the coordinate reference grid that this map purveyor shows, you'd end up with a globe. Same with the AE map. Same with any projection of the globe into any topology. If you start with the spherical coordinate reference grid, you can project it any way you want. It's going to take the scale, which is uniform on a globe, and make it non-uniform on the projected flat surface. And so you have to scale accordingly, depending where you are from the point of origin. And if you apply that non-uniformity correctly, the rule of the projection itself, you're going to get a globe again. That's why it's so frustrating to see flat earthers show different projections of a globe and say, here's a much closer representation of flat Earth. And that may not be the case whatsoever at all. The way to debunk the spherical coordinate reference grid, the distances between locations on it, and the relative orientation of all the land masses and such, is with a flat Earth measurement. Sorry for getting tongue-tied earlier. Just driving.
Yeah, because they need a map because the map itself is what they're talking about. They're not talking about the Earth. They're not talking about lava ball, water-covered lava ball in space. They're not talking about a heliocentric model. What they're talking about is this one individualized reification, which is why he was so gung-ho about going to Antarctica, because you've got either way, globe model, globe map, it was globe versus globe. They stacked the deck. It wouldn't matter what the results were. The only two names in the ballot box were globe.
It's possible to have a map without a coordinate reference grid and just a scale.
Like that last dude. So if we give him a map, we're dumb. If we don't give him a map, we're dumb. But he can't find the map that he's looking for, and he's smart. And tomorrow, the same thing all over again. Day in, day out, he's going to be in perpetual freak-out mode over a topic he thinks is called maps.
Yeah, he wasn't willing to listen. Almost sounds like a drug addict coming to get a fix, right? Just give me a map. I need a map. Hurry. One map. That's all I need. Just give me a map. You're like, dude, hold on. Just give me a map. Hurry.
Hey man, psst, hey man, psst. I hear you got those maps. You know what I'm saying? Maps. Are you the map guy?
Yeah. I hear like, hey, buddy, over here. Hey, you.
Got maps, $20.
Yeah, it could have been like the first one's free. I'll give you a map.
Just a little taste.
Yeah.
For the pizza map flat earthers out there that think the AE map is a fair representation of the Earth, I got to find out how would you guys propose getting your longitude in the south? It kind of screws them up a little bit. I mean, it's hard enough to get latitude, right, if you can't see Polaris, but no, I purposefully asked for longitude. Oh, you get it from watching the sun, eh? Okay, so you're in the south and the sun is due north at the tropic, between the Tropic of Capricorn and celestial equator? Great. What direction's it going? All right, David Weiss thinks the sun antarcs around, but that's not observed. You can't take a time-lapse photo of that. It actually arcs around in the south, same as the north.
Hey guys, I'm back again. I was just wondering if you can answer this. I have a question and I'd like to hear the answer from you.
Yeah, fire away, homie.
Like if the Earth is flat, so what do you have beneath us? Like,
Well, I mean, your second part came out a little garbled, but we'll start with the first part. So if the Earth is flat,
okay,
is it flat or is it not flat?
well, if we assume that's flat, so what do we have beneath us? Like,
Yeah, so if we assume it's flat, will we go with flat or not flat?
flat. We'll
All
go
right, so then what's the second part then? So we got a flat Earth already in evidence.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
what's the second
What
part?
do we have beneath us? Like, what's in the end of the? What's in the bottom?
You said the bottle. What's in the bottle?
The bottom of the Earth.
What do you mean by the bottom?
I mean, like
follow. That sounds like a non sequitur. So if the Earth is flat, what's at the bottom? That would be. It sounds like a non sequitur.
What does it mean? For example, okay, I'm gonna share a photo and a picture in the chat. You see how it looks, for example, if it's a flat.
Yeah, this could be space pizza or something like that. He's posting.
Yeah, listen, we told you earlier, dude, that flat Earth isn't a disk in outer space.
Yeah, so is it unlimited, like Earth?
The flat Earth is the floor of the entire universe that we know.
Oh. Okay, so there's no like space or anything except Earth. Like all of our world is just Earth, and then the sun, the moon, some.
Yeah, like specifically geometrically, you're asking for what's called an embedding space. Is the flat Earth embedded in a space of the same or higher geometry? The answer is there's no way to answer that. And from our vantage point, the answer is no so far.
Okay, so such images are not accurate, yeah? Because there is no end for the Earth.
There may not be an end to the surface, but there is an end that provides a limitation based off of the pressurized air we breathe. We know it can't be infinite in volume because you can't have gas pressurized in an infinitely voluminous container.
Okay, so another question. Do you believe that we have a dome like above us? Like something
I don't know if it's a dome. I wouldn't even know if it was a dome what it was made out of. But NASA says that the space is 99 to 98% plasma. So maybe there's plasma containing the gas pressure. I don't know.
So I'm wondering if there's like any explanation for that, like from other, I don't know, researchers, articles, something like that.
Explanation of what? Sorry, you sound a bit muffled, like you have your hand over the phone.
Oh, sorry. Just my microphone isn't that good. Okay, thank you. I was just saying that, like, if there is any explanation for this point, I mean the dome, what's beneath us, I don't know. Because
no, man, sad to say, we're not here with explanations for everything. What you'll learn from us is that the current explanations for the current cosmology have no evidence. They're just stories. They're imaginary.
Even galaxies, like Milky Way.
We see them. No. We see them too. I can take a telescope and I can focus in on distant nebula with a great enough aperture. I could probably see galaxies too.
Yeah.
But what does that mean? The way we think of galaxies is a story that's attached to the image of the galaxy. We want people to decouple the story from the image and consider what evidence actually exists to prove the story matches the image in the first place, and if there are other explanations that could validate or invalidate that thought.
Sorry, but I also noticed something about people who embrace this idea of flat Earth, that most of them are religious, yeah? Stick to like a certain religion, like Christianity, for example. Am I correct?
I don't know. All of our ancestors, regardless of faith, were flat earthers. I mean, flat Earth is part of the Vedic cosmology as much as it is the Norse cosmology, as the Hebrew cosmology, as the Babylonian and Egyptian. They're all flat earthers.
Yeah, that's right. because, for example, if we like don't pay attention to the religion, if we ignore it, we would see that science tells us that the universe is expanding. Okay, and expanding, it means that like towards every direction. So
Well, I mean, yeah, but is that based off of science or is that based off of a godless faith?
well, it's just a theory.
Yeah, godless faith. What people call astronomy and astrophysics today is really just a godless religion.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, nobody's actually measured stellar distances of objects and stellar sizes of objects. Nobody even knows if their spectroscopic readings of these objects are consistent with what they truly are too.
Yeah. Okay.
They make up stories.
Well,
There's a concept we talk about in here called the cosmic distance ladder. In order for the solar system and the Big Bang cosmology and the cosmic microwave background, all of that, in order for all of that to be correct, the way that it's described, it relies on Earth being a globe with measurable curvature, a radius. And nobody can produce that very first foundational measurement.
Yeah, I mean the whole every flat surface, the whole thing they pointed at is just the curvature. Yeah. I mean,
That's
if we have
the
a
whole point,
curvature, if we can measure it, then there's no flat Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, we go away. We shut down the channel. We shut down our server. I'm sure many of us will apologize to people and online and in the real world for being wrong. If we can be shown a valid, verifiable curvature measurement that comports to the globe, we have no reason to be here anymore.
Yeah. But I was just interested if, may I ask a personal question for you, Lord Yoder? Is it possible to ask you about your religion? It's okay. Lord Yoder.
Sorry, I lost my connection.
I was asking if it's okay to ask about your religion. Like, what do you believe in? Are you Christian?
Well, that's a personal question. It's not necessary for the topic.
I'm sorry, but I just asked if it's okay to ask a personal question. Maybe you didn't hear me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I myself, I'm.
I'm just asking because people who embrace this idea, they're either very religious or embracing a certain religion. For example, what I have noticed that some people from Muslim category, they're embracing this idea, and the rest, many other people, are from the Christian people.
Yeah, well, we've got a lot of flat Earth friends who are Muslim. There are 2 Muslim flat Earth servers.
Yeah.
There are some people from. Yeah, we have friends from India too, with various religions who think the same as we do. We have people who are not religious.
Really? Like atheists?
Oh yeah. There are a couple atheists, but yeah, this topic is not defined by the religion. It's defined by what you can observe and measure in reality.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I get your point.
I have to step away for a bit. Nice chatting with you.
Thank you, bro.
Hello guys, can you hear me? I am now. Can you tell me what I said to you? It's not easy to say that's everything done should
Yeah, we can hear you.
happening here.
Hi there, everyone. I think I was not audible once again. Hi there, everyone.
Yeah, what's up?
Someone is banging on your door.
Yeah, welcome back to the room. You've been attempting to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, but epic failures every time, yeah?
None of them were epic failure. It was actually, it was a clash, I would say, or a resistance to not build.
It was a clash.
Yep, a clash of ideas. Yeah,
Yeah, so what was the evidence again that the Earth is a globe?
simple. Just be an astronaut. Someone from the Flat Earth Society should be an astronaut and just see it from snake eyes and believe. As simple as that. Isn't that more than enough of a proof?
That's a comfy, cozy belief system you got going on there. Yeah?
Who is this with the background music? What?
You don't have to do anything, just believe. Just believe that you can get in a magical rocket to go to magical space and voila, you're there. Just like if I wanted to go
No magic.
to see a talking lion, I just go through a wardrobe and he's over there. I just go talk to him. Just like that, right? Same thing?
No, it's not like
Yeah,
that. Talking
yeah,
man
it's the
is a
same thing.
completely different scenario.
No, it's the same thing. It's a story.
Yeah.
It's about a magical land that you go there and you float around, and you can talk to other people that float around. Yeah, it's a magical land. So it's like one of those stories, yeah. You like that kind of story?
You know what, AV, what you are doing is called straw man fallacy. Like, for example, someone say that women should wear whatever they want. You will go to the extreme ends and say, okay, the women should go naked and things like that. This in psychology, it's called straw man fallacy. Just go and search about it. You'll get to know. Like, for example, here I'm saying that just go and be an astronaut. You are saying, okay,
No.
flying
Yeah.
horse or like
Yeah. All you need to do is go get a. Listen, I'm telling you, go somewhere and get a flying horse, and then you can fly over to the magical land with the flying horse, and once you get there, you'll see what I'm talking about. It makes sense.
So now you're at the point that you have started discrediting that we have a space, a solar system, a universe.
Yeah, none of which you can verify. None of which you can verify.
Absolutely. All of them can be verified just by simply being an astronaut. Just do it.
All right, let me put it to you this way. Have you ever seen any of the things you just said? Have you ever witnessed anything in an observation, any of the thing you just said?
Yes, via telescope.
Really?
I have witnessed Venus, Jupiter. Yes, I have seen Jupiter and Venus from my eyes via telescope.
Yeah, that's great. That's not what you said right now. You didn't say Jupiter or Venus when you just named all those things. You said universe, solar system. What else did you say? You didn't say Jupiter or Venus when you said that. I'm asking what you said. Have you witnessed anything of those things? Okay. What you said.
It's like you are saying that it's like you're saying, have you seen any royal family? And I'm saying that yes, I have seen Prince James. And you're saying, okay, you have seen Prince James, but Jupiter and Venus are a part of solar system. If I've seen those,
listen to me when I say this. What you're talking about is something you've never seen. So, in other words, you're saying the constituent parts I've seen, but the whole thing, what they call the solar system, I've never seen. Is that true? Are you saying that? Oh, I got you, didn't I? Oh, I got you. Oh, you should have answered. And you deafened, of course. Should have answered, homie. What's some red shot? Thank you, thank you. Yeah, these guys make it look easy, man. I'm gonna get him when he comes back. Watch. All these space cadets in here. Come on now, YouTube. I know you guys are out there.
Yeah, AV. When he undeafens, can you get him to make contact with an Indian astronaut? Tell him to come in here and discuss the space matter and to confirm what he's saying is true. That there is outer space and that. Get him to come in here to make contact with an Indian astronaut.
Yeah, he'd probably have to disturb him from the call center he's at right now. So I don't want him to take it from his job. Dude, all of this is just fakery, man. None of it's real. These guys seem to think it is. Like, that's the problem we have.
Yeah. I just want him I just wanted to hear him what he says when we ask him, can he bring an astronaut in here to if make contact with an astronaut, see what he said.
I'll ask him.
When he first came in, he said that Indian astronauts had set foot on the moon.
Indian astronauts set foot on the moon. Didn't they crash land the Chandrayaan or whatever the hell that name the satellite is, or the lunar lander?
Yep.
Oh, dude, I heard that there was somebody on, I don't know, it was maybe TikTok or YouTube. I don't know what social media platform it was, but they were saying that the flat earthers are making fun of the the Chandrayaan like lunar lander, but that was just a whatchamacallit, like a computer generated thing that they were showing to people, but it was the actual footage. They were watching it like, and this lady was showing like at the control center, they had like the real footage on the other side of the screen where the thing was actually landing on the moon. And then they had like, of course, the generated image of the Chandrayaan or whatever, Chanandria, whatever. I don't know how to pronounce that. Anyway, they said they had the real footage on the other side. So I don't know if that's true or not.
Well, they
about
didn't
the claim.
Yeah, they didn't ever release the footage, and the real footage looks so shit, I guess, that they decided to go with the animation, did they? Show everyone instead of the real footage?
That's kind of how I'm hearing it.
Have you seen the claimed real footage, right? There's bits and pieces of real claimed footage. It is worse than the animation.
Yeah, have you seen it? Yeah, it's stupid.
Yeah, I'm going to post it in the side chat. It's absolutely hilarious.
And you are correct. It's dumber than the actual computer generated image.
Yeah. Anybody talks about the Indian moon landings and all that stuff? Oh, it cracks me up, man. Just like you said that the video footage is absolutely hilarious. It's just so funny.
That's funny. It sounds like we're all on a giant elevator with that elevator music. You could actually make like a cartoon skit about that. Like all the flat earthers in like this room. We're in a giant elevator, and then we get like a Glober that when the doors open, he comes in here and starts asking us questions, and then when he like leaves the chat, he like leaves the elevator. That'd be kind of funny. Oh, I see that, DJ. That's funny. The different images of like where the lunar lander should be, and it's not. Or, I mean, it's all pixelated and that. I was wrong, and I just can't live without you. It's actually a pretty good song.
Yeah. I've always liked it too.
Kind of hard to sing when your old lady's in the car with you, though. Why you like that song? For the song, If You Like Pina Colada?
Yeah.
Some good songs, man. Golly. It's like all the songs on the Guardians of the Galaxy, like movie soundtrack. That song from Redbone.
Yeah.
That's good at barbecues, man. Play that song. Put on some Dr. Hook. Sharing the Night Together. Have you heard that one, Crit?
Yeah, I probably doesn't sound familiar right now.
I used to like when Sonny was in here because he would be like giving the backstory to these guys. He was like, "Oh yeah, those guys were drug addicts." Like he goes right into it, man. Like he knows like the history background of all these musicians. Did you like Lennon, Crit?
Yeah, I mean, like I guess I was like a fan of music, but I didn't really follow, like all the stuff, like with each song and what they like how like Sunny would have it.
Yeah.
But I was like overall, I guess probably not. I mean, I can't think of anything. You're talking about the Beatles, right?
Well, yeah, but
okay, yeah, I can't think of like a song off the top. I mean, I know if I heard it, I'm like, oh yeah, that's the Beatles, but.
Your generation is the sweet spot of like living life on this earth, dude. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it was before things got fucking awful.
Yeah, minus that. Yeah, you lived in the best time for.
Oh yeah.
Like fast foods, like was actually delicious, gourmet.
Yeah, it was like that sweet spot where things were really bad, like the hard times create strong men. Kind of lived right through that strong man, or good times. We had the strong man, the good times. Now we got the weak men.
Yeah.
And hard times are about to come.
And the amount of believers in an idea, like as far as like, NASA being like propagandizing like space and all that, like they're just a bunch of believers, dude. They're not challenging their own like thought on like how they know something, like none of that. They come in here with blind beliefs about the Earth being a globe and, oh, where's your map? Where's your map? Like they don't know how to critically think, or how they understand how a map is actually constructed or anything, like where the numbers come from or any of that. So frustrating, dudes. And then it's like it's even more frustrating to hear Yoder go into an explanation and the guy just like bolt, like, dude, that's like, what the man. Like on these no-win scenarios with these guys sometimes.
It's a reoccurring theme for them asking for maps today. It's like the third time that they got like a show me a map.